ただいまより世界運楽
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020, Day 2. Diverse guests will discuss the world's and Japan's waterfront for 3 days. Day 2 is being brought to you from the Chukyo TV Plaza C. If things were as they should be, we would have wanted you all to come to the venue and create this International Canal Forum together with us. But under COVID-19, we have decided to mainly make this an online event. And the 3-day conference can be watched through YouTube and Zoom real-time. For details, please go to the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020 official website. Today, after this, we will go into Session 1 on art and creativity. And from 1:15 p.m., Session 2, urban strategy starting from the waterfront. And from 4 p.m., Session 3, waterfront management supported by citizens and businesses. So let's go right into the agenda. Our first session is Session 1, Art and Creativity. And before we start the session, I'd like to invite our moderator, Associate Professor of the Graduate School of Kobe University and from the Tea House Architectural Office, Associate Professor Osamu Tsukihashi, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your participation since early in the morning. We would now like to start the first session of the Day 2 of the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. The theme of the session is Art and Creativity. Nagoya Canal and its future needs to be grasped also from the viewpoint of art and creativity. Artistic and creative messages can possibly play a role, as we can see in other projects around the world. And that is where we are coming from, having this session. I would like to briefly introduce the participants of this session. Please take a look at this slide. Till 12:30 today, I'll be chairing this session. I am Tsukihashi of Kobe University. And the vice chair is Professor Taro Igarashi of Tohoku University, supporting me as the chair. And we have a number of presenters, including Professor Igarashi, to present some case studies. And keynote speech today is to be provided by Mr. Hideaki Ogawa, who is tuning in from Linz, Austria. It is now 3 a.m., and I need to express my heartfelt appreciation for his participation at the wee hour of the day. We also have with us from Yokohama, representing Bank Art 1929, Osamu Ikeda is with us as the director of Bank Art 1929. And also architect Professor Tom Hennigan, who also teaches at Shibaura Institute of Technology, will be giving a presentation. And we also have 3 commentators. First is from Sanyu Consultants in Nagoya, Mr. Norihiko Kuno. Next, one of the members of the planning committee, Mr. Tadashi Iwamoto, architect at Mizube Ring, also Associate Professor of Tokyo University of Agriculture, Professor Tak Fukuoka. So this session is sat by 8 people. Now, without further ado, we would like to give the floor or the microphone to Mr. Ogawa to discuss Ars Electronica, art and creative endeavors. And we look forward to his presentation. Mr. Ogawa, floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. And I'm trying to share my slides. Can you see? So once again, thank you for this opportunity. I'm from Ars Electronica, from Future Lab. My name is Ogawa. And as Tsukihashi-san was good enough to introduce, it's 3 a.m. in the morning. And I am feeling a little sleepy. But together with you, I hope to have a creative discussion. And my theme today is cultural infrastructure on the waterfront, or cultural infrastructure of a city of water. That's what I'd like to introduce. And in Nagoya, as a new medium, art and creativity, I'd like to talk about how I think it should be. And where I am, so where am I? From Tokyo. It's a little difficult to come by airplane, but Austria in Linz, that is where I am. And this year and last year, for everyone, it's been a hard time. And how are you spending your days? How are you? Probably in a variety of areas. In one respect, the COVID-19 pandemic is not visible. It has a lot of not visible impacts caused by the virus. And what has been the impact? Of course, there's the infection for people, but in one respect, the systems created by human beings, cities, these too are being impacted. That's the kind of perspective it's giving us. And in this kind of unstable situation, it's not just this virus, a variety of things that we have to think about now exist. We are now in an uncertain environment that we are living in. And we, the citizens, or responsible citizens, going forward in this world, how should we lead our lives? How should we hand it on to the next generation? When you think about this, there are several things, that phenomenon, that are worrying. I'd like to introduce some to you. This is, can you hear the sound? President Obama, it looks like he is speaking. But actually, what we are watching, the video media that we are watching on the internet, the visual media that we can see, are not necessarily factual. They are not necessarily true. And on the right, Jordan Peele, a film artist, a movie director, uses deep fake. And he hacked President Obama's face and he is speaking. In other words, what we are seeing, is it true? Right now, when you look at the world of the internet, there are a variety of criticisms or critiques, political use, and deep fake, or we ourselves live in a filter bubble. In that kind of internet world, that's the situation. On the other hand, this is from last year. In the pre-Ars Electronica, award of distinction was won by this work. It's called Google Maps Hacks. What is this? Normally, we use what you might call a life infrastructure. We all use Google. And it collects personal data from all of us. And based on that, it provides a variety of services. And if 100 mobile devices were put onto a cart and moved around, what would happen? So this can cause a traffic jam in the city. Normally, a lot of people use their phones individually, and that makes this system work. But if one person has 100 phones, then they can hack the information system. So regarding the new digital world that's being created, that's the world we live in. On the other hand, from the perspective of information, when you expand it further, so synthetic biology or CRISPR are typical designed animals. And this project is by Patricia Piccini of the IT Center. And going forward, if human beings and so-called other creatures were to mate or crossbreed, what would happen? What kind of ethics do we need to have? What kind of education is necessary? What do we need to think about? We at Ars Electronica believe that art is not just a decoration. We believe that in this kind of way, art has the power to create new dialogue. And the three examples I just introduced, these kinds of things come together. In Austria, in Linz. And as you were good enough to introduce, Linz is by the river Donau. It's very old, and there are about 200,000 people. It's a very relaxed city. But on the other hand, I work here on the right at the Ars Electronica Center. And the city Linz, it's a small city, but in Europe, it's used as a state-of-the-art example of a compact city. So why did Linz become such a model? And why are the people coming here from across the world? I'd like to give some hints regarding this. Ars Electronica, the impact it has on the city. From the perspective of education, I'd like to talk about this. And before going into the details of Ars Electronica's activities, this shows you walking distance, about 30 minutes walking distance, where you can go. With the COVID-19 pandemic, once again, we think more about human scale, human rhythm, city zones. These have become necessary. When you think about this in Linz, this area is indeed an area where it has a lot of things inside this area. And here, Ars Electronica exists within that zone. And Ars Electronica, ever since 1979, it sounds new, but for 42 years, regarding art, technology, and society, it's been active under these themes. In Austria, Vienna and Salzburg have the traditional culture, but Linz is around the middle. So how can the identity of this city be maintained? In 1979, back then, one of the founders, he was from a TV station, and this person said it's no longer the age of the television. Back in 1979, he was already saying that, and he was saying, going forward, new digital computers, things like that. It's going to be a world that goes closer to those things, and that philosophy is something we still uphold today in our activities. And one thing, so I'd like to explain the details of what Ars Electronica does, And when I talk about the business organization, Ars Electronica, you can tell that culture is the driving force of the city and how important that is. Ars Electronica, as a company or as a business, to general citizens, it educates about the future, gives future experiences, provides this. And in Linz City, if you look at the group companies on the left, there's Linz AG, which is railways and energy, and Linz Airport. So these are all city infrastructure companies. And here there is Ars Electronica, which is a creative, so-called citizen service positioning. In other words, what is this? In the city, so we are a public company, and the waterworks or electricity, power, energy is provided to the citizens as life infrastructure. And Ars Electronica provides future education to the citizens.
So it is considered as a cultural infrastructure, which I think is a very unique concept. And I was strongly inspired by this concept that did not exist in Japan. Now, these are the areas of our activities. Ars Electronica have an annual media art festival, and it is known for that across the globe. But in addition to that event, around the year, 24/7, we provide education, art center, or in the area of creativity, we provide support for artists and creators in the competition titled Free Ars Electronica. And the Future Lab, where I lead, try to help artists and creators that is working on an invention. Now, today's theme of canals in Nagoya, in order to make a positive contribution to today's discussion, I would like to discuss some of the key points of creative infrastructure as we see it. As discussed already, future human resources needs to be developed, and how can they be fostered, and what can we do about it? This is the video clip of Ars Electronica Center, Future Museum and Future School, as they are dubbed. It is a permanent experiential facility. As discussed already, around the year, we provide opportunities for people to be exposed to and experience the future, and that is the mission of this center. This place is popular among biotechnology, AI, and robotic technologies, global crisis, and issues that people have to face. Not only the state-of-the-art technologies, but we also try to embrace non-scientific or non-technological issues as well. As mentioned, this is an institution of cultural infrastructure. People in Linz come to this center, and they come here very often. People of all ages come to this facility because they can be exposed to information, first-hand experience, live art as well. So this is a space of new experience. And what can they gain as an experience? Maybe they will know it after a while, but they can feel the future, and that is meant to be a very promising as well as valuable opportunity for them. Let me move on to the second point. In trying to foster human resources, what kind of strategies do we have? Local teachers also use the center as their hub of activities. And these cultural infrastructure tends to have certain age brackets as their target, but this facility is used and enjoyed by people of all ages. Not only that, this facility needs to take a route, and for the facility to take a route, they have to create something new. So gravity and incubation are the aspect that I would like to talk about. The center was inaugurated in 1969, but from 1987, we started having it was inaugurated in 1996, but Pre-Ars Electronica started in 1987, and this was the award ceremony back then. Those awardees, looking back, can be viewed in these video clips. Maybe you know this person. And have you ever seen this visual before? Maybe you have seen this clip with the Pixar clip in movie theaters, John Lasseter. And John Lasseter have won the prize back in the 1980s. Ars Electronica's history, including John Lasseter or Kim Berners-Lee, Hypermedia World Wide Web founder and Wiki founder, also have won the prize of Ars Electronica Awards. And these services were not perceived as commodities back then, but fast forward 20 years, they can be indispensable and innovative commodities. And all these the people at the spearhead come to Ars Electronica. And from a perspective of interactive art, the concept in and of itself has changed. And this is an artwork by Myron Kruger. Interactive art is rampant these days, but computerized vision was just emerging back in 1990, and all these artworks have been experimental. And from Japan, Masaki Fujihata and other artists participated, and this is almost like a Skype. And this, back in 1996, was the time when we did not have Skype. So we were exploring, these people have been exploring what could be emerging in the period of internet. From a Japanese context, Sakamoto Ryuichi and Toshio Iwai have won the prize. Playing the piano, the sound was visualized in real time. And all these types of performance may be available today, but this work has been presented over 25 years ago and have been viewed by the participants and audience. And in terms of the city and city building, Rafael Rosano Hammer had a project to control lighting over the internet. Ars Electronica is indeed a hub that brings together prodigies of the future. So the second element here is the capacity of incubation. We started the awards system back in 1987, and archive.ac.ae can lead you to all these contents that I'm showing you today. And archiving is another important perspective. And the third point is something that I'm personally managing and directing, Future Lab. Media art or art institutions tends to be considered as a place of showcasing or awarding excellent artworks. But Ars Electronica is but not limited to such facilities. Ars Electronica in and of itself is a place of invention. What we have invented so far, and what is most famous of all, is this one. 49 LED-borne drones have been flying in the sky in a group. And I think that this is a technology that is not rare today, but this was first carried out by Future Lab in 2012. So what I'm saying is that art/technology being presented in a closed place in art gallery isn't what we are trying to do, but we are using the city of Linz as a place of experiment.
At Future Lab, so this is a new concept, space multiplied by pixels. And if space multiplied by pixels means that in our public space, in commons, how will that change? This was born out of that research. So we at Ars Electronica Future Lab, from all over the world, 40 people have come together. And we have these full-time experts, artists, entrepreneurs, engineers, architects, and social scientists. A variety of people have come together. And as you can see, future inventions for future systems. As a lab, as a studio, we are engaging in various projects. And as I showed you at the beginning, as you can see in SpecCells, new media of the future are being invented. Or for immersive experiences, we have experience-type facilities that we suggest. Or AI and music. In what way can they be involved? Human beings and AI, how can they collaborate? We have projects like that. Other than that, future prototypes. With a variety of companies, we are creating future prototypes. Or, around the middle, you can see the airport in Vienna. And an example that we've done there is media architecture. So we are not a university research institute, we are professionals. We are overcoming the borders of Linz and deploying a variety of creatives all over the world. Those are the activities we are engaging in. And one thing, today the theme is art, and we've been talking about creatives. And one thing, at our lab, something we value is, what is it? First, John Maeda is proposing a quote. I'd like to introduce it to you. And in Japan, design and art are not really separated. But here, what John Maeda says is, designers create solutions, and artists create creative questions. And we at Ars Electronica have been thinking about this. And in terms of my diagram, right now, the perspective that we need is probably not only design, but we need art. We really need art today. In this uncertain situation, what we have to think about is probably not just expanding or extending one set direction, but how can we look across the whole world 360 degrees? That perspective is necessary. And design, as shaping a certain direction, design is very effective. And it has great results. However, on the other hand, art is like a compass. Regarding the future world, we need to have a compass and go through trial and error. And the perspective of getting people involved. So questioning becomes important. And combining the two is probably important. And it's not like art is good or design is good, but art and design. How do we apply these to a variety of things? How do we apply creatives? And when we do that, art. Some people find it difficult to understand the meaning of art. But if you have this kind of picture, then I think maybe it makes things clearer. So this kind of thing. With this kind of thing, we at Ars Electronica Future Lab, we are engaging in inventions. What happens? So this tiny city of Linz with a population of 200,000, innovators or companies from all over the world are collaborating with us, and they come here to do that. Top left. This is a Japanese example, a collaboration with NTT. It's a swarm technology, uses swarms to combine robots and use this as a catalyst for art. And with NHK, we have a collaboration for 8K. How is this entering into the lives of people? And bottom left with Hakuhodo, a communications company. How can we improve engagement with people? And bottom right, our collaboration with Mercedes-Benz. So these self-driving cars, how can they coexist with people? These are the examples. And the fourth point, the third one was a bit long, wasn't it? And the third is, can we have a mechanism for inventions? And the fourth is probably the one you are most interested in. At Ars Electronica, how can we be more involved with the city? The fourth is catalyzing. Earlier on, right at the beginning, I showed you that Ars Electronica, in this tiny city of Linz, you can see the dotted line. That is where we are. We are right by the waterside. And on the left is the city hall. We're right in front of the city hall, across the street. And Ars Electronica, how is it catalyzing the city? I'd like to show you. First, so there's the central square. Let's look at that. We at Ars Electronica, in 1979, since then, we have been holding a festival. And what you are watching is the central square during the festival. This is a public performance that we were putting on show, and everyone has something that looks like a fan, a device. And everyone is playing a game like Tetris, like a ping pong game. And this is 1994. This is what we did back then. So this is 27 years ago. In other words, these state-of-the-art technologies, like I've been explaining, we introduced them in the city, and everyone tests it out together. The artists and the citizens test it out together. And regarding commons, we are trying to update the definition of commons and public. And all over the city, there are things like this dotted around the city. And the second example is a tobacco factory that I'd like to introduce. In Linz, here, maybe the architects. I think there are lots of architects joining us today, and you may know about this name, Peter Behrens. In modern architecture, he had a great impact regarding factories and things. And he designed a tobacco factory in 1935, and it's owned by Austrian Tobacco. And it has an interesting context. JT, Japan Tobacco, acquired this, and in the end, Linz acquired it, which means that it was empty, and we at Ars Electronica, in one respect, right at the beginning, when it was closed down, the moment it was closed down, the Ars Electronica team went right in, and we turned this into an arts venue. And I remember, this was in 2010. It's a festival theme called Prepare, and you could smell the tobacco. And here, museums from all over Linz, collaborators came together. And regarding this supergiant place, we turned it into an arts venue. And as a creative hub, we created a prototype together. It's repair. And as Ars Electronica, constantly, where it looks like something is disappearing, we try to set light to it. We try to get people to realize it's there. And what's happening now? This is the latest situation. In 2010, we engaged in the intervention, and in our discussions with the city, let's make this a mecca for startups. Now, in Austria, the biggest startup base. That's what the tobacco factory has been changed into. And in Austria, probably the biggest publication lab for robotics, a lot of materials, a lot of prototypes are used. It's a giant lab. And Ars Electronica, if it's going to handle future education, then this tobacco factory, today and tomorrow, for the innovators of today and tomorrow, as a business, this kind of creatives, we're giving this form and supporting it. This is the infrastructure.
And Tobacco Public Linz is also a brother company of Ars Electronica. This is another public corporation. And other than infrastructure, at this tobacco factory or former tobacco factory, there is an office space for 500 startups from around the world. And interior of this building is very unique, and it's uniquely shaped. It's kind of difficult to make full use of it. But 15 years ago, tobacco factory was a tobacco factory that manufactures tobacco. But even though it still has the name tobacco factory, it has a different meaning. This kind of transformation needs to be catalyzed, and Ars Electronica serves as such a catalyst, initiating such a transformation. Ars Electronica has a staff body of 180, including myself, and be it Future Lab or the center or the festivals, they themselves have staffs as well. And at the time of the festivals, all the local creators in this city works together to accommodate 100,000 visitors attending this festival. What I would like to introduce is a distribution center right next to the station, encircled in red. And since 2015, this facility has been hacked in a positive manner, just as the case with the tobacco factory. This, not abandoned, but this former facility of distribution center has been used as an experimental center of future residents. The building, as you will be seeing, have been transformed into a residential facility. What we are seeing here is how the facility has been transformed. 100,000 people use this facility as the venue. As you can see, once a year, Ars Electronica Festival, which is held in the first week of September, and this festival serves as an opportunity to update the Linz city itself, and local artists, mediated by Ars Electronica, also use this opportunity to send their unique messages to around the world. Ars Electronica has a new digital deal is the theme of next Ars Electronica Festival. AI stands not only for artificial intelligence, but is also an acronym of another ego or alter ego. As you can see, this festival draws a great number of experts from around the world. And also this festival is attended by people of all ages, having first-hand experiences. And this is a festival of cultural institution, or it is also an opportunity to drive the transformation of the city. And so this is a very rare kind of type, because this is really out of the box. But our activity is out of the box and engaging deeply with activities driven by the city. As you have seen, if you ever plan to visit the festival after the pandemic, please do come here during the first week of September. And there are lots of different venues. And these are the facilities that have been incubated or it's been touched upon by Ars Electronica. And all these facilities will be serving as the venues of the festival. And over the week of the festival, the most dramatic moment would be the Saturday night that brings together 100,000 people and to watch a state-of-the-art opera. And drones and spectacle swarming drones have been presented at that occasion. And we were really nervous whether the pack of drones can successfully fly in formation in front of 100,000 people. But this is also a place of where you can feel safe to make feelers as well. And that is a very indispensable element of a place of experiment. So let me recap. I first touched upon the Ars Electronica Center as a permanent educational center, as an educational infrastructure, but temporarily speaking, in 1987, we started as a festival, and it was more like a pre-festival, and the hardware came in at the latest phase. So we first started creating an environment or the condition. And we started the festival since 1979 as an initiative to update the city. And Ars Electronica Festival has joined that initiative as a venue or as an occasion. And then we went to the next phase of returning the outcomes of such initiatives. And we also created a Future Lab in 1996. And with the creation of the lab, we have been able to engage global stakeholders. And this was when our initiative has turned into an ecosystem. Since 2013, Ars Electronica initiatives and endeavors have been designated as the Media Art City by UNESCO. So it is a branding based not on the heritage from the past, but for the heritage to be made in the future. And I think that this is where Nagoya can also learn from when it was designated as the design city. 40 years ago, Linz was the city as shown on the left of the slide. It was a very gray zone, a gray area with lots of factories. And that was the former image of Linz. But thanks to the activities and endeavor by Ars Electronica, new culture had been created. And it matured as it is as it has given very unique source of pride for the citizens. And this also has become a place where innovations are created. And that has led to an added branding value, which then had a positive economic feedback or input. And this is something that cannot be achieved over a short span of 5 years, and we have spent 40 years. And we are still in the process of working. And I think that this is a very interesting case when you explore the new opportunities or new types of city building. Linz, including Ars Electronica, considers that art for all is important. Art not for art's sake, but art for all, from innovation to experience. Art can serve as a multiplier. Art can be used as a common language or can be the base of knowledge and intellect, and that is one of the unique characteristics of this city. And a definition of art should include not only the art from the past, but also state-of-the-art technologies into the future. Secondly, in Japan, when you try to drive art initiative, you probably tend to focus on the revitalization aspect of art festival.
And we tend to think about attracting people, and it tends to be something fashionable, just a trend. And the evaluation is often based on things like that. How many people were you able to attract? Things like that. But that's not the perspective we want. It's not fashion, but as a culture, how can this be grasped? And it's not just customer attraction, but for education. How do we grasp such efforts? People who have drunk of the future water, the children, people of the next generation, how do you think they will grow up? When you think about that, as a fact, in Austria, a truly innovative leader, many of these leaders are being born from Linz, and they are now globally active. I hear that a lot. And I think I understand. But what's important is, when you try to build a city like this, when you try to plan a city like this, you tend to think about the framework of the city. But how can you move on from the discussion of a smart city to the discussion of a smart citizen? The city, top down, like God, should not be created, but the people on site, how do you build together with them and the tools that they need and new opportunities, how do you create them? A place where smart citizens gather together should be a smart city. Can we not change our way of thinking to this way of thinking? I think that's important too. And lastly, the 21st century, as we are facing right now, there are a variety of social things that we have believed in that are now wavering. And this is happening across a truly large number of areas, and maybe the concept of a country or state. 20 years ago, we didn't know what would happen, so this may change to a different concept. But when that happens, what's important is, probably, on a human scale, we need a place where we can be involved with each other. So once again, the city or the town, units like that are going to become more important. In the past, including in Japan, made in Japan, or made in China. As a country, that was a unit. People tended to focus on the unit of countries or states. But how can you be inspired by that city and create something new? And from there, what kind of new, better, more human lifestyles. How can we create those? And I think the city as a place to do this will be needed. And Nagoya, too, probably already has a lot of such elements. I have visited Nagoya several times in the past, and I have given presentations like this in the past, too. So Nagoya already has a lot of elements. How do you review them as an ecosystem? And not just made in Nagoya, but how can you get global innovators to gather together in Nagoya and be inspired by Nagoya? I have great expectations that Nagoya will become such a city. And that's all from myself. Thank you very much for listening. Ogawa-san, thank you very much. This was an extremely wonderful lecture, right from the first thing in the morning. For Ogawa-san, it's late at night. Thank you very much for staying up for us, but please stay with us just a little longer. First, regarding Ogawa-san's lecture, and several of the planning committee members, I'd like to ask them for their thoughts or for their questions. Igarashi-san, any thoughts or questions? My thoughts are, it's very important to continue to do something for a long time. And I'll touch on this later in my presentation, but in Japan, you have these projects that suddenly crop up and disappear. But you need to continue for a long time. And that leads to branding. I thought that was very good. That's true. Towards the end, talked about culture, pride, innovation, brand, economy. And this cycle, once you enter into that cycle, then that becomes a very good situation. And we have a remote participant, Fukuoka-san, regarding the landscape. From that perspective, what do you think? Yes, Ogawa-san, thank you for a wonderful presentation. And I was really interested in the cultural infrastructure, art as a cultural infrastructure. And me too, I didn't know enough, and I thought Ars Electronica was just a festival or award. The image of the prix was very strong. But now I hear that with the local government, I don't know if you said you are a public sector, but the cultural infrastructure, so using design as the catalyst, you're trying to get it deeply accepted. And in the past, for several decades, little by little, it's starting to blossom or sprout out from the seeds. And it's becoming a business too. And for the citizens, people are taking part. And in a variety of ways, that is spreading across the city. It's a very open, you talked about art for all. So you are serving as a catalyst. You talked about catalyzing. And that was very attractive. And not just from the context of design, out there in the world for us, I think you are sending out a very strong message. And I wanted to point that out first. Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, personally, earlier on, as Ogawa-san introduced, there was the city organization host 2 years ago in Linz. And I was able to experience firsthand. And back then, I was very surprised. Ogawa-san introduced that by the river Danube, there was a spectacle, an opera, a citizens' opera once a year. It was a big event held in Linz. And 100,000 people came to the riverside. And if this were Japan, there'd be the summer fireworks festivals. It was on that scale as an event. And there, too, there were drones that appeared. So there were the digital things, and then it was like a citizens' festival as well. And they coexisted together, side by side. That left a deep impression. And by the waterside, maybe I can ask for your opinion. Yes, thank you. Same as Fukuoka-san. I thought that there was the image of the festival. This is Iwamoto speaking. But after listening to Ogawa-san's presentation, I changed my thoughts. These are wonderful activities. And right at the beginning, you started by seeking for the city's identity. And then as a philosophy, So you talked about how this is an age of computers, but your philosophy still continues today. So the sustainability, continuity of your philosophy is amazing. And targeting the future, a world that no one knows about, for the citizens as well and for the creators. In deploying this, it looks like the citizens and the creators are learning together. So it's not like learning from someone else, but actually taking part yourself. A place that makes you want to take part, I think, is creating this ultimate place for this kind of thing happening. Yes, thank you. So he covered a lot of things, and I'm sure we have a lot of questions. But today, we have 3 other presenters with us today. So therefore, from our 3 presenters, we'd like to take their presentations first. And Ogawa-san, I know it's really late at night, but maybe you can stay with us until the presentations are done and join us in the discussions afterwards. And thank you in advance. So therefore, on this screen, I am showing you Taro Igarashi, critic, and Bank Art 1929. In Japan, in Yokohama, art is being used for town building and in the cities. Incubation of art in the cities. Osamu Ikeda has been engaging in this. And as an architect, not just in Japan, but all over the world. By the waterside, he's been engaging in lots of projects. Professor Tom Hennigan. These 3 presenters will give us short presentations.
First, I would like to give the microphone to Professor Igarashi. Can you see the slides? Hope you can see it. Now let me make a brief presentation. One of the most famous art festival in Japan is Aichi Triennale, and I would like to take up the 2013 Triennale, which I led. And I would like to discuss the relations between art and cities. Aichi Triennale is rolled out not limited to the museums, but across the city. An outdoor exhibit is one of the characteristics of this Triennale. And this isn't really a joke, but back in 2013, I was the art director of this event. And back then, this was one of the candidates of the venue. Probably people in Nagoya can tell where this is. This is Nagoya Italian Village. It looks like Venice, Vienna, but this building has been demolished. And beyond the parking lot, you can see the edge of the Italian village in Nagoya. And this venue was already closed, but yet to be demolished, and it really had a good space. So we were hoping to have this as one of the venues. And this was one of the candidate sites. Aichi Triennale has led to the Vienna Triennale in Nagoya, but Italian village in Nagoya previously was being used as a spade for art. Art port comprised of a large warehouse where artists used the space for exhibit. And being used as an art space for a couple of years, it was then closed. And then it was converted into an Italian village. So Italian village, I thought, had a good affinity with art. As mentioned already, well, there have been a range of initiatives in Nagoya, but many of them have been carried out as one-off event. Contemporary art has been fostered, but then it was converted into the Italian village. And as Ms. Shikata discussed yesterday, Aichi has a ground of art and human talents. So in that sense, Nagoya has a good potentialities, but that has not been fully tapped yet, unlike Linz we just saw. And worked as a director, art director of Aichi Triennale, we thought that that was something that was rather area that needs to be worked on. And this is Vienna Biennale, which is sprawling across the city as the venues. And as you can see, all these new venues have been added, as shown in blue dots. I'm not an expert in Vienna, but architectural exhibit is something that I visit on a regular basis, and I also visit art festival as well. So every year I went to Vienna. This also has the largest scales of art as well as architectural exhibitions in the world. So I have been there many times. And with all the content and softwares, I cannot do but go. And once you're there, you can really enjoy the occasions. It is really extraordinary and different from your everyday life. So they also have venues designated to films, theaters, performances, and all the different ranges of arts. And this art festival started in the 19th century, so it has a longest history. So tradition is another asset of Vienna Biennale. This also has a World Expo-like systems. You also have pavilions of different countries. And it's been transformed or developed into a trust fund system so that it can maintain its independence. Aichi Triennale 2013 had a curator team so that I was able to garner their support. We had several curators, one of whom was Mr. Louis Bix, a British man. He has been involved in Liverpool Biennale. Liverpool Biennale is a biennale that puts art in and across the cities. And because we benefited from his experience, because Aichi Biennale 2013 started putting art across the city outdoors. And Louis recommended this artist, Richard Wilson. Nayabashi, along the side of Horikawa River, had a former bowling stadium warehouse, which is already demolished, unfortunately. And this facility was not functioning as a bowling alley. But inside, you still were able to see those alleys. And those hidden bowling lanes were coming in and out, and it is a large-scale installations. And that was one of the exhibit put by Richard Wilson. And the same artist had this artwork in Liverpool Biennale, and Louis Bix recommended him or referred him to us. And I think that this was a building that was meant to be demolished, and he just cut out a large circle that flips around. And this was something that he tried to do in Aichi. But we weren't quite sure if we were able to maintain the earthquake-proof property after adding such an alteration to the building. So he couldn't do that. Liverpool Biennale is something that I haven't had an occasion to visit personally, but outdoor artworks, many of them are related to waterfront and activities in the waterfront as well. If you take out the map, you can see installations are placed across the cities, including the water side. Aichi Prefecture also, this isn't really within the city, but across the rural areas in Aichi. The entire area of Aichi Prefecture can be the venue of the Biennale, and Sakushima Island also has had an art festival themselves. And this was one of the candidates that we had in our mind. Architect Minamikawa had this art outdoor installation, which was very popular among the people.
And this is also by Minamikawa. And in Japan, these so-called arts festivals that are relatively related to the water side, I wondered which ones are like that. For example, in Niigata, the art festival for water and earth. So water is in the title. On the right, you can see the dot architects. This is like the way bridges were built in the past. Ships or boats were linked together. These kinds of projects were being done. Other than that, in terms of water, festivals with water in the title. There is the City of Water, Osaka, which was held. So Osaka is known as a city of water, and they focused on this and started this project. The project on the right, this is like a manual fountain. And the budget is gradually diminishing. And in response to this, Yamano Kenji, an Osaka artist, Yanobe Kenji, excuse me, this is Lucky Dragon. So they wanted to get back at the fact that they have less budget. He modified a boat, and you can see the dragon head. And this head will spout out fire over the water. It was quite a spectacular work. And it was like he was trying to battle against the mayor of the city at the time, Hashimoto. And in Osaka, there's the former Namura shipbuilding site. An art space since 2004 has been used, including for events. It's now become a creative center. And in the initial stages, I was taking part. And there are spaces like this in Osaka, by the waterside. And also in Osaka, this is by the Kizugawa River, a young architect, Iwase-san. In civil engineering, this is quite unusual, and young architects were involved in these areas by the water, civil engineering. And civil engineering has long life structures. And by building this, in the past, there were buildings that faced away from the river. But now, long term, maybe we're going to see a switching of front and back. This has only just started, and with the local residents, in a variety of ways, we have mechanisms for getting them involved. More than architecture, the possibilities and potential of civil engineering. So gradually, we can take time and change the structures in the area. So that is where it will probably be very impactful. Other than that, this is in Seoul, in Cheonggyecheon, a project there. There used to be a river here. The river is now gone, and it is rather artificial, but where a river used to be, they are revitalizing a waterfront. And this was strongly supported by the mayor. And they are trying to change the front and back of the city. So the river was completely gone. But now, so back then, it was like in the backyard. But now this is coming to the forefront. And in the set location, an Oldenburg artwork was set up. So public art in Seoul is something they've been emphasizing for a long time. You do see public art across various places in Seoul. And this is also in Seoul, the Hangang Renaissance by the riverside in Seoul, including cultural facilities. There are a variety of facilities that they are building. That's something they're trying out. And this is... So boats have become architectures. In Paris, there's the Azure Flottant. On the River Seine, it's still anchored there. A Japanese architect, Endo, was involved in this for a long time. And by the waterfront, this was used by refugees as Azure. This was like a temporary refuge for them. And once the renovation is done, this can be used for exhibitions as a cultural facility. And for a long time, this has been anchored on the River Seine. And in thinking about boats and architecture, it's very interesting. And this is an architect was involved in this boat. Louis Kahn has been engaging in this project. So this is a boat for music players. And as you can see, musicians, an orchestra is riding the boat and comes to shore and performs. And this has become quite dilapidated. We hear news that it's in danger of being discontinued. I don't know what's happening today. And there's a pool on the water. This is also on the River Seine, Josephine Baker Pool. From the side, you can see people swimming. This is on the River Seine. And yesterday, there was a lecture by BIG. And in Copenhagen, the water quality is much better. And they have a project for a pool on the water. So there are lots of spaces like this. Do I still have time? And there are several examples that I have prepared. By the water, art spaces. There's the Tate Modern in London, very famous. It's a former power plant, and this is Busanson by the river. There was a warehouse, and they renovated it, and this is now used for music and an art center. Kuma Kengo did the renovation. So by the water, cultural facilities in various parts of the world, there are lots of renovations being done. That's all from myself. Thank you. Right, that was from Taro Igarashi. Thank you very much. And in his presentation, he gave us a lot of examples. By the water, the non-everyday life. By the waterfront, the characteristics. And in the city, the front and the back. On the waterfront, it's very easy to create that. And through development, through events, you can see a flip of the front and back. And on the waterfront, towards the end, you talked about the orchestra, the floating orchestra on the water. And the waterfront is a relationship of watching and being watched. That relationship can be born. There's like a sense of drama that you can feel. That's the kind of space it is. And I think those were the hints that he pointed out. Next, the next presenter, Professor Tom Hennigan. So would you like to introduce your project to us, please?
Hi,
and provide us with your ideas?
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about, of course, architecture that I've done at the water's edge, the edge of the sea or the edge of a river. I'm also going to talk about the work done by my students at Tokyo Gaidai in a rather brilliant design for the sea edge of Palermo in Italy. And I'm going to finish by showing waterfront projects that I did when I was 27 years old in London, my final graduation year. So it's a bit of a mess. There's no coherent theme to what I'm showing you, but it's kind of work that I'm proud of, even though some of it was from when I was very young. So this is one of a series of projects in Toyama. It was called Machi no Kao. It wasn't art. It was to create an experience for the local people to work alongside architects, and for them to then, by doing that, try to establish an identity for each, sometimes very small village and sometimes small town. But it was to introduce local people to the idea of working with people from outside their area. This was a screen which filtered the view of Toyama Bay behind. Okay. The design. The notion of the design was that you screen the view, and then you develop this tembodai that climbs up one side to look out then towards the sea. This is what, and the reason for doing that would be because of the mirage that happens regularly in Toyama Bay. This is a view of a ship that's flipped upside down because of the effect of the hot water in the bay. Sometimes the mirage creates a feeling of great depth when there is very little depth. And sometimes buildings appear close to the sea that are very distant in the background. But really what people are looking for in the sea when they go there is the Hotaruika. Not by no means as big as in scale with the photograph of the tembodai, but they're small creatures who, when stressed, produce very brightly fluorescent blue light. And so the way that this project works is you climb up a gradual slope up to the top to a little steel box on the top of the wall, and then you look out to the sea beyond. You look out, sometimes very romantic day, sometimes very sad or melancholic view. But this man had the right answer. I was up at the top of the tembodai looking out at the sea, and he came up and he put his hand to his head, just as you see here. And I quickly photographed it because for me it was an important part of designing next to the sea. The reason it was because there was only one curved line in the whole of the project. You can see it in the bottom photograph. And his hand is being put in a position similar to the way that the curved steel plate shadows the glass at the front of the tembodai. And you can see my drawing now for the builders to explain that I wanted, in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see I wanted, explain to the builder that I wanted that curve because that was a significant position for sailors. because the traditional dance for sailors or fishermen is this one here, the sailor's hornpipe, where they place your hand above your eyes repeatedly again to music. So it was trying to take a cultural habit, a cultural some aspect of moving your body that is particular to the function of these fishermen and sailors, and making that part of the building. The building then was extended to join up to a museum that we made, a squid museum that we made later. The attempt there was not necessarily to make architecture, because what we were showing in the museum was just a hotaruika. There was no great Michelangelo sculpture. It was a very small little creature. So we wanted the building to be something that echoes the feeling of a boat, but isn't like a boat, and which isn't like a building also. Through the roof, there's a bubble floats up. In this one, you can see the bubble, this bubble floating up and projecting through the top of the roof and bringing in light into the lower level of the space. This was it became a tembudai. It was basically a bridge. And I wanted to create, it was a bridge over a small agricultural canal. And that bridge looked out, or what was in the river was a waterfall, a small waterfall. So I wanted to create this bridge which participated in the life of the community at crossing point, which captured the sound of the cascading water and made you able to appreciate it clearly, and which could be used on festival days as a stage performing towards the people on the bank. So the very simple bridge, the metal cladding meant to be echoing the shape of the stones on the wall. And here you can see the waterfall, little waterfall, with the ears of the tembudai catching the sound. And on festival days, it becomes then, as I said, the performance space. The town wanted to, my parents were Irish, and so they were trying to get a band to play that was Irish, but they couldn't. They could only get Scottish, which was near enough, I guess. This is in Berlin. This was a project we did with Manu Kumar, an artist. It was one of those projects which I think Igarashi-san was talking about. A lot of people were talking about projects which have been set up to have a number of projects which comprise the whole artwork or the whole program. So in this one, the city government was trying to draw attention to the fact that Berlin was very much a water city. And so they invited 12 people or so to come and make projects in connection with the waters, the rivers that pass through the city. In this one, we made a kind of, we used the reflections and the shadows that are caused by the bridge. And what happened was that occasionally you'd get a perfectly smooth surface of the canal, and which every city, this of course you can see this is a map of Europe. So sometimes the water would be so smooth you could read it exactly like a map. And sometimes your ambition for the unity of Europe would be the kind of made a mess, would be not functioning because of the water, of the movement of the water. So sometimes it talked about the community of Europe, and sometimes the image was distorted. And the main image was made out of, or the main image of Europe was made as a composite of plans of Los Angeles and plans of Beijing. This is the project that I did when I was a teenager almost. It was placed on the edge of eastern England. And it was Peter Cook, Archigram, was the teacher, and he brought us to this place, mud flats, an area of very little happening. But he wanted us to carefully sense the characteristics that we would find there. And one of the main characteristics was the mist that occurs on the surface of the water as the temperature drops. And another characteristic was that in this very quiet place, there were bursts of jet engines every few minutes. There's an American Air Force base in this valley. Then we had to make a design for this place, and I didn't feel any great notion of what we should do there. I just had a hunch that the answer was in unidentified flying objects. I didn't see one. There was no rumor of one. I just had the feeling that in this place, with the loneliness of this area and the strangeness of an American Air Force base and the jets blasting off every few minutes, I just felt there would be some trace of mystery. So I read all the local newspapers, and there was no suggestion of unidentified flying objects, just a lot of suggestion of boat festivals. And so I imagined the design of a boat festival on the river, and jets flying through, and yachts and tents. And I remember that this tobacco company, Consulate, at the time was pushing the relationship between tobacco and nature, as if it was a true thing. You'll be cool as a mountain stream if you smoke these cigarettes. And all of these advertisements were framed by beautiful views of landscape, fake landscape. And so I imagined making a...
これは偽の風景ですけれども、そういうものを宣伝に使っていました。
Is that my timetable? No, okay, I'll keep going. And so this is the layout of my village. This is the notion of floating. If you haven't got a boat, you might have a tent and put it on a sheet of polystyrene. And the mist, I thought maybe we can project images onto it, and that like this. And then there will be one major performance space where the projection on the mist would be part of the show. And then it would always come to an end with the kiss in the fake fireworks. But as it so happened, suddenly there was the announcement that there were UFOs in this district. There were this is what the American Air Force Base colonel saw: a floating circular with triangle space on the top, flying through the trees around the airport. These were images of things that I thought, if you're trying to make some experience next to the canal in Nagoya, which is such a huge place, you needed when you have to talk about landscape, you need something very significant in scale, or you need something very significant in comfort. And these are my favorite chairs in the world, and it's wonderful. And that alongside the canal in Nagoya, the shape of the almost like Sydney Opera House forms could be beautiful. This is the grand mosque in Kuala Lumpur. It was a hot day, and it was so wonderful that you can lie on the surface of the marble base and look up and watch the sun reflecting on the surface of the water up onto the ceiling above you. I thought that was just, it was a very minimal, very simple, but amazingly beautiful experience. This is Bangkok, a fisherman's base, and a typical form of fisherman's place in Bangkok. This is a garden of, generally a water garden in Fort Worth, which I liked very much. That it was not a sculpture, it was a landscape. And this is the final thing I show you, the project done by my students. They were looking for reviving Palermo in Italy, and my students noticed that when you demolish a boat, it's like demolishing a major building. The shapes that we as architects enjoy, the Zaha shape or all of the elaborate forms here, are all the natural result of demolishing and cutting the ships, and that my students wanted then to transform that the slice of a boat became an art museum, another slice became an aquarium, and so on. And the final big slice here became an opera house. So this was a container ship rack where the floating art galleries could be lifted up by cranes and inserted into the museum, so you could change the program of each floor. And here is the opera house, and people in boats looking at the opera facing the river. And this the final performance. And this is the canals through Palermo with a lot of cranes. So the cranes could be used often to create and transport performance spaces. We get that to the end. So I think what I did want to say, I thought the first presentation was fantastic. The Linz project. And then subsequently, I think we've all talked about artworks or creativity as part of a community experience. And I think that's something that we tried in Toyama to do. And I suppose Kumamoto Art Polis, they tried to do all this idea of not just producing one object, but influencing the whole development of an area by several independent artworks or creations. And I think that's a really promising idea of not seeing the art as being separate from the community, but seeing them as important parts of each other.
Yes, Tom-san, thank you very much. This was a very attractive project. You showed us lots of visuals of very attractive projects. Thank you very much. We have one more presentation regarding Bank Art 1929. I'd like to invite Mr. Osamu Ikeda to give us a short presentation. But actually, we have to confirm the technical aspects. So we've been talking for an hour and a half now. And people have been listening for a long time. So let us take a 5-minute break. Currently, it's 11:33 in Japan. So let's begin at 11:38. Or no, let's start at 11:40 Japan time. And we'll start with Ikeda-san's presentation. So that will be in 5 minutes' time. So let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:40, so we would like to continue. And earlier on, Tom-san's project was introduced, and he talked about how by the waterside, there's the theatrical aspect, or in the city, the reflections, creating reflections in the city, spaces like that is the attractiveness or the potential and possibilities of areas by the water. So that's what I was feeling as I was listening. And lastly, our third presenter, our third case introduction from Bank Art 1929. The president, Osamu Ikeda, will give us a presentation. And Ikeda-san's camera is out of order, so we cannot see his face, but we can still hear him. So let's listen in to Ikeda-san. Ikeda-san, are you ready? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. In that case,
このタイトルのようになぜバンクアート
so this title, Why Was Bank Art Born? This is what I would like to talk about today.
横浜っていうのはまあ
The
今
city of Yokohama. So there are 3.79 million people. It's the second largest city in Japan. And Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe. So there are around 2.6 million. But Yokohama is about 1 million larger. There are now 3.75 million people, I think, in Yokohama. However, as a city, it is a new city. It has only a history of only about 160 years. And the port was built back in the Edo period. And all over Japan, there are cities with a history of 1,000 years, 100 or 75 years. But Yokohama started out as a fishing village, and there were about 100 small towns that developed to this size. And a characteristic of Yokohama is there are lots of characteristics. After World War II, in 1945, World War II ended. And it's the same as Okinawa. There was no airport. Until around 1955, it was left alone, because the American forces were in Yokohama, the US military, and they were unable to come to Tokyo. So this served as a buffer for a long time. And the reconstruction was happening in other cities, but in Yokohama, up until around 1947, up until around 1950, the reconstruction did not happen. And I learned this later, but a city that grows like this, until quite recently, it was a city that started to be built really recently. I was quite surprised.
There are two major devastations. One is the major earthquake in 1923 and the war, World War II. Fortunately, the major earthquake in 1923 has been followed by the creation of concrete buildings. So Western-style buildings have been constructed in large numbers. And during the war, U.S. attacks did not attack these buildings. Wooden buildings have been burned down by fire bombs, but stone and concrete buildings survived. And it was intended to do so because they needed to maintain some buildings for their occupation of Japan after the war. And in the post-war, it had to wait several years for Yokohama to be reconstructed. And LDP, has been taken over by Asukata administration of the Socialist Party in 1963. And Akira Tamura, a very strong urban designer, worked on the reconstruction of Yokohama during that period. And I believe that you are fully aware of the 6 major projects of Yokohama and over the span of 50 to 60 years. They have carried out 6 major urban planning projects, the biggest of which is Minato Mirai 21, or Kohoku New Town, and creation of express highways and Bay Bridge. And there was a major episode or anecdote prior to these 6 major events. In 1964, after the Tokyo Olympic Games, Tokyo and other areas have been designated as the cities with advanced highway system. So Tokyo and Yokohama has benefited from that initiative. And Yoshidabashi Village that connects Ishizakicho and Bashamichi have been connected by major highway. And they tried to reclaim the land, reclaim the river, but Asukata administration opposed the project. They said that a high expressway or highway is needed, but that didn't have to be created in an elevated manner because that can serve as a division within a city. That is why the highway was constructed only half underground. And that is the start of the citizens' pride of city building of Yokohama. So the initiative has been led by the national government of Japan. And Edo administration opened Japan through the gateway of Yokohama. And ever since, it's been led by government initiative. But gradually, can you hear me, by the way? Can you hear my presentation? Yes, we hear you. But out of that initiative emerged Citizens' Pride and a new movement led by the citizens. And up until 2002, Yokohama has gone through a major process of transformation, getting bigger in size, and Yokohama also developed itself as the bed town of Tokyo. And that developmental phase lasted for nearly half a century. And there, and Akira Tamura, urban designer, has been followed by Takeru Kitazawa, another urban designer, under Nakata administration that started in 2002. And Creative City Yokohama was the concept initiated under the government of Mayor Nakata. And this concept has been introduced at the final stage of the development. And they were trying to renew the impetus of that initiative. And I would say that this was half moratorium and half waiting. The project had been primarily led by the administration or the government over the past half a century. And then they just paused and given it a second thought as to how they want to develop themselves going forward. And they also paid attention to the art, and they tried to figure out how the city can be made better with the power of art. And that has given birth to Bankart 1929. It's a team that was initiated. And this is the background of the emergence of Bankart. So our initiative was not necessarily centered around art, but it was given birth to within the context of city building. And it was more like a project through which citizens tried to explore the answers to. And we are still not yet at the phase to have any major impact on people's lives, but the artist in residence program has expanded to accommodate like 1,000 artists, and city itself has been transforming into a softer shape. And you should be coming to Yokohama. And Yokohama has lots of skyscrapers in Yokohama. But this project is not a one-off project, and it is maintaining an open door policy, and it is open till 11 p.m. and it is also open on weekends as well. So the city is opening itself to the citizens, and we are not claiming that that was the outcome of our project per se, but I would say that we are into a right direction. Art and design and other areas are within the scope of our activities, but we are not in haste. Rather, we want to provide a breath for thought for people to think about the quality of lives, be it their homes or be it their streets. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. And I would like to conclude my presentations at this point. And these are the slides that only shows the visuals. And of course, we do have lots of exhibits. And we also have schooling programs as well. And we also handle a range of different city-related issues and questions. In a good year, we have as many as 500 projects a year. And this is a 17-year-old team. I have a question though. Into your 17th year, over the last 70 years, what has been a major shift or a turning point in terms of phase in your experience?
As I said earlier on, the number of artists has increased. The creators are active in a lot of places, and there's a lot of administrative related work as well, but that's one big thing. And another thing is, as I said earlier on, in the city, the way cities are built, before, it was very solid, stiff, fixed, high-rise buildings. But now, they are trying to open up the first floor to the citizens. And they are using the land-to-building ratio quite well. So we're seeing a new type of city building emerge. I see. Yeah, the sound gets cut off a little bit, I think, but... Right. Okay, in that case, the sound situation, sometimes it looks like Ikeda-san's getting cut off, but I think his presentation, I think he has been able to complete his presentation. So thank you very much, Ikeda-san. Now, Igarashi-san, regarding waterside art events and changes and examples, regarding the Aichi Triennale, that was very interesting. And he told us about the past history. And from Tom-san, about waterside projects and the potential of waterside spaces and expanding them. Tom-san introduced such projects to us. And from Ikeda-san, about bank art. In Japan, these kinds of waterside, continuous development using art, or art schools. Continuing this in Japan is very advanced, or maybe the only one in Japan. That's the feeling I get. but the past history of how it was created. Yokohama's city policy was how bank art started. And a lot of education, it spread to education and a lot of other areas. And at the beginning, Ogawa-san talked about the Lintz case, and I think there's some overlap. But there's also a difference in direction in how they grew. And Ogawa-san, so you've listened to 3 presentations so far. Is there anything that you felt or anything you'd like to ask? Any questions? So Ogawa-san, would you like to speak? Yes, thank you, everyone. These were wonderful, interesting, inspiring presentations. And Igarashi-san talked about how the Aichi Triennale, the efforts in Nagoya, and these are interesting curation. And I was very interested. And Tom-san, so the work of an architect, the life of the works is really long, the lifespan. So the social role is something that accompanies the works. But on the other hand, the link or relationship with the surrounding, how do you create an ecosystem? I think that's a very important perspective. And Ikeda-san's cases, there's a lot of resonance with us. And there's a lot of things I'd like to ask him. And one thing that I wanted to ask was, right now, these kinds of physical realities exist on the one hand, and then there's the digital reality, or realities maybe. Maybe they should be in the plural, and this meeting too. But on the other hand, it's borderless, but we're still seeing a divide. And in this situation, once again, the public commons, the shared things, the public spaces. So we're not talking about spaces actually, but the commons, something like a public commons. Through a pandemic like this, what's going to happen in the future? I wanted to ask our 3 presenters what they think. What do you think? Right. Regarding this, okay, let's ask our presenters. So, it's not just public spaces. Based on Ogawa-san's lecture, there are issues or a sharing of questions, a sense of the problem, and a place for sharing what we need to do. I think that's what we want to do going forward. So, Igarashi-san, what do you think? In Japan, online, remote efforts have fallen behind in the past, but over the past year and a half, I think Japan has advanced very rapidly. This was unthinkable in the past. The way we share, the way we are linked, connected. In university, something strange is happening. With students in your own department, you cannot meet them, but there are students who've gone abroad who cannot come back to Japan, but you talk to them on a daily basis. So it's a really strange relationship. But on the other hand, as someone related to architecture, in the past, online was a possible alternative for certain things, but online was not an alternative for others. And through this experience, people are starting to realize that, yes, it is doable online. But on the other hand, there are things that can only be done in a real space. And you're starting to see the value of things that can only be done in a real world. In the past, it was quite fuzzy, but now we're starting to see the options. So the significance of the real world, I think, is now becoming more visible. Thank you. Tom-san, can you hear us? So the question from Ogawa-san was, right now, we are in a digital age, and in this way, we have a lot of options now. alternatives, including digital ones. But on the other hand, we are seeing a divide moving forward. There are a variety of divides and fragmentations. So for us, going forward, there are things we need to share, commons, things like that. And regarding this, from your perspective, Tom-san, from your position, is there anything that you feel?
Yes, I do, and I think you phrased it nicely about the search for the commons, the things that I think that we can all benefit by proximity to, the commons. But I'm going to admit, I have no choice but to tell the truth. No? And the truth is that I'm quite scared of the moving forward, because when for example, when the virus started hitting and everybody jumped into Zoom, and I had no patience for Zoom. I found it, well, first of all, it was beyond my level. It was beyond my mental level. And I'm a little bit scared that is also true of a lot of people, that you talk now about the divide. The divide, then there is a divide. There's a divide between those who can do digital media and those who can't, and then or can't do it very well, like me. And I think that's because the potential of digital tools is so great. It becomes a big problem if you drop some of the community, because then they're not as good as with digital work as the other community. So that you talked about a divide, and I think that is a true choice of word. There'll be a selection, even if it's not an obvious selection. There will be a selection of people who can do something and can join in, and there will be a community of people who can't join in. And I'm sure we've had that problem, in every generation. But I feel it quite well. Also, and can I just one more point? It's basically the same point. But can I explain why I was so angry with Zoom? It wasn't just that I couldn't do it, or that I would forget how to do it. Between every day, I would forget how to do it. The thing that made me so angry with it was so ugly. I tried to talk to a lot of people about Dieter Rams, the German designer, and how everything he designed, first of all, had to communicate. It had to communicate well, and it had to be very efficient to use. And I looked at the keyboard, the Zoom thing, and I didn't know which end was to begin, and it looked like nobody. I still don't know. I've never found anybody who could explain that little symbol of the four just off square objects, the tree, and I don't know what they are. It says join, but there are about 15 ways of joining. And Dieter Rams would tell you, if you only need one button, you have one button, if that's all you need to communicate. So I'm a little bit, so there's two things. I'm nervous about the division of abilities, or the break between the abilities. And I'm irritated that the winner in this is not the one who produces the most beautiful tool. It's the one who produces the most careless tool. I mean, the Zoom now is, nobody asks, why is it so ugly? Couldn't it, with 10 minutes more work, be something beautiful that we could all enjoy? So, okay, I beg your pardon.
Ah, すみません、いいですか、ちょっとアドしても。
May I add a point? I think that is a very interesting point. The reason I'm talking about the commons is something that I would like to touch upon. Tom is finding a stress using Zooms, and that is globally shared stress. digital arena is no longer a technology or even a tool. And how can we transform this or redistribute it as a cultural element? The term I use, common, includes but not limited to digital tools. Under the specific environment of pandemic, we have to share and care and respect each other. And that, I think, is a perspective, good perspective, to look at Nagoya into the 21st century. Creation of a new commons can be initiated, and you can use Nagoya as a springboard. We are now talking with all the wonderful experts, public space or common space. We have to go beyond common space. We have to explore future commons. Could it be architecture? Could it be education? Could it be art? Or could it be something else? And that is something that I really want to know. And that is the question that we have to pose. And canal art can probably be figured out as we deepen this dialogue among us. So what exactly is common in the 21st century? What is the definition of it? And that is something that I really want to know. And that is why I just wanted to cut in. Thank you. Commons is the area that can be approached in many different ways, and commons is a factor that many considers very important going forward. And Nakagawa Canal, in exploring the future of Nakagawa Canal, or exploring the future path of it, the concept of commons can provide a very good bread for thought. I would also like to listen from Fukuoka Sensei. You have had lots of international experiences in landscaping and open space designing and green infrastructure and other green infrastructure is also an area of your specialty. So share with us your input. It's a very big question. I first went to the United States for my career, and much of the space that I worked on is public spaces, and landscaping have both private and public sectors in the areas of specialties, and different firms have different areas of specialty. Having graduated from a grad school in the United States, I worked on a park that was situated in between the black residential area and predominantly white residential area. And that is when we had a very deep discussion, and that I have had for the first time. And through the discussion and debate, they try to find answers to the questions. And as Kai mentioned yesterday, open space, or the creation of such open space, was the new method. I then went to Germany, and Europe had different method of creation than American model. And I came back to Japan and shared commons. Well, Japan is facing a challenge of creating a shared common as an open space to everyone. And the scalability is another question that is being questioned in Japan as well. And as to how to catalyze such project, you have to have a good vision, and you also have a larger framework within which to promote such projects. And how do you catalyze all these people involved in a project? Nakagawa Canal is enjoyed by many people who is having a stroll along the river. And that also can present a model of a shared commons alongside the canal, be it architecture or landscaping or art. Only one of the three cannot solve the challenge. All these have to work together, and that is how we create shared commons. To facilitate the creation, digital commons can play a major role, as pointed out by some people. But I personally believe that physical, natural, and outdoor environment and physical experience in that outdoor experience is key.
その間で多分こう体を取り合うみたいな時代に今なってるんだなって思った時に、どうやってその
We are going into a phase that does not necessarily require a body. How can we engage people in that endeavor? And how can we create an ecosystem for that? And that is something that is in an area of my interest lately. So that is something that I have been thinking about around the concept of shared common, real and digital, and fighting for the body between the real and digital world. And I think that that is another very interesting question and provocative as well. Ikeda-san, can you hear us? At the end of your presentation, you mentioned that the Yokohama city is changing, and they're trying to be more open with more common spaces for people that can be freely used by citizens, you mentioned. Even though you didn't really emphasize, but I also admit that bank art initiatives have promoted lots of programs. So probably what Yokohama is today is at the extension of your initiative, or is it the case, or is it not? And new commons. People in Yokohama, are they naturally interested in these initiatives, and what is the latest situation in Yokohama?
When I heard the word commons, I thought about a lot of people, worrying about a lot of people. That's what I thought about. And a big project exists. I don't know if you can call it commons, but there's an installation artist called Kawamata. And this time, on our side, in the city, we were trying to invite him for an installation. But because of COVID-19, he was unable to come over. And in Europe, there were about 5 projects, and all of them were cancelled. So we were saying, in that case, let's do it remotely. And we've had a relationship for a long time, but for the first time, for a month, from morning till night, he supported our project. We're saying, okay, 5 more centimeters to the left, 1 more inch to the right. And in the city, a real big installation was actually born. So I think this is very symbolic. So we cannot be close to him in reality, but we were able to do it. It's very strange. And earlier on, we think about people, for example, the atomic bomb was dropped, or there are places suffering from famine or food shortages, or the nuclear power plants, and so can we really help specifically? Maybe not, but we can think about them as we build our own cities. So this is kind of like chewing it over, and we're able to have exchange. So I won't say that this is a happy situation, but now I think the Earth is becoming one common place, a shared place. Thank you. So thinking about the others, it's become easier to think about others thanks to the digital tools. I think that's what you are saying. Now, as the commentators, we are starting to run out of time, but we have commentators taking part. giving us their thoughts and joining the discussion and giving us questions. If we could please invite questions from Nagoya City. In this session, the only person from Nagoya, from Sanyu Consultants, the president, Mr. Norihiko Kuno. So a lot of topics have been flying around today, but the Nakagawa Canal and Nagoya and the future. Regarding this, is there something that you think you can utilize? Or do you have that kind of impression, Kuno-san? Would you like to give us your input? Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Today, this is a wonderful session. Thank you very much for inviting me. And personally, I am not an artist. I am not an architect. I am just an architectural consultant. So we plan and design infrastructure, and I'm the president of this company. And my background is not as an artist or as an architect either. I am just an ordinary middle-aged man. And I am now 65 years old. I was born in 1955. And it just so happens that was when Japan was enjoying high economic growth. And in Nagoya, in my childhood, I was living in Nagoya. And today's discussion was, I think, about the level of culture. In Nagoya, the characteristic of Nagoya people is, culturally, they're not very good at transmitting information. Back then, personally, when I was a child, there was the Tokyo Olympics, there was the Osaka World Exposition, and Japan was very lively. But Nagoya itself, if you had to say, was in between Kanto and Kansai. It was in between two major cultures. And Nagoya was a little introverted. And it kind of had its knickers in a twist. So when you think about this historically, in Tokaido Gojusan-tsugi, up to Atsuta, people come that far, but from there you have to take a ship and cross the sea and go to Kuwana. And in Nagoya, the center is mainly ignored. And that being the situation, developing culture was difficult. And later, there was Kiyosu, but culturally, it's normally the rivers where people come together. And globally, I think that's how you see culture formed, along the rivers. And I regret to say that in the central part of Nagoya, there is no river. What we do have is the Horikawa or the Nakagawa Canal. Both of these are artificial canals, not natural rivers. And of course, in that respect, these are used commercially. So the citizens enjoying the waterfront was not the intent. And personally, I was living by the Horikawa Canal at one time, and you'd see rafts passing by, barges passing by, and the waterside was not for enjoyment. My parents, the grown-ups, told me, it's a dangerous area, don't go there. And not going close to the canal by the waterside was correct as a child. That was what I experienced as a child, but now we're talking about Nakagawa Canal and what can we do? But my image initially was negative. So this was a commercial waterway, and the residents were mainly facing away from the canal. But now, what can we do to bring people together? Today, in that respect, what do we do about advertising about our art? But in order to be able to do this very quickly, there are lots of issues we need to resolve. And the biggest is, how can we get people to gather there? There are two things I'm thinking of. One is improving the water quality. By doing this, along the Nakagawa Canal, people and children will be able to gather there. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday too, they talked about swimming pools on the water. I think that's an excellent idea. I think that's possible. So if you go there, you can have fun. Making it a place like that is important. And another thing is about art dissemination. That's another big issue. And events crop up and then they disappear. And then, like a light going out, people forget about it. So how do you overcome this? That's a big issue. It needs to be continuous. Something needs to be happening there constantly. Art needs to be developing there. That's the kind of place we need to create. And to start with a conclusion, that kind of thing, it's the local residents, it's the local government, and the people organizing the events. How can they collaborate together? That's important. And the conclusion is, who takes the initiative? That is going to be the most important thing. We cannot rely on the local government for everything. And even if the citizens are to do it, they need support. So support is necessary. We need people who will continue. We need like a receiver. So who takes the initiative? That is the important point, I think. And I'm sorry for being so haphazard, but thank you. That's all from myself. Yes, thank you very much. So towards the end, you talked about water quality improvement and the local residents and getting them involved and engaged and sharing a purpose or goal. And I think there's an overlap with the public commons discussion that we had earlier on. And as Igarashi-san was saying, there's a city that was facing away from the water side. How do we get them to face the water side? How can we get them to turn around? We cannot force them to do it. The local people, the people who are active there, they need to want to face the river. I think that's what's important. And in that case, earlier on, as we heard from Ogawa-san at the beginning, art should not be the goal or purpose. The next step, the next education. For this, art exists. I think it's linked to that discussion as well. And the people who do it, we're starting to talk about the people who do it, and Iwamoto-san, maybe we could have your comments, please.
Thank you. Future Commons, as proposed by Ogawa-san, and creation of Future Commons is something that I am really sympathizing. Waterfront is commons, but it has not been updated appropriately, and that is why it exists as it is today. And we are now discussing what should do about it. It needs to serve to attract attentions of many people. Otherwise, well, was it a Vienna village or Italian village? You really have to create something that people can relate to. You have to think about the future people can relate to. Otherwise, people will not be interested in. And so you really have to visualize the future people can relate to. Otherwise, you can't really look into the future commons. And I really have to pay homage to the Bankart of Ikeda-san, even though Ikeda-san would not like me say that, but Ikeda-san's Yokohama workshop, a workshop on Yokohama's future. And I'm right here in this picture. And this is where I learned the Yokohama urban issues. And I was leading the waterfront group, and we have been arguing that we should be creating a waterside residence, or mizubeso as it is. And I think that this is one of the positive outcomes of Bankart, even though Ikeda-san never said so. So this kind of positive ripple effect has been supported by Yokohama City, and there have been a great number of other artists whose projects have been initiated and supported indirectly, however indirectly, by Yokohama City. So my point is, Nagoya too has these opportunities. They will have these opportunities, and that is something that I really wanted to point out. Thank you. As Iwamoto-san pointed out, those people engaged will take an initiative promoting Yokohama from a first-person point of view. And that, I think, is key. As Ogawa-san pointed out at the outset, innovation was followed by pride, and which was then followed by branding and to economic feedback. I think that that is a path that we have to aspire to achieve. Having listened to all those comments, what success stories can you share with us in terms of the interaction between among the citizens at Ars Electronica or cultural infrastructure assets? How are they feeding back to the its activities with people in the city? Ogawa-san. Our activity is not centered around one project, unlike the case of Bankart. We are serving as a catalyst or catalytic institution, and I believe that people perceive us as a catalyst. I believe that there are different stakeholders or players and actors in Nagoya as well, in the area of waterfront, but they tend to move about individually. So they need to be organically connected and network. And to that end, you need a catalyst. And with a catalyst, you can then create an ecosystem. And once ecosystem is in place, commons and culture, as we call it, will emerge. And this is really the fundamental questions that needs to be dealt with, especially in Japan. Under the pandemic, commons needs to be figured out. And what exactly is future commons? In a megalopolis like in Tokyo, you only know your own area. So you may have your own commons. Say, for example, Golden Gai strip mall or bars in Shinjuku, but I think it is imperative to revisit and reinvent commons for the future. Another important factor is culture, meaning that it is not fashion, it is not style or in or out of the style. What Japan tends to focus is more about styles, like big data style or smart city style or whatever. But it really needs to be culture rather than fashion or fad. And Japan is yet to go be on that stage just yet. Culture needs to be cultivated and it needs to be taken care of and respected. And we have lots of metaphors within the concept of culture. So it's really about developing human resources rather than cities. And culture is key. Cultural aspects, cultural producers is new types of cultural producers needs to be fostered. Also curators, I believe that you have lots of curators in number, but you really need to develop next generation curators who can lead the creation of an ecosystem or serve as a catalyst. That is the type of talent that is highly needed. So in that sense, be it culture, culture, it needs to be first recognized that culture can be cultivated. And that is one of the biggest learnings that I learned in Vince. I initially thought that culture is something that one can really create, but once something is started by someone, then that has a possibility of turning into or being part of the culture. And pandemic gives you a great opportunity to spend lots of time thinking, and you also have to act first as well, rather than focusing only on thinking. Thank you. And it is now time to close the session 1. Wish we had more time deepening the discussion with all the panelists. And Linz is now 5 in the morning, or 5:30. It's almost morning, I'm afraid. So we should be closing the session. And allow me to give some recap, however insufficient or incomplete. We were very fortunate that we have been presented with a lot of interesting cases presented by 4 speakers. In art and creativity, which is the theme of this session, has been explored. And to recap the session, I would say, as pointed out by Ogawa-san, the key is culture. It is not about the number of people one can gather, but it is the cultivation of people, including education. And that is indispensable to create an ecosystem. And that ecosystem needs to take root. And that is the ecosystem through which future commons can be created. Society in that sense, or society as we know it, needs to have new types of creativity or new processes of co-creation. Nakagawa Canal, in that sense, against this backdrop, should be positioned as a state-of-the-art or spearhead hub that is joined not only by those state-of-the-art stakeholders, but it should be at the spearhead in creating new networks or new cultural spheres. Further, environmental purification or experience that can be shared among the citizens. We really have to create a shared goal with the people. And that, I think, is one of the mission of this type of event as well. I'm really hoping that Nakagawa Canal can serve as a springboard for Nagoya to start developing new talents and new communities towards the creation of commons in the future. And one point I need to add.
Excuse me. So maybe Ikeda-san should be the person to talk about this, but bank art. I have been taking part in bank art or using it myself. And actually what I thought was really good was, and Ikeda-san did not touch on this, so I will talk about it. There's a school and there's a cafe, and I think that's really great, because with exhibitions, there could just happen to be a really good exhibition at the time, or there are times when there are no exhibitions. But there's a cafe there, there's a school there. And at NYK, there was a waterside cafe. And after the school, you could go there for a quick drink and have a really good experience. And Tom-san, when listening to his presentation, I once again thought that buildings cannot be built on the water. So you need to face the water and have cafes, for example. And there are lots of art books, lots of bookstores, and at Bank Art too. And the bookstore there was a place for people to come together, for them to develop. And from Bank Art, Ishida Yuri, in Chojamachi, in Nagoya's Asen Bridge. So we have been able to create human resources, Yoshida Yu. So places like this are important. And the Aichi Triennale, it's the government that does this, so we were unable to do a cafe. But in 2013, in Chojamachi, in the city, we tried hard and we did an artist-run cafe. And late in the afternoon, people would kind of gather there and have discussions, lively talk. It was a very good place. I think that kind of thing is very important. That's serendipity. Yes, that's correct. a place where serendipity is born. That's right. So places like that. A commons is a place where things like that are born. So that's where they're born. And how do we maintain them after they are born? So we need to gather lots of ideas, and together with the local citizens, I think we need to move forward. So we could discuss for longer, but we do have afternoon sessions as well. Session 3. So let's make this homework for session 3 in the afternoon and end session 1. And Ogawa-san? Yes? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We would like to end session 1. I'm sorry we're not getting the Japanese sound. Aha, yes, we'd like to take a break. And the next session will start at 1:15. We'll start session 2, Urban Strategies that Start from the Waterfront. Thank you very much.
Good
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us at International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. Today and tomorrow, we have the forum in online manner, so you won't be able to join us at this venue, but I hope you will be relaxed as you listen to and watch at the forum online. Thank you very much for waiting. We now begin session 2, Urban Strategies Starting from Waterfront. Before we begin the session, I would like to introduce Professor Shinichiro Nakamura, Associate Professor, Nagoya University Graduate School, to explain the overview of the session.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, good evening, wherever you are. And in this session, we will be looking at urban strategies starting from the waterfront. Many attractive cities in the world have attractive waterfronts, and we want to focus on the Nagoya Canal and think about how we can utilize the canal. And here we will have a keynote speech from Rinio Brutto-Messo from Italy, followed by examples here in Japan. The Fugan Canal in Japan, and we will have a presentation by Mr. Masaaki Hanyu, and the Nagoya urban development plan, as well as the current situation of the Nagoya Canal, will be explained by Mr. Hideki Yamamoto of Nikken Sekkei. And these are the panelists. We will be having a panel discussion after each presentation. After all of the presentations, we would now like to move on to the keynote speech. Mr. Brutto-Messo is an architect and urban designer in Venice, and he established an organization for collaboration between the city and canal authorities. He is assistant professor of the AIUV, University of Venice, and he also has a lot of books concerning the relationship between cities and canal, and he is a key person in canal revitalization. Therefore, Mr. Brutto-Messo, please, the floor is yours.
Così va bene? Mi sentite? Mi sentite adesso? Perfetto, posso iniziare. Allora, buongiorno a tutti.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say hello to everyone from Venice in my hometown. And before I begin my presentation, I'd like to say thank you to the organizer. Thank you for organizing this interesting forum. It is unfortunate that I cannot join you at the physical venue today. And I would also like to express my gratitude to Professor Jinai, my longtime friend. He has been to many cities and canals around the world, and Venice is one of the study objects of Professor Jinai. And I'm not only saying thank you because of the out of formality, but because I have been working on the various aspects of cities where people live together with water for more than 30 years. But now that I have been invited to this forum, I was inspired to once again work on this important theme for the future of those cities. So I would like to make a presentation with the title, Recovering the Existing Canals to Improve the Quality of the Urban Environments and the Life of Inhabitants of Cities on Water. I have three parts to my presentation. First of all, as a general note, I will talk about city structure and organization, and an important role of water in improving daily life and urban environment. And next, I will briefly talk about successful cases of cities on water around the world. The canals have been appreciated as important asset and revived in these successful cases. In some cases, as a result, the canal became the symbol of the city, and then they were focused and gained attention internationally, and from economic, societal, and cultural perspectives, they were able to engender various benefits. So I will talk about these cases, and then in the end, I will come to a conclusion. When we look at the relationship between people and water in cities, in the last 40 to 50 years, a very important change occurred, which has been spreading rapidly worldwide. This global phenomena are emerging notably on two levels. First, as a change in the way cities are formed and developed, and second, as a fact that people are once again appreciating the quality of water and the presence of water in their daily lives. Looking at the first phenomenon, which is spreading around the world rapidly, the population is moving from inland area to the coastal area of the continent in a large scale. Now, the coastal area has only less than 60 kilometers, but a large portion of global population live on a coastal area. The population is concentrating in the coastal area. This trend can be seen around the world, and this trend does not appear to be stopping. And because of this, risks may be posed, and some risks are already posed. There are three reasons for that. First, because of the overpopulation in the coastal area, the quality of life in cities may be degraded. That is the first risk. And second is that these coastal areas and people living in coastal areas may face severe national phenomena such as inundations, flooding, and tsunami. And lastly, those inland vast lands that used to be used as farmlands are now depopulated and abandoned. Because of these phenomena, both human and material resources are lost. That is quite obvious. Regarding the second point, in the cities, people are taking process of rediscovery and reevaluation of presence of water in cities, and this phenomena were seen in wide areas, and it's an important phenomena, and it's continuing today. First, by reviving the waterfront, water has been rediscovered in cities, and also the waterborne transportation, particularly human transportation, were reproposed. And third, people are challenging to live on water, and this is related to the impact from climate change as well. And people are also giving attention to structures floating on water. And fourth is the revaluation and redevelopment of existing canals and cities, including those obsolete ones or those canals not in use. In many projects, as a prerequisite, they also worked on improving quality of water, and as a result, it has given great changes to city landscape as a city on water.
Now, when we talk about waterways, for the sake of comparison, we need to look at their nature, their origin, as well as their original function in order to distinguish between them. One is called channels, which means natural waterways. It has the function of connecting different bodies of water. The other one is canal. This is artificial waterway. So we need to distinguish between the two. Each one, or rather, the artificial canals, we need to understand that they were made for a wide range of uses and functions, which means defense and other functions were given to the canals. The relationship between the canals and cities, when we talk about this, especially for Venice and Amsterdam, these are representative examples, but the urban canals were elements that determined the structure and organization of the city. They were the one and only symbol or icons of the city. For example, in the ancient Aztec Empire's capital, Tenochtitlan, the city was built on a lagoon. It was built around numerous canals in an orderly manner. Bruges, Suzhou, Kurashiki in Japan are also other examples. These canal cities and their culture has flourished in many areas, and history tells us of how they flourished. Now, in history of civilization, people have made a lot of artificial canals in order to organize and preserve residential areas. However, after the 18th century Industrial Revolution, large-scale artificial canals, canal construction are seen around the world, and they have made large-scale success. In urban planning, the canal construction brought the waterfront to the city, and the image of the city has changed greatly because of the canals. New waterfronts were created, and that changed the cityscape. The street, plazas, and green belts were all fused together. So there was a time when artificial canals flourished, but then in mid-20th century, canals started to face a serious crisis. There are several different reasons because of this, but they were no longer being used as infrastructure, and they were left to deteriorate and became degraded, and then in the end they were abandoned. This era of degradation continued for several decades, but then in the latter half of the 20th century, a very interesting phenomenon started to happen. In many urban areas, the urban canals were rediscovered and were revived. The original functions were revived, and they were spotlighted because they, as a new waterway infrastructure, and totally new ways of usages were thought up, not just as waterways, but they gave value to the townscape, and also they became the symbol of the town. So they became emblems of communicating the new image of the city. In Seoul, the Cheonggi-cho Canal revitalization is one such example. Well then, how were the revitalization of urban canals realized? There are three major actions that were taken. The first one is to rediscover and revive the original usage and function of the canal. For transport, transportation may have been the original function. The second one is to look at the traditional usage and function of the canal and renew it and reform it. On the water, you might live there. Life on the waterfront may be another. The third one is creating and discovering new usage and functions of the canal. For example, along the canal, you might make a swimming pool, new ideas like this. However, in order to succeed in the revitalization, of course, it's not just the functional recovery that is necessary. The non-material value had played a very important role, for example, and that is about the cultural assets being rediscovered. And such a non-material value effectively promoted the recovery of the canal. It created another identity for the city. It is symbolic, or some hidden and lost cultural identities were rediscovered through the canal revitalization. And there are three phases in this reconstruction and revitalization. First one is to look at the tradition and urban history and relationship with water. And for this, we needed to have the involvement of universities and research institutes. The second one is dissemination and exchange of the research and survey results using IT and social network in order to disseminate the information. The third action would be establishing and promoting the values that were rediscovered, for example, through events, performances, and other religious events and festivities.
There are similar cases in Venice and also in Tokyo.
Non vedete le slide? Oh mamma mia, ma io ho parlato fino adesso e non avete visto le slide. Potevate dirmelo prima, caspita. Oh Dio. Che rabbia. Dovevate dirmelo prima, che stupido. No, ma è fondamentale la presenza di slide, però se non fate, se non vedete, io faccio la condivisione dello schermo.
The speaker is trying to share the screen. I apologize. I thought I was sharing my screen with everyone. Now, let me continue with my presentation.
Sì, certo. E veramente chiedo scusa un'altra volta.
I apologize. This is the first one. My presentation is divided into 3 parts, and this is the global phenomena. And here I am showing you how population is concentrated in the coastal area. As you can see, the inland areas of continent are depopulated, especially the farmlands are being lost, and waterfront areas around the world, and tourism boats, and also the floating structures in water. And the natural channels and artificial canals are different, as I said. Canals have different objectives. That is what I was talking about earlier. These are some photos of cities famous for their canals. The Aztec capital, and this is the photo of the time when canal was declining. At the time of Industrial Revolution, around 1920s, the canals were abandoned. Then in mid-20th century, one after another, rediscoveries were happening. So why are people rediscovering and revaluing canals? I said that there are many reasons behind that. Of course, they started resuming usage of canals, and people also rediscovered other ways to use canals. And they are intangible assets as well. The festivals and religious rituals, that's from Venice. So they are taking place as well. And then I will go back to my presentation. I apologize. I thought I was sharing my screen, but it wasn't shared with you. So these are some cases that I'd like to introduce to you. You can see the locations: Italy, Birmingham, Utrecht, San Antonio, Birmingham in the UK, Tampere in Finland, Utrecht, and The Hague in the Netherlands. Regarding the cases that I am introducing, I'm going to look at them with you one by one. Rediscovery, revival, and appreciation of canals in cities were driven by some factors, and I analyzed those factors myself. So there are 10 factors. And I will introduce these cases, but I am not able to talk about the complex situations and backgrounds of these canals. However, by introducing these cases, I hope that I can shed light on various aspects of the issues related to redevelopment of canals in the cities, and I hope you will find something useful for future projects. First is recovery of aspects of urban identity and history of the city and its cultural link to water. And second is improvement of water management, collection, treatment, and disposal. And also water-related risk mitigation. in relation to global climate change. I apologize, I'm hearing a noise.
Chiedo alle traduttrici se mi...
あり得るとしたら、あそこのマイクを回ってる。
Sì, sì, io la sento, però sento che prima c'era una... Posso continuare? Ok. Terzo punto, sistema di canali come...
The third is the canal system as a complementary or partially substitute element to the traditional land transport network. And fourth is the improvement of the quality of the environment in the areas along the canals. For example, improving the air quality and lowering the noise levels of coming from urban traffic. And also, by allowing access to the shore of canals using public transportation, the public space in the cities can be expanded, such as creating pedestrian and cycling paths along the banks and the collective use of onboard spaces between land and the canal. The sixth element is creation on the water surfaces of space suitable for cultural activities and ceremonies such as movies and concerts. And seventh, the combination of water from the canals with the greenery of the adjacent areas can create a new innovative urban space which increases the environmental value of the canal areas. And eighth, the new urban landscape of the canals with the advantages of less traffic and better environmental quality creates the conditions for a strong tourist attraction. And also the canal can be used as a venue for water sports. And the last factor is that the creation of prestigious environments around the canals creates the conditions for an increase of real estate values both for resident and commercial activities. I will introduce some cases one by one. First, two towns with canals in Italy, Venice and Treviso. Venice is my hometown. They are both in the state of Veneto. This state has rivers, canals, lagoons, and the ocean. The land is blessed with water, and thanks to that, in cities and farmlands, the mass culture that is related to water has been cultivated. First, Venice. I don't think I need to tell you a lot about this city, so I would like to give you some numbers. Venice, the history city, is along the lagoon, and lagoon is in the ocean. Several tens of islands compose Venice, and there are 178 canals and 438 bridges. The historical center is relatively small, and the population is less than 50,000. The population actually was reduced by 15,000 since the end of World War II. In Venice, this red area, we have canals and we have streets in black that is called Cali, and they are spreading around the city. That is a uniqueness of Venice, and canals in Venice had been reclaimed in the last several centuries, but some were excavated and water was poured into some of the canals. As you can see, this was a former canal which was filled up, and then in 1997, this canal was reopened, and now we can find water in the canal. And here, this street that we can see used to be a canal, but the former canal had been reclaimed. In Veneto, there is another attractive city with a canal called Treviso. For several centuries, the administration and residents have protected this image that the city lives with the water of canal. There is no poor maintenance of the water or the canal, and people live along the waterfront. And the canal is contributing to the improvement of quality of city structure, and tourists also appreciate that. Let's look at Milan as well. The canal in Milan is called Navili. Leonardo da Vinci at the end of the 15th century also studied and came up with various ideas in order to go between a large lake and a town by boat. He also came up with ideas based on a modern idea, hydraulic engineering. This is the map by Leonardo da Vinci at the bottom. You can see the sketch by Leonardo da Vinci, and this is as of 19th century. There is a network of canals. In the center, you can see the area where we still have the canals with water, and red and brown areas are the former canals which are not in use anymore. And several decades ago, these canals were used, and you can see those in photos. Unfortunately, in the 20th century, as I said, most of the canals were filled up, and the remaining canals were also degrading as well. The system of the canals. Many of the canals were reclaimed. However, some of the areas became fashionable after redevelopment since latter half of 1990s because of the bottom-up approach and grassroots activities. Navili was to be revived, and in Expo in 2015 in Milan, it became a trigger to revive parts of remaining canals, and citizens also wanted to recover many of the canals, and they are petitioning that to the authorities. At night in summer, people are gathered in the area called Navili. And citizens' organizations are also taking various actions. Those waterways that have traditionally been used, connecting Switzerland to Venice and Milan, the waterway allows people to travel these places by boat, and people are trying to regain that benefit back. And also, large vessels are used for tourist attraction. Let's look at Birmingham now. Birmingham, along with Manchester, was a center of industrial revolution in the UK. Industrial revolution was progressed, and then the canal network was created to cover the urban centers then. At the peak, Birmingham Canal network had the total length of 257 kilometers. This is a gas street basin. This basin is the center of the canal network, and it used to be one of the most important canal networks in the UK. The Birmingham city landscape in the 19th century had the canal network, which was the characteristic of this city, and you can see the photos. Along the canals, there were residential areas for factory workers, but buildings were cheap and they were not sanitary either. Most of the canals and cities were no longer used starting mid-20th century, and they were abandoned, as you can see in the photos. And as a result, the wide areas in the city were degraded. Since the mid-1980s, Birmingham City Council started to think that they needed to improve the image of Birmingham by enhancing the livableness. And the first target of the redevelopment was the center of the city, which was not developed after the end of World War II, including the canals. Birmingham was bombed in the World War II, so it was hard hit in the war, but immediately after the war was over, the city redevelopment project started, but the center of the city was not handled in the project. So the Birmingham City Council started working with a developer called Agent to redevelop the Gas Street Basin, including Mailbox and Brindley Place. They started this redevelopment project. The construction started in 1994 and ended in 2009. Currently, in Gas Street Basin, we can find bars and restaurants along the canal, and traditional narrow boats are going along the canal. The industrial legacy is modern, and industrial legacy is combined with the modern cosmopolitan landscape and providing a nice lifestyle. This is after the redevelopment project. And another one is Tampere. The town of Tampere is in Finland, but from the perspective of North Europe, Tampere was one of the areas central to First Industrial Revolution. In 1779, this city was officially established. And there are 2 lakes, and the roads were developed and paved along the river connecting the 2 lakes. So these 2 lakes have the difference in the height by 18 meters. That's why there's a rapid flow. But the length of the river is only 1 kilometer or less. Since the 15th century, for several centuries, this natural river had been developed into an artificial canal, Tamarkovsky Canal. A dam was established to adjust the flow of river. And then various factories enjoyed the supply of electricity from hydraulic power generation. And there are factories of Finlayson. The company is a cotton maker, and there's a factory of Tampella, the heavy industry machinery manufacturer, and Tako, the paper maker. And the chimneys of the factories became the symbol of rapid economic growth. And Tamarkovsky Canal became the center of largest manufacturing hub of the region. But after the beginning of 1980s, these factories were closed down one after another because industry faced the crisis. So the situation was struggling, but at the end of the 1990s, Tamarkovsky Canal redevelopment project started. And there were three pillars for this project. First was to leave the large structure of factories there and attract new industries such as IT and tech industry and service industry, including offices, cultural activities, and restaurants. There are many large structures in this area. This is a banknote of Finland, and you can see the factories that are printed in the design of Finnish banknote. Tamarkovsky Canal, the city landscape was valued, including the typical facade consisting of red brick buildings, and it was registered as a cultural heritage of Finland as well. The only factory that is still operating is the paper manufacturing factory of Tako. And the environment of the waterfront was also valued, and water quality was managed so that people can gather along the canal for commercial activities and leisure activities. So they are mindful of water quality management. The redevelopment projects along Tamarkovsky Canal became a great success for this city. Next example comes from Montreal. Montreal is the second largest city in Canada. St. Lawrence River is located there, and it was an important port city. St. Lawrence has a rapid flow, and for several centuries, the navigation safety issue was present. And then in 1825, the Lachine Canal was established. The total length is 15 kilometers, width is 6 meters. By using this canal, people can maneuver rapid flow. This canal connects the Lake St. Louis and former port of Montreal, and people can now safely go to the inland area. Many factories were located along the canals, and some of them were very large, and they became the symbol of economic power of the port and town of Montreal. However, the vessels became larger and larger, and also another waterway, St. Lawrence Seaway, replacing the canal, was opened in 1959. As a result, in mid-1950s, this area rapidly declined, and Lachine Canal was no longer serving function as an infrastructure, and some of the canal was reclaimed in 1970. However, starting around 2000, the interest in the canal flared up. This is important for the history of Canada. With that notion, it was registered as the Historic District of Canada in 1996. And since 2002, vessels for sporting purpose were allowed to navigate. And along with that, revaluation and reuse process of large aqueducts along the canal started. And currently, there are real estate businesses and projects ongoing, and service industry and resident service industry is attracted, and cultural activities are taking place. People are living there as well. The former industrial architecture is also remaining there. The abandoned landscape along the canal has changed significantly. There is a greenery area and a cycling road, And the environment along the canal and waterfront has been revived. Lachine Canal was reborn, and now the Lachine Canal is regaining its original function and role as a canal. And now ships can also go along the canal as well.
Now I'd like to move on to look at San Antonio. It's the 7th largest city in the United States. The San Antonio River that flows through the city, people had a very close relationship with the river. And this very wide green belt is one characteristic. In the center of the city, the river runs through, but you have this, it makes a big turn in the middle of the city. And around this area, you have shops and bars and restaurants. It creates a very lively and attractive place. However, in the past, for two times the river overflowed in 1913, and then larger damage was caused in 1921 when the city was flooded. And the people in the city, as well as the administration, started to question about having a river meandering within the center of the city. And this great bend was changed into a drainage system. The water flow was closed in two places. These two places, and the river flow was straightened. In this part, was changed into a place with a drainage system, and concrete was used to harden and cover this bend part. However, a young architect, this photograph here, Robert Hugman, in 1929, came up with a counter proposal. He said that this bend part should be open with water, and around it, greenery should be established. He said that on both banks, a two-stage structure should be made, with the upper structure for vehicle roads and the lower stage along the river should be created into a promenade. And bars and restaurants could also be built in this area. Hugman came up with this new river walk plan, which included a 31-step bridge and other elements along the waterway. He has left behind many sketches. Bridges create these large arch shapes so that gondolas or floats that take part in the river parade every year could pass under the bridges. And Hugman emphasized the importance of the scenery along the river. And 11,000 trees lined the river, and he also instructed where they should be placed. And he presented this plan to the public, and many people agreed. And in 1938, this river walk plan was approved by the local government. A river network within and outside of the city was created in this plan. The outside waterway stretched over 24 kilometers, and the waterway within the city stretched over an 8-kilometer area. You can see in photographs and picture postcards of the time how high a quality this urban space had. The water flow was controlled through this drainage work, and so it was almost like a artificial canal. And around the water flow, very beautiful constructions were made, and it added new value to this waterway. The San Antonio River Walk was a great success because it had harmony with the cityscape, but also it was made not just for the residents, but also it attracted many visitors and tourists. Along the river, you have a parade every year. It became very famous. A platform would be placed on the water, and also along the banks, many events and attractions will happen. And Now the administration is thinking of expanding this river walk water area. Lastly, I'd like to look at the Netherlands and how the Netherlands has always related with water. In many Netherlands cities, water systems were used as a defense from outside enemies. But because traffic congestions became an issue, for example, in Utrecht, this canal was filled up, or rather there was an idea to fill this up to resolve the traffic congestion issue. That was in 1968, and later on it was filled up to create a road. However, citizens criticized this plan, and therefore once again the canal is to be reopened. This is what it looks like today. Before and after the canal was filled up. And then in The Hague, a similar thing occurred, we find something similar. The citizens raised their voices saying that they wanted to have their city with a canal back. And so these are photographs after the canal was reopened. Now I'd like to go on to my conclusion by making 4 recommendations. Some items that should be prioritized when you revalue and think about canals. Now, canals are artificial constructions. However, the natural element, water, is also a part of the canal. So when you make new developments, you need to consider the natural water as well as the artificial canal so that you can strike the appropriate balance between the two. Secondly, my recommendation is that you should not rely too much on technology, even if it's the latest technology, because it is not going to guarantee the success of the development of an urban canal. What is essential is that you need to always be aware of the characteristic of the water, which is a natural element. Thirdly, where possible and where beneficial, always go back to the original route and usage of the canal. Retrieving that even partially is very important because you will be able to preserve the legacy, a historical legacy, but also you will be able to create the identity and preserve the identity of the city in a very creative way. My 4th suggestion, take a holistic view in looking at the problem solution and setting development goals, for example, flood risks, urban issues, natural preservation, or retaining the past usages, and also the activities that you want to carry out in the future. You need to consider all these different elements. By doing so, although I cannot guarantee, you will be able to retrieve the wonderful asset, which is the urban canal. And you will be able to go promote the process of a reevaluation. And thank you very much. I'm very sorry that at the beginning I was not able to share with you the slides I have prepared.
Thank you very much, Rinyo-san. So you introduced cases to us from all over the world. And regarding Brutto Meso-san, based on his presentation, we'd like to talk about Japanese cases. In Toyama Prefecture, we have the Fugan Canal and the Kansui Park. And this will be presented to us by Hanyu-san. Hanyu-san is the Art House Oyabe art producer, and he worked with the Toyama city. And he was also in charge of civil engineering for a long number of years. He has been involved in the planning and project for the Fugan Canal. So Hanyu-san, please. Yes, thank you for your introduction. I used to work for Toyama Prefecture. My name is Hanyu. Now, can you see my slides? I'm trying to share my screen. Yes, we can see. Okay, in that case, I would like to talk about Toyama Prefecture's Fugan Canal and Kansui Park. And regarding this park, I have been involved for a long time. And today, when thinking back, this Fugan Canal and the revitalization and utilization project is discovery of local treasures and creation of its new value. The Fugan Canal's revitalization was moved forward, and the Kansui Park is now crowded with many people. It's become a very attractive waterside area. Now, back in the 1985, excuse me, so the Fugan Canal was no longer used and the water was polluted. The water was dirty and it was considered something unwelcome. And people talked about filling it in and turning it into a road as part of urban planning. And both the prefecture and the city had come up with such plans. However, looking at this Fugan Canal, people said, no, this should be utilized in town building. This is a treasure. There were people who looked at it that way. And this person, at the time, was in charge of urban planning at Toyama. And even today, his foresight is amazing. And this led to the Fugan Canal revitalization project. That was the starting point. And the Fugan Canal, from Toyama Station to Toyama Bay, it's about 5 kilometers. It's a canal. And in 1928, it started as an urban planning project, and in 1934, it was completed. It is a Toyama Prefecture project. And it's not only the canal, but the river as well was filled in, the Jintsu River. And the city area was also smoothed out. So 3 projects ran together at the same time. And the landfill plan was suggested. So this is planned, and then the start of construction and completed, and it was used for 45 years. And then in 1979, there was a reclamation plan to fill it in. And like I just said, this canal revitalization plan, it started around 1984, and up until today, for 37 years, it's taken this long. A variety of plans have been drawn up, and we've been engaging in them. In 1983, around 1983, to the north of Toyama Station, let's create a new city base. So this was the urban future plan. So idle land to the north of the station was utilized to create a new business park. And this business park, inside it, a symbolic oasis, is the Kansui Park. And this is a little later after this, but the canals, the Fugan Canal, the most southernmost part, it's close to the station, is called the anchorage, Funadamari, and centered around this anchorage point, a city park would be prepared. But not only that, from the port all the way to the upstream of Jintsugawa River, over a wide area, there was a greening plan. And that is the Toyama 21st Century Water Park Jintsugawa Plan. So this is a very grand name for a grand project. And in this grand project, the central part was the Funadamari anchorage, and utilizing this for a park. And in the park, this was the urban planning part. On the other hand, the port. Turning to the port side, the Fugan Canal should be revitalized and renewed. So that was the new trend. And Port Renaissance 21, this plan was set up following the water park plan. And there were challenges and responses for the project. Broadly speaking, there were the local problems and there were the administrative problems. The areas surrounding the canal, the residents, and the representatives of the residents, the members of parliament, there were many people against it. And the prefecture said it would fill it in, but then it changed its policy and people felt distrust. And another thing was the administrative problems. They came up with the water park plan, and that was part of the urban planning side. However, as a canal, the canal was owned and managed by the port. And from the port area, it would be excluded and switched to the urban planning part. Otherwise, it could not be turned into a park, which means that adjustment was necessary. So the state, prefecture, and city, the administration wanted to keep the water. And all parties agreed. There was some opposition, but gradually the plan moved forward. And as I just mentioned, there's the port part and the urban planning part. You had to draw the line. So that was the big administrative problem. And the port part was up to here. And here is the new urban planning part, the urban park part. So this was how the lines were drawn. So there's the harbor area and the city park area. And this shows you the park project. The area is 9.7 hectares. Overall, the costs came to around 12 billion yen. And overwhelmingly, it was the real estate, the surrounding land that had to be acquired. The center part was owned by the prefecture, but the surrounding land had to be acquired. And in total, it cost around 12 billion yen. In 1988, construction started, and in 2011, it was completed. And it was close to completion, and at that point in time, the park was created, but it wasn't used at all. So they wanted the park to be used more. So this was instructions from the governor, or homework from the governor. So there was plans to raise its value by improving the park use. And there were efforts to make it more festive, more widely used. So advertising about it, events, lifting restrictions, using private sector power, making attractive facilities. And also, we decided to operate ships. So spring, summer, autumn, winter, by season, there were a variety of events held. And through this, the Kansui Park, for the people of the prefecture, became more well known. And this shows you the boats. It's called the Fugan Overwater Line. And there were also canoe lessons. And Ai no Kaze is a group. And TV stations hosted marathons, and a newspaper company hosted a Hawaiian festival. So it's not just the city hall or the prefecture, it was the private sector that very constructively and aggressively took part in this. And while this happened, Starbucks Coffee decided to come to Toyama. And we thought, in Kansui Park, we wanted them to create this. And we talked with Starbucks, and as a result, things went very well. And in the park that was planned, in the location that was planned, a perfect-sized, beautifully designed Starbucks came into being. And this was very, very popular. And we call this the most beautiful Starbucks in the world. And regarding running the ship service, it's become a very good service. Initially, in the year 2009, these small electric vehicles and solar vessels called Sora, and in 2015 and in 2017, new ships were added, and all of them are solar powered. Currently, there are 4 vessels, and about 50,000 people a year take rides on the boats. And creating attractive spots. We have been trying to add new charming spots. And at night, the night scenery. We've been doing a lot of lighting up and lighting events, preparing the facilities and holding such events. And also exchange between people and animals. We have a bird sanctuary in part of the park, and citizens can come and observe the birds from one of the huts. You can observe the winter birds. So this is the sanctuary, and in the back, there's the newly built Toyama Prefectural Museum. And in the year 2005, so the most successful tourist city by the seawater, San Antonio. We visited San Antonio, which is so famous and successful. And there, it's a wonderful place. And what's the secret? Why is it so attractive? We believe there are 7 key words, and we've summarized this. One is, there is an oasis landscape, and there are charming spots, and the buildings are beautiful, and the design control is done with very good quality. And as Herman-san brought globally famous restaurants to the waterfront and provided lots of things that people can enjoy. And there are riverboats, which are very popular, so you can enjoy the rides. And by the waterfront, there are outdoor theaters. Every night, you can enjoy shows. So these are events. Those are very important too. And these are together with the water. And they attract people towards the waterside together with the water. And another thing is there is careful maintenance. They are beautifully cleaned, and each and every one of them are meticulously maintained to welcome visitors. And you can visit them and have a really good time. And after you come home, in the case of Kansai Park, there's one more thing. You can come into contact with animals. I think that's a very important keyword. So there are these 7 keywords plus 1 for us, so there are 8 keywords. And the Kansai Park, we've won a lot of awards. So we do enjoy a very good reputation. And the Fugan Canal and Kansai Park, we've been involved in this for a long time. And this process, looking back, there are 4 stages in the development of Kansai Park. And after going through these stages, Kansai Park has gradually evolved. One is the stage of discovery and change. We talked about filling it in, and then we decided to keep it. So that was a big change. And next, one after another, there were lots of plans drawn up. So this was the stage of planning and construction. So park projects take a long time, and we've continued to stick at this. And once completed, or close to completion at that stage, we had to utilize it and evaluate it. That was the stage of park use and evaluation. And through use and evaluation, enhancing the value. And through evaluation and a good reputation, Starbucks actually, at an in-company global competition, it won the #1 prize in terms of melting in with the environment. and getting along well with the environment. And I think that was very effective too. And recently, this is the stage of culture. So in the park, the number of people visiting the park has come to around 2 million people. So this is one of the top tourist spots in Toyama Prefecture. And in 2017, the prefectural museum was built in the park. So it has evolved into a cultural place. So this is like a urban oasis with a high degree of satisfaction, and it's become a very welcoming space. And it's not for me to say, but the festive or the crowds that we enjoy today. So the ability of realizing potential and the planning that indicates future destination, and for a long number of years, people have made efforts to make it better. And another thing is, and the governor, in a very powerful way, talked about how Kansui Park needs to be better known by the world. So there was intensive activities and investments. So focus and quick action. This was very effective. And there are still lots of issues remaining. There's the issue of garbage, and water plants are flourishing. There's dioxin. And there's the problem of car parks or parking lots. And another thing, this has been an issue from the past and will continue to be so in the future, design control. So facilities in the park and design control regarding the surrounding scenery is another outstanding issue. And the scenery is a resource. So we need to enhance how it looks, the view, and usage of the surrounding land. So right now, we cannot say it is a perfect landscape. So regarding land use in the surrounding area, changing it to make it an attractive place to stay. That's something we need to do. And another thing, the Fugan Canal. So the area surrounding the waterfront. And then there's the light rail, the Toyama light rail, which is running here, a railway system. So there's the city transportation axis and the port ram axis. And they're very close to each other. So we need to link them, strengthen the linkages, so that we have these two urban axes that we have. They need to be utilized further. No other city has this. And the Kansui Park is about 100 hectares. It's very compact. And we've been doing a lot of things regarding this. And the canal itself is 5 kilometers long. It's quite long. So this large waterfront exists. And the greening in the surrounding area is being done. And boats are using the canal. But this great, wonderful water space, we do not think we have been able to utilize it 100% yet. So going forward, there are still a lot of issues that we need to solve. That's all from myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanyu. I was able to understand that there were a range of issues, but Fugan Unga's regained popularity was very well explained in a very systematic manner. Thank you very much. Now, coming back to Nagoya, looking back at Nakagawa Canal, what should we do? It's been pointed out that situations around Nakagawa Canal has been stock taken, but Mr. Yamamoto will discuss the current situation of Nakagawa Canal. He's now the executive director of Nikken Design, and he graduated from Kyushu University Graduate School, and then he joined Nikken in 2002. And he worked on the projects of Midland Square and Tokyo Skytree. And since 2010, he has been transferred to Nagoya office, and he is now involved in a project of redevelopment of area surrounding Nagoya Station. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm Yamamoto of Nikkei Engineering Design. What you see is the waterfront near Tokyo Skytree. And I've been briefly introduced by the moderator, and I look like this without a mask. Now, let's discuss a little about the Skytree. The 600-meter tall tower was the project, and before starting the construction, we did lots of research visiting many high towers, and this was the highest tower at that time. This is the tower in Macau, which is very elegant, and this is the one in Kobe. And this is something that Dr. Jinnai is most knowledgeable about. And these tower pictures have been drawn over and over since Edo period. They're using the same waterways, as was the case with Edo period. And this was a very famous picture. The sky tree was already included by the picture by Utagawa Kuniyoshi. And I didn't add the tower myself. And in Asakusa, there was the first ever tower with elevator in Japan that has 12 stories. So towers has a strong affinity with the waterfront. And Sky Tower is located in a downtown area where I wasn't quite sure if that can have a strong affinity between the downtown landscape and the state-of-the-art tower. This was the perspective as the time of the planning, seen from the Sumidagawa River. And when we looked at this picture, we were convinced that the project is to succeed. The tower is about half a kilometer away from the river, but it looks like this. And let's take a look at the overview of Nakagawa Canal. And some may have a repetitive lecturing, but please bear with me. Former Sasashima Station of Japan National Railway and Nagoya Port was connected with an additional waterway, which is Nakagawa Canal, and that was fully completed in 1932. It was the canal of 8.2 kilometers long. Its width varies from 36 to 91 meters, and the depth is 3 meters. One of the characteristics of this canal is the locks at Nakagawa to maintain the level of the water. And this uses the same system as the canal. And this also has a tidal variations of the depth, and that was the Matsushige Lock. Panama, I'm sorry. And this is the sectional view of the canal, and that width can be varied between some 30 to 90 kilometers. And this was also the path of a small creek in the past. It was excavated, and the excavated earth was used for the reclamation of the land at the coastal side. And that was also a low-lying wetland that was reclaimed, and that will then lead to the creation of the land on which buildings and facilities can be built. And this is considered to be the facility for the port operations. So this was considered as part of the Nagoya port, and that has been administered and managed as the port facility. And because it is adjacent to the waterfront, it was within a part of Rinko region that can be dedicated and used for port-related facilities only. And after the completion of the canal, distribution and logistics have been facilitated with a very good connection with the cargo rail station. This has been widely used, and it's because it has been maintained with at the same level of height and depth that has greatly improved the capacity of traffic despite the tidal changes of the ocean. So thanks to the Nagoya Canal, we have been able to establish the distribution system commensurate with the developing in manufacturing industries. And that was the reason that the region has been able to invite manufacturing industries. This also has served as the reservoir of rainwater, which can then be pumped out to the ocean. And this also has helped achieve the better water management and river management in Nagoya region. And 1960s was the area when the traffic on the canal was peaking. And as we talk today, the traffic has been down to 1% from its peak. And at the mouth of the river, the facility had been organized and developed, and it's now used for art events or for regatta sports event. So the mouth of the river is now being used for different purposes. Going forward, these are the list of expectations I have for the canal. Distribution or the logistic traffic has been declining, but because of the risk or the earthquake hazard, we really need to ensure the emergency logistic route at the time of an earthquake. And also, Nagoya is also the area that has a risk of internal flooding. And this reservoir function can be quite useful. Also, marine tourism, also the waterfront park facilities and environmental conservation can be achieved with a better use of this canal, because the canal is open to the south, open to the ocean to the south. This can be useful in terms of maintaining a good environment. This also has a potential to be used as sports and recreational facilities, and this also can be the center of culture, as was the case with canal art and other events. And these have been proposed by many over the years, and back in 2012, they have formulated a plan to reinvigorate Nagoya Canal. Their mission is to connect the history all the way into the future, and it has a very smart tagline. And as you're aware, we have vermicular village and other facilities along the riverside, and we are making baby steps towards the completion of the project, and we'll be discussing whether this can be successfully completed. And before closing, I would like to go back to the Skytree. South of Skytree was a not so clean creek called Kita-Jukken-gawa River. As you can see, this is not really an approachable river, and when I first went there, it was stinky. But today, I'm not sure if you like artificial design or not, but just by the tower, there is such a recreational area where people can take a stroll, and this kind of facilities are being developed. And then, as has been the president of Linnai said, clean water is really the start of such a project, and that is with which I would like to close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamamoto. Thank you for helping us catch up with the schedule. So right now, about Nagoya Canal, there was an introduction of the current situation. And so we are short of time, but I do think we need a break. Let's take a 5-minute break. Currently, it is 2:38 Japan time, so let's start again from 2:43. Thank you very much.
はい、それでは、再開したいと思います。
Now we would like to resume the session. We are moving on to the panel discussion now, and we have Mr. Bruto Meso, the keynote speaker, and Mr. Hanyu, and also Mr. Yamamoto, who introduced Nakagawa Canal initiative. And we also have FSG Landscape Architect Head and Associate Professor, Nagoya City University Graduate School, Dr. Akihiko Ono, and we have Professor Katsuyuki Takenaka from Aichi Prefecture University. And we have Vice Chair from Aichi Institute of Technology, Lecturer Nobuko Kawaguchi. So we heard the keynote speech and the two presentations. Mr. Bruto Mesu, can you hear us? The interpreter is speaking to Mr. Bruto Mesu, but we can't hear him. Then, Mr. Hanyu, can you hear us? I guess Hanyu-san is not with us either. Yes, I am here. Are we ready? Mr. Bruto Meso, can you hear us? Yes, I can. Thank you. So, Mr. Hanyu introduced the Fugan Canal, and Yamamoto-san introduced the Nakagawa Canal. So, do you have any comment on the two presentations?
Sì, ho trovato tutti e due i casi molto interessanti. In particolare mi ha molto colpito il caso di Toyama.
Left a strong impression is about the Fugan Canal in Toyama Prefecture. I've never been to Toyama before, unfortunately.
È un caso di grande interesse, con una qualità del disegno.
I thought it was interesting. I am an architect and designer as well, so from the architectural design perspective, it's very interesting. The water management and technology, I'm not an expert in that, but in terms of the planning and goals and the outcomes and the architectural landscape, from these perspectives, it was an interesting case. Also, what is the aim? I talked about San Antonio, so it was very interesting to hear the observation on San Antonio case as well. San Antonio, the observation was very similar to what I thought as well. So I resonated with what Hanyu-san said. And from Nikken Sekkei, we heard about Tokyo Skytree. Tokyo is much larger than Toyama, and not only the scale, but I believe Tokyo has other issues and challenges as well. But in a megalo city of Tokyo, a great effort has been made for several decades, looking at the waterfront area and the people living there. And they have made effort to regain the canal and waterfront area. I know that much more has to be done, but as Professor Jinnai said, Tokyo can be once again made into a city of water. I think these efforts are being made, and I think it's wonderful. Thank you very much. So you said that the case was similar to the San Antonio case. So Hanyu-san, listening to Mr. Bruto Meso, do you have any response? Well, San Antonio, the effort required a lot of time, so they gradually made improvement up to today. As I said, in case of the park that we were working on, it took a lot of time, but the key point is to have both the software and hardware, or buildings and the people's power. And using both, we were able to make improvement. We didn't just build buildings. That would not be enough to attract people. We made some mechanism to attract people, and Starbucks was one tool, and that brought people to the area. And then another restaurant and museum were built up. So that's how we gradually made enhancement. I think that's a characteristic, unique characteristic of our case. Yes, it takes a lot of time. I think we can say the same for all the cases. Fugan Canal, it took a lot of time to work on that. And Nakagawa Canal in Nagoya City, the restoration and the revival effort just started. So Yamamoto-san, what do you think? What will be the key in making progress on these projects? Apologize. In the city of Nagoya, Nakagawa Canal, what do we expect from Nakagawa Canal? We need to have a broad consensus. It's not just for the administrative purpose, so we need to have the perspectives of the citizens as well. And one example I can talk about is, I talked about the wind path that people don't really talk about. In case of Nagoya City, fortunately, we have the wind or breeze coming from the ocean and breeze going through the land as well. We have to have that common understanding in creating a vision. So you talked about common value. That hasn't been understood well, but then this path of wind is a new way to rediscover the area. So we have some panelists who haven't spoken up yet. So first, Kawaguchi-san, as a way to introduce yourself, I'd like you to use some slides to introduce some cases. So Kawaguchi-san, can you start? You can share your screen. Kawaguchi-san is wearing a t-shirt. Can you see what it says? It says that there's no life without SAP. Do you know SAP? Well, Kawaguchi-san is a sapper. I think that she is the one, and also Hideshima-san, the programmer, who are looking at Nagoya from the waterfront. So if you can introduce your slide to talk about the Nagoya city from the perspective of waterfront. Good afternoon. I'm Kawaguchi from IT Institute of Technology. I'm going to talk about value and attractiveness of Nakagawa Canal and Nagoya City. As introduced, this is the picture, and you can see how SAP is done. You are on board, and then you are on water. So my specialty is in urban planning and greenery planning. And I've been engaged in researches from the utilization and management perspective, and also from the perspective of city building. I have been engaged in activity to promote the relationship between the waterfront and people. And Nagoya SUP Promotion Council is an organization which I belong to. And the main objective is to promote the utilization of waterfront in a safe manner in Nagoya and the surrounding area. So using SUP, we first go to the waterfront.
And we have visited areas around Nagoya. As for canals, we have Horikawa and Shonai River, Kiso River. So we visited all kinds of waterways. And one activity that we have is how can we live a life which makes us closer to the water? We have this Nagoya morning SUP activities. So every morning, well, not every morning, but on weekdays or before going to work, we just go down to the water to get some exercise and then go to work. We have started this activity and we have doing this in the past several years. And after we started, we understood that it's important that there is a way to get down onto the water, especially if it's the morning. As we live in the cities, it has to be close to our homes and it has to have good access to train stations, bus stops. And there are other people using the water, people who go fishing, people on boats. And so we have to maintain a certain physical distance between these people. So we need toilet facilities or areas to wash our boards right near the entranceway into the water. And the bottom pictures comes from Horikawa, Meijo Park. We enter the water from Meijo Park. So those are the conditions. And if you look at this picture, it's when we went for a cleaning activity. So after cleaning, we need places where we can wash our boards and also change our clothing. And I do understand I don't have much time, but I'd like to show you several other pictures of the morning along Horikawa. This is Meijo Park. There's a slope, so you can get to the water very easily, and you go down south from there. And there are areas where you can see the Nagoya Castle. There are some interesting spots. You can look up at the city from under the bridges. So nature as well as these artificial buildings can be seen all together. And it's very close to where people live. And that gives us joy as we enjoy SUP. And this is close to our homes. And it makes us feel as if this is our new daily routine. So this is part of our daily life now, and we are seeking new encounters with nature, and we want to have nature as well as buildings very close to us. We want to relax on the waters. It's very difficult to have time to relax nowadays, to take a deep breath, but you can do that during SUP activities, and you have a lot of encounter with many people. Some people will wave from their windows as we pass, and this gives us a very comfortable distance with these people. And there are a lot of other activities, but we haven't been able to do much. We have started some events using the paddle boards, and it is a port area, therefore we need to get approval. And we need to adjust how we use the water surface with other users. Right now, we can't just go in freely, but through these events, we are hoping that many other people can get involved. And we have an event right now for first-time paddlers. This is not an actual photograph. We created this, but the event had to be postponed this time. But we are hoping that we can have this sub-activity for first-time experiencers. And we can just casually walk up to the waterfront. So this is different from looking down upon the water from a distance. You can really get close to the water, and that is very attractive. And you have a lot of nature around the waterway. And you can also see a lot of people working in the industry all around as well. And feeling that their presence close is also another attractiveness. And lastly, the Nakagawa Canal is a large construction, and having such a large water surface right in the city is very rare. SUP is a water sports activity. There are many events, not just here in Japan, but overseas. We can utilize this as a tourist attraction or tourism asset. And I believe that may lead to enhancing the value of the city itself. Thank you very much, Kawaguchi-san. So looking up from the water, you might find a lot of nature in the city. You might see different walks of people from different walks of life. So next, I'd like to move on to Takenaka-san. Geography, and you have been studying the Nakagawa Canal for a very long time. So Professor Takenaka, please. Yes, I am Takenaka. Thank you very much. I am from Aichi Prefectural University. Geology is my field. It's like it's somewhere in between science and philosophy. And from my side, by using some material, I would like to speak briefly.
Sì, sì, vi sento, vi sento. Spengo solo l'audio per non disturbare.
I'm very sorry, the personal computer is moving very, very slowly. Should I? Yes, I'm just, I've succeeded in sharing my slide now. The space code research is what I've been doing, especially around the Nakagawa Canal. And the spatial code may be difficult to understand. I am often told that. But briefly, it is looking at how space is being used by people, how the space is related to people, and looking at the past up until now to understand the value of that place or site. What comes in, Professor Kwako, as well as a group in the Netherlands, have a study on landscape biographies. So Nakagawa Canal, if you look at the relationship from the past, what are the characteristics that we can see?
That is what I'm going to talk about. You can see A, B, and C. A is about water, soil, and sea area and land area. And Nakagawa Canal is a waterway. So we tend to look at the water, and that is actually important. But in order to improve the value of land usage, we have to look at both sea area and land area. And canal is an artificial structure connecting the two. So we have to, that is a very important perspective when it comes to a canal. And the scale is very large. And the key term is that the city going toward the ocean. This slide shows the layers of cities going toward the sea. A German person, a communication designer, drew this illustration. From Atsuta area to Nagoya City, there are different layers, and Nakagawa Canal is connecting all these areas. But Nakagawa Canal is not in the dense cities, but so it's different from other canals in Edo. The canal is going through the farmland or the settlement that was cultivated. But then in pre-modern era, these areas became industrialized, and then residential areas were created and commercial area was developed. So from the rice paddy areas to the suburban area, these areas were shifted, and that's where the Nakagawa Canal is going through. And when we think about future possibilities and potentials, that is an important factor. And artificial natural embankment means that when the canal is cultivated, the land value was increased on both sides of the canal by making the embankment. That is very epoch-making. And the second, B, is about experience of the space of elongated port. If you want to understand the interesting aspect of Nakagawa Canal, you have to approach the canal and you have to move along the canal. And the best way is to use a boat or a vessel. So from the land perspective, this is a warehouse. We are looking at the warehouse from the road, and on the road side and on the canal side, there are both entrances, and then across the canal, there are different warehouses. So this is how people worked. And we can say that this city is two-sided in a way. So it's not just about the physical space, but these physical spaces are embedded in us in a way of history or memory. That is also a very important point. And the aesthetics of the continuity. The Venturi, the architect, went to Las Vegas in the US. He said that this area is a boatscape. On both sides of the canal, there are landscapes unfolding, and the only way to experience that landscape is to go on a boat and go along the water. So in a way, in Nagoya Canal, we can do that, and it's unique. And C is about people. Who are the players in Nagoya Canal? It's another important aspect. So the canal is a large vessel of Nagoya. We have craftsmen and we have businessmen who have close relationships. So it's a very busy city.
And it's still so today. And I believe it captures that aspect, especially. And if you can wait for the screen to appear. I'm very sorry, my computer is moving so slowly, but on the right-hand side over here, this is some of the businesses that you would find along the Nagoya Canal. There are many. And the number is decreasing nowadays, but these people have been competing with each other. But also, they created their workplaces to create the characteristics of working along the canal, and I believe that is one important aspect. And I will end my presentation soon, but sorry, my computer again. But some of the things I talked about. So looking at the Nagoya Canal from the spatial code perspective in order to co-create the area. This is a book that came out a while ago. We have 12 codes to analyze the canal. It's not just analyzing the canal, but also the identified value. How do we utilize that and apply that? We also provide some suggestions. For example, the Nagoya Canal competition and other specific examples are given so that we can consider and discuss together with readers. And if there are people listening from abroad, including Mr. Bruto Messo, if you look at the link at the right-hand bottom, the essence of this research is provided in English, so I do hope that you can look at this at your when you have time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Takenaka. I believe you have given us many key words, and we would like to come back to that later on in our discussions. Now, Ono-san is a landscape architect, and from the perspective of design, if you can introduce yourself and also give us a short presentation. Thank you very much. I am from Nagoya City University. My name is Akihiko Ono, and I would like to briefly explain a little bit about landscape design and also from the architectural perspective, a look at the Nagoya Canal and other aspects. Very briefly, I am here at Nagoya City University now, and I also have an architectural office. I have been to the Netherlands, and I went to Utrecht, which appeared in Dr. Bruto Messo's presentation.
And normally, we talk about gardens and water. In Aichi, Tokyo, Gunma, I've been engaged in research and in design. I have been involved in the public sector, private sector as well. And to go back to the main theme briefly, so how do we design? And how do we finish this into spaces? I would like to suggest this theme. In the past, already, a lot has been said. So briefly, I would like to go through my presentation. So the Nagoya Canal, what issues should it tackle? And Bruto Messo-san already talked about this, and we have heard from others. To start out with, the Nagoya Canal was an industrial infrastructure, and then this declined, and it became empty, and it lost its purpose or its usage. And we had to discover a new way to use it and create a new way to use it. And I think Dr. Bruto Messo talked about this. And earlier on, we also heard about how SUP and boats and things like that, and cafes. So new ways to use the canal will probably continue to be discovered. So from the perspective of spatial design, what kind of steps are possible? Earlier on, as Takenaka-san mentioned, first, we have to find a viewpoint. That's important. On the Nagoya Canal, the canal already has a lot of attractive points. From that perspective, which viewpoints are important? We need to try to discover them or create them. I think that is important. And this is something that's already moving forward. As Professor Takenaka said earlier on, you have to walk through it. So that's the kind of landscape that it is. On the promenade, or maybe on a boat. By making it possible to go through the canal, you can experience the scenery flowing by. I think it's very important to experience that. And lastly, and the third, this is very important, in this situation, how can we take something that was industrial before, built at a very large scale, and create a place for people to be? How can you create a lot of contact points with the people? So before, this is a space only for industrial use. But now, we need to add new activities. And in that respect, this is a very important theme. So regarding creating spaces for people, what kind of designs are necessary? The whole length is about 8 kilometers. And it's very long when considered from a daily lifestyle point of view. And that being the case, this kind of space, it should be divided into smaller bits. So regarding viewpoints, there are a variety of viewpoints. And you need to try to cut it up so that you can separate it out and divide the spaces. And this is going to create the opportunity for people to use these spaces. And if you have such opportunities, people will be able to come here. And already, cafes like this are being built. So in creating places like this, so when we have a promenade or a sidewalk, it shouldn't just be the same kind of sidewalk. Some of it should be separated out, and we should have squares, terraces. And by doing this, this can be a viewpoint, or it can be a place to stay, or a place to eat or drink. This may be something that's only natural, but I also think it's very important. And as part of this, and this is an overseas case, like this, there's a terrace that sticks out or extrudes onto the water. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. For example, other than that, you can have, so it's like a band-shaped long 8-kilometer area. So as a place for people to gather and stay, subtle designs can have a big impact on the activities of people. This is the case of Shibuya-gawa River. So having handrails like this, what should we do? Or the way you pave the ground. A small difference is going to create a space like this. So it shouldn't just be a path, an industrial area where people pass through. It should be a place where people can linger and stay. In that respect, it's very long and thin. It's like a path, or it's a very long infrastructure, but we should think about it differently. We should think about it as spaces where people can stay. So the long path should be separated out into small plazas. And by plaza, you should create a different identity, which is going to become a contact point with the local people, or become a place for the people to come and spend time. And as part of this, each of these spaces, how can you have this melt into the lives of the people? That's another thing that's important. And by separating out each of these spaces one by one, each of them is going to start to have a different color. And this, actually, when you look at this carefully, already at the Nakagawa Canal, there are very unique, distinct warehouses. There are plants, shrubs, and that's part of its identity. And for example, this is an example from Tokyo. There's furniture like this. Or there are places for people to play. Or there are lock-ins, or at night, there's lighting like this. So it's like a place where light gathers. Or in terms of consideration for the environment, the rain that comes falling down can evaporate and return to the river. And regarding the plants, we shouldn't just buy something from the plant shop and plant it. This is what we do at our research area. We buy the seeds and we do it together with the children and make them sprout. So this is one of the ways of creating these spaces I was talking about. And as the viewpoint, I've tried to summarize this. This is what I'm trying to do as my final part of my presentation from the planning viewpoint. We need to create a lot of viewpoints. How do we do that? And how do we create the areas that people walk through? And how do we create living spaces or places where people linger? And in creating these places where people can stay, it's a very large space. So how can you separate it out, divide it, and create contact between people and the spaces, or get the people to feel that they can use these spaces, make it a more common space? That's very important. And that is going to be one of the viewpoints for the discussion. And with that, I would like to end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ono. From a design perspective, or land use or landscaping perspective, we have provided a very good view of the options. Sectionalization or division were something that has been touched upon. Combined with what has been said by Mr. Yamamoto, and judging it against the history of Nakagawa Canal, I had an opportunity to look at the draft of the Nakagawa Canal plan. Originally, it was planned as something that was divided, totally divided from the living space of life in Nagoya. So Nakagawa Canal was really for the industrial activities, not necessarily for people's lives. And that has been evident all the way from the point of formulation of the plan. Sectionalization or dividing the belt of Nakagawa Canal may also be difficult, especially against this backdrop. And it's been pointed out that this also should be seen from the viewpoint of people's everyday life. And would you like to add some points, Professor Takenaka? Excuse me, Mr. Yam. I have 2 more slides. Maybe I should be showing them. And I think that my PC is faster because I have closed all the other apps that I'm not using. Can you see the slides? Thinking about the future of the spaces or spatial use, the basics is the unit of scales, if you will, or the scope within which those scales are measured or planned. And what really is the scope of the plan? From local to global, what kind of relations within which that facility should be pursuing its values? Suppose that it was a small city park being renovated at the center of a city, or if it is a reservoir that is everywhere in the eastern part of Japan, if these are being renovated, then each and every one of these plans or projects should be treated as a local plan with local needs. But in case of Nakagawa Canal, especially because it is 8 kilometers long, it has its physical size. But at the same time, Nakagawa Canal is also connected to the world because it is pouring out into the sea. So the other end of the canal is the world. So local renovation should not be the scope within which this project is drafted. So suppose that there are 3 levels of global, national, and local. But going back to the previous discussion, conceptually, issues and challenges is usually categorized into different levels of global, national, and local. However, we are in a flux in terms of the relationships. So for spaces with global potentials, that project should be able to span all the 3 levels of project planning from local to global, especially because it has its connection to the world, and water and land or soil, or Nagoya's major structure or major facility that connects the land and the water body, and that has been supporting the backbone of Nagoya economy. And those hardworking nature of Nagoya's people can also be the characteristics that you can find in terms of the connotation of Nakagawa Canal. If you look at it within a national perspective, in terms of the development or in terms of the project, well, that can possibly be an option. Say, for example, linear Shinkansen will connect Nagoya and Tokyo, and that could possibly expand the potentials of Nakagawa Canal. And within a national economic spheres, these artificial structures or the activities within that facilities can possibly be impacted. And that is another discussion, but we have to be careful. They're talking of the linear Shinkansen. It will make the trip shorter. People will be able to travel from Nagoya to Tokyo in 40 minutes, and that can be a useful addition to the current option. But Nagoya shouldn't be considered as a satellite city of Tokyo. And if it is a satellite city, and then everything must probably have to go through via Tokyo. But that will then make the facility or the potentials of Nagoya Nakagawa Canal less global. So local connection to the global opportunities is present in case of the project of Nakagawa Canal. And that really needs to be ensured formulating the plan. And these are not really an exclusive choice. People living near the canal, their quality of life can also be improved through this project. So in that sense, it can be a local project, but be it in the areas of business or culture, formation of a global network can really benefit from by having Nakagawa Canal as a hub.
So what's the position of a canal? When you look at this from a broad perspective, what is its position when you think about that? In Nagoya, it used to be the #1 city in Japan regarding manufacturing, but it's not that flamboyant. It's not that gorgeous. It's pretty quiet. And Nagoya has been supporting state-of-the-art industries. And the port of Nagoya is the #1 port in Japan, at least as a commercial port. It's #1, and this port, legally, is part of the Port Authority. And it's linked to the central metropolitan area. Therefore, this infrastructure has potential, and to draw that potential out, the methodology, as I mentioned earlier on, there are the 3 levels. How do you link those 3 levels? That's something we should think about. And this is for people working there, for people living there. This will be rebuilding their lifestyles. Or what kind of businesses should be created and nurtured? So formation of industries, it's that kind of issue as well. And the image of the city, how do you transmit that? Or related to business, how should this location be a place where people can have a sense of purpose and have exchange here? It's also that kind of issue. And this is my final slide, and I will not go into detail. But personally, too, earlier on, I introduced the spatial structures research, and there is the Urban Communication Research Institute. I started this institute up, and the Nakagawa Canal, the people involved, I have been trying to dig them out. And together with these businesses, artists, and with local governments, researchers, their perspectives are being incorporated. And at a variety of levels, how do we link the scale? In the past, we've had 6 or so open discussions with the Nakagawa Canal as the theme. And going forward, as much as I can, I would like to continue these efforts. And regarding these discussions, if you have any requests regarding themes you would like us to discuss, I am not a consultant, I'm a researcher. And as a researcher, how should I put this? I would like to utilize the characteristics that I have to try to contribute to the discussion. And I'd like to try to be creative regarding this. So if you are interested, then please think about this and get in touch. And there's the Research Institute for Urban Communications website, and there's some information there. If you could please take a look. That's all from myself. Thank you. Yes, Professor Takenaka, thank you very much. This was a very important hint that you gave us, I feel. And the Nakagawa Canal, to start out with, when you think about it, it used to be part of the sea. And now the port of Nagoya is linked to the world. It's a big distribution center, and there's Saint-Clair, the airport, as well. And of course, once the linear Shinkansen is in place, there's going to be an economic zone linked with Tokyo. And on the other hand, from Nagoya, we can be linked directly to the world. And the Nakagawa Canal can play a big role. And when that happens, the three, from local to global, regarding the three different scales, in what way can we link these three? And as a space, how can we link them with the Nakagawa Canal? So this is a big and also difficult issue. And regarding this, from here, if you would like to make a comment, we'd like you to chip in. So maybe Yamamoto-san, urban planning. So this is you're involved in very large-scale projects as well. So Yamamoto-san, would you like to comment? Yes, thank you for calling on me. While I am talking, please think about what you are going to say, the other panelists. Now, what Professor Takenaka was saying, it was very interesting, and I was very interested. So this is an age of IT, the internet, and more than ever before, there is an unlimited number of places where you can be linked to the rest of the world. And including distribution, there's a port, and also airport, harbor. Nakagawa Canal is connected. And together with the people of Nagoya, I would like to think about this. And in the past, urban planning of the past. So part of what I do, sometimes it's very difficult, but the approach is quite different. And Dr. Brutto Messo talked about new value. So there's the basic function, and then you need to raise it higher from there. That's the approach. So there's the potential for linkages. And then what are the next new values going to be? And in the Nakagawa Canal Revitalization Plan, there was the manufacturing zone. That was a part of the plan. And yesterday, in one of the presentations, they said, there's no answer yet. I remember they were saying that. So what are we going to have here? Maybe that's the issue. And earlier on, Professor Takenaka and I talked about this. So there's the big, heavy, smelly, noisy industries. And trying to bring them back along the Nakagawa Canal is not really realistic because people live there now. But based on that kind of thing, maybe something new is possible. Very often I say, how is the city of Nagoya going to change? Are there any good examples? People ask me, and I talk about Seattle. So there are the existing base industries, and Boeing went to Chicago, and then the other people came up with a new IT, and they set up Amazon, Costco in Seattle. So this led to the next stage. So this exists. This happened because industry used to exist there before. I read about that a lot. And Nakagawa Canal, this area, if it's going to be similar, then something, one step, two steps higher. I think we need to try to enhance it. If we can do that, then that is going to link us to the rest of the world and make us global. And I would like to discuss this with everyone to try to move this forward. But as the entrance, this was a very stimulating thing. Thank you very much. Maybe that doesn't answer your question. No, thank you very much. And Ono-san, I think you were nodding just now, listening to Professor Takenaka. So Ono-san, what do you think? Yes. So what I have to say, so creating places where people feel a sense of belonging. I talked about it from that perspective, but on the other hand, all of the spaces, should they be places for people to be? I don't think so. And if you do that, then the characteristics of the Nakagawa Canal are not going to be fully utilized. And we've been talking about Dr. Brutto Messo's presentation. So there was potential already, or there's the past history that already exists. And based on this, this place now exists today. So therefore, both need to exist together, side by side. We need to find a way to do that. And in principle, with spatial design, you can resolve this. Part of this can be resolved. And then with the Fugan Canal, it's not just the hardware. The hardware and the software need to work together. And that, for today, has led to the success of the Nakagawa Canal.
So you really have to test and try combining hardware and software and connecting to the world locally and globally. And that is something that we should be trying. And that was why I was nodding hard, listening to the presentation. Are there any other comments Or are there anyone who would like to make any additional comments? You can freely raise your hand. Okay, Dr. Bertometto.
Concordo con quello che
You mentioned
si è detto in questi ultimi interventi e ritengo che il caso
I share the view with everyone. In case of Nakagawa Canal, of course, there are certain differences between other projects and Nakagawa Canal. There are commonalities or similarities as well, while there are differences. Nakagawa started as industrial canal, clearly targeting industrial use at the time of its establishment. It had a clear industrial mission when it was created, but in other cities or in other countries, many of the canals in other places also did have clear mission, but at one point or another, their missions were reinvented. Its basic function as an asset will be maintained, but they were given a second chance for the reinvention of its mission. First, the purpose needs to be shared in redesigning the hardware. There still is a hardware, and that hardware was created based on the initial mission, but it is now going to the next phase, which demands reviewing of that mission. Economically, how would you make this facility make ends meet, or how to bring people into the area? What we have to focus is to clarify what we want to achieve and how you wish to change this infrastructure. This physical existence already has a strong characteristics, which may rather be rigidly defined. This robust hardware have a range of different potentialities, and that is fortunate. So perhaps we may want to have additional physical alteration, or maybe you can even think about changing the route of the water. This kind of physical addition can possibly be an option, or the waterway usage can be expanded at the waterfront, or the area behind the former factory areas also do have other potentials. All these factors need to be comprehensively reviewed. So first, you have to clarify what you want to do with what you have. And you really then have to get to a consensus. Social consensus and sharing of an idea is key. Politicians also need to be aware of that. Citizens' consensus is very important, and without that, the project cannot successfully proceed. It may also take lots of time without a consensus on the part of the citizen. So this is true for other cities as well. You have to listen to the opinions of the citizens and civil society organizations. They are active users of this canal already. And spontaneous use of this facility needs to be factored into reviewing or reformulating the plan. So you first have to get all those ideas, and You have to hammer out a plan, try to win an understanding from the citizen. You also have to go on to the fundraising phase. This is a fortunate and major opportunity, especially about Nakagawa Canal. As mentioned already, interdisciplinary opinions and outputs also needs to be recapped and synthesized. In the final analysis, you have to come up with one body of ideas via exchanging views among all the stakeholders. So towards revitalization, Dr. Bruto Messo have presented a path. So listen to people's opinions. Was the comment that has been made. Yesterday, Big U project presented yesterday also emphasized the importance of listening to the users and citizens. And that is a process that is imperative for the Nakagawa Canal project. Comprehensive understanding of the situation is very important. If you focus on the functions, then you would end up adding additional functions, but rather you should be thinking about all those comprehensive understanding of the situation in which Nakagawa Canal is now placed in. Linking it globally demands a catalyst where art can play a significant role. And that also needs to be considered. And without art, this project cannot succeed. And that also go back to the art activities by the citizens. And sorry about my poor time management, but I would now like to listen to the brief final comments by each participant before closing the session.
Thank you. Today, so we talked about global issues and also all the way to the Nakagawa Canal's issues. And yesterday too, I was listening in and I was able to absorb a diverse discussion. And in particular, what kind of viewpoint and what's the purpose when you want to build, when you want to change? I think you need that kind of viewpoint. From Dr. Bruto Messo, Mr. Bruto Messo's presentation, that was what he said, and I agree. A clear sense of purpose, a clear goal is necessary, and you need to execute it. You need to take action. I think that is very important. And having these serious discussions is also very important. Thank you. Yamamoto-san, please go ahead. Yes, thank you, everyone. And I have a very basic kind of thing to talk about. So today there was a lot of very valuable discussions, viewpoints, but the awareness of the ordinary people is actually very low. I don't think they've been able to keep up. Now everyone gathered here today, people listening in today, they understand, and they understand the potential as well. That's why they are listening in. So you already have a very high level of awareness, but the others, or maybe people who actually live there, regarding the next set of values, I don't think they recognize them. Therefore, these kinds of activities and canal art, in a variety of ways, we are aiming for grassroots kind of activities. And there's a lot of potential with Nakagawa Canal, and I hope that we can enhance it. Thank you very much for today. Please go ahead. Yes, what Yamamoto-san said, that's exactly what I was thinking. in that respect, going forward, there are going to be a lot of small or trivial, small changes, small moves. So how do we communicate about them? And how do we create new value and new spaces together with everyone? I think that's important. And this is, in the end, so on a daily basis, for people who are living there, watching there, this is going to, can they see new value there? And they should be able to see that in the spatial design. And on the other hand, they should be able to see the value in a variety of activities. So we need to think about this as we hold discussions like this and make sure this leads to the next step. Thank you. Thank you.
There are many other things that we need to discuss, and I look forward to having many more rounds of discussions. Professor Nakamura touched upon the issues that are very important. And if I may, Nakagawa Canal, I believe it was Professor Brutomesso's cases of in Europe and in the US. But compared to these projects, Nakagawa is located in a less dense city populated situation, and the buildings around it, in terms of historic value as historical buildings, I think that those historical values are rather limited as far as Nakagawa is concerned. So landscaping design for Nakagawa can be quite liberal in view of the fact that they are not highly densely populated in terms of people and historical assets. Multifunctional park space can be the base of the facility on which industrial or cultural facilities can be built. That's one of the things that we can possibly do. But functional conversion may be important. Creativity is needed. And from local to global, all the different 3 levels can be concurrently achieved, I mentioned. But local, seen as a local space, it can be used as the venue for sports activities with clear purpose, that can meet the needs of the people. And the facility is already used as sports venues. Global connection or communication may mean that multifunctional facility can thrive locally and globally at the same time. And industries of state-of-the-art technologies can also be the area that can possibly thrive. And you have to blend all these different elements. And this is really my personal aspiration, if you will. But within a urban setting in Japan, tradition is one element. It's different from the European cities. But like the ground of a shrine, a place or plaza can be versatile in its usage. And the same is true for Nakagawa Canal as well. That can possibly lead to the improvement of QOL of the people. That will also help connect Nakagawa to the world as well, at the same time serving local needs. Thank you. Yeah, it can possibly be another fresh topic for us to start all over, but we have run out of time. And Mr. Hanu and Professor Brutometto, please try to be succinct because we have run over the assigned time.
So the part that we are in charge of, we should make that part better, which means that will improve the area around us. In the case of Kansui Park, around us there are private sector restaurants that are starting to crop up. So we need to look forward to this halo effect to the area around. And that's something we need to do. And also, we need to improve the contents and then communicate. NHK's Toyama Broadcasting Station on the news at 6 p.m. So they always use Kansui Park in the back when they do the news, and I think that's been very impactful. Thank you. Thank you. And lastly, Professor Bruttomeso, thank you for joining us from so early in the morning. Could we have a few closing words, please? Yes. First, I apologize that I overran my time. First, I forgot to share my slides. Sorry about that. For me, what was truly interesting, this was a very interesting experience. So Nakagawa Canal, regarding this Nakagawa case, this was a wonderful opportunity to learn about this. And if I were to give a piece of advice, these 2 days, the achievements or the results should be reflected in the revitalization of Nakagawa Canal. Today, what was discussed today should be turned into specific actions. I think this is a very good opportunity. This is a very important piece of infrastructure. And for the city, this is an important core area. Many citizens, regarding its importance, are not yet aware of the importance you were saying. And this is not really an infrastructure. I think it has bigger significance than just a piece of infrastructure. More people need to know about this. So the results of our 2-day discussions regarding what we have discussed, this should be summarized. And we need to take one more step forward. Nagoya City, the authorities, I think we need to make proposals to the authorities. And another thing that is important is, at the risk of being repetitive, the people, the citizens, we need to get them also to realize and widely recognize this. They are involved firsthand, and they are the main players in this process. So yes, we do need to raise the awareness among the people. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
With
this, we would now like to conclude the second session. Thank you.
世界運河会議名古屋2020 2日目
This is the second day and the last program at the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. We would now like to start session 3, waterfront management supported by citizens and businesses. And before starting the session, we would like to introduce the chair, Tadashi Iwamoto, President of Waterfront Research Institute and Representative Director of RAS Design, to tell us what would happen in this session. So good afternoon. I am Iwamoto from Waterfront Research Institute, and thank you very much for attending this session. I believe this has been a long day. If you were here from the morning, we have heard a lot of wonderful presentations, and I've been inspired all throughout the day. And this one is going to be a real fun and interesting one. So we hope that you can stay with us until the very end. So this is session 3, title, Waterfront Management Supported by Citizens and Businesses. Yes, it sounds as if this is really serious, but what I'd like to say at the outset is Amsterdam. What is it that's happening in Amsterdam? I've been there. I've heard about what's happening there, and I have people who are in Amsterdam. And first of all, I'd like to introduce Ms. Yukiko Nezu, who is in Amsterdam. Thank you very much for the introduction. So you are joining us from Amsterdam, and I'm looking forward to hear from you. I believe that you will also be talking a little bit, but before that, let me introduce the speakers, guest speakers today. Yes, the chair is busy. I have to share the screen. So this is the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. If you look at me, I'm alone on the stage. And I'm facing the whole world all alone. So I hope that you support me. Thank you. So let me introduce all of you. First of all, Yukiko Nezu from Urbanberry Design.
And we also have urban designer and architect, Mr. Sasha Glassel, and Mr. Ron van Hoosten, who works for the Amsterdam City Office, an urban designer. And from Tenno's Canal Side Revitalization Association, we have Mr. So Wadamoto. And from Tamano Consultants Company, we have Mr. Tatsuo Konaka. And from Mitsukan Group, we have two gentlemen. From General Affairs Department, Manager, Mr. Masashi Sawada. And from Mitsukan Water Culture Center, the Director, Mr. Goro Uramoto. With all the panelists, we want to have a very enjoyable session together. Now, Nezu-san, today we will ask you to introduce the cases of Amsterdam. And I think that Nezu-san, you are more fitted to introduce Amsterdam, so the floor is yours. Thank you. So let me share my screen now. What is happening in Amsterdam today? That is the title of my presentation. Can you see my screen? So the Netherlands, on the east of Netherlands, there is Germany and the UK across the sea, and on southern western part there is France. Beyond Belgium, and this is a unique country with a strong presence. In the Netherlands, as you know, the 40% of the land has been cultivated, and from the ocean to inland, there are embankments, so the water level is controlled. The civil work has been done. In the middle, you can see Amsterdam. From here to the west, the canal was created, a large one in the 18th century. And around here, Afsluit dike, a 32-kilometer dike, has been created. The water inside is fresh water, and as a result, these areas were cultivated. So in the Golden Age, there were many vessels inside, but then by using the canal as a transportation channel, the way these areas developed started to change. So Afsluit dike, this is the picture. On the left and on the right, you can see the difference in the water level. And this is from the golden age of Amsterdam in the 16th century waterfront. At the center of the city, there is a Amsterdam Central Station today. And on the other side of the waterway, there has been development. So today we will focus on that. And you can see these crosses, which are windmills. And this is the aerial view of Amsterdam. Since 13th century, the canals were built, and if you go to the left-hand side, you can have you have the ocean, and on the right, we will find a large dike. And the northern part, across the waterway, interesting things are happening today, so we will focus on that area. And this is the map. We have the metropolitan route. It spans for 32 kilometers or so, so it's almost like a Yamanote railway line, the loop line in Tokyo. So this city is as if a palm of a hand, and the city has been spreading and developing from the palm to the fingers. Rivers and greenery are currently seeping into the center of the city, and the free of charge boats are available, and it goes to the neighboring city as well. And south to north subway is available since 2018. And this is from the golden age. You can see the canal. The waterborne transportation was very popular, so there's no boulevard or anything. But now there are 165 canals, which span for 75 kilometers, and there are 128 bridges. Now we have boulevards, and people are living in boat houses. This is the day of the king, so everyone is wearing something orange. In winter, when we have sub-zero temperatures, then we can skate on the ice in the canal. And we have a light festival in Amsterdam. It has continued for the last 10 years. So city building involving the people. When we try to achieve that, the important backbone is a circular economy concept. From linear economy, we have to shift to a circular economy. So the resources that we have need to be cultivated, produced and used, but they shouldn't be scrapped. Before scrapping them, we have to bring them back to the market. We are creating a lot of mechanisms to achieve that. So we are a member of EU. So by 2050, we are trying to achieve 100% circular economy. In Amsterdam, what's interesting is that circular economy is actually inside of a so-called donut economy, which started 2 years ago. Kate Ravers, the British economist, has started this concept. So on top of the material issues, the resources issues, there are other issues, including human rights issues or the ecological issues, and we should all work on all of these issues. And we must analyze what are our strengths and weaknesses as we move on. And we must involve all the stakeholders in the city. That is what we are doing. So based on these concepts, 10 years ago, Space and Matter project started. This is the master plan for the northern part. And for the next 10 years, well, 8,500 units of housing will be provided. And then the land is owned by the municipality. So 50 years of 100 years development rights have been leased to these businesses. So the last slide is on the comparison of Amsterdam and Nagoya Canal. So I talked about the rivers at the center of Amsterdam and the canal, the Nagoya Canal, and the rivers in Amsterdam have the similar length. Thank you. That is all from my side.
Thank you very much for the explanation, Nezu-san. So you have talked about what is actually happening in Amsterdam, and now you have said that you wanted to introduce these people, and those people are the next two speakers, right? Yes. So then, let's move on right ahead and go to the speakers in Amsterdam, starting with the first presenter, who will be Mr. Ron Van Hoosten, who is an urban designer. Mr. Van Hoosten, the floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Nagoya. Happy to be able to give a presentation to you about your canal, your waterfront development. My name is Ron. I'm a civil servant. I'm an urban designer. I'm working for the city of Amsterdam now for nearly 30 years, and of which the last 20 years focusing on the transformation, the reuse of the former brownfields industrial areas at the northern A-bank. So that's what my presentation mainly will be about, and I'll start it now. So can you confirm that you're actually seeing my presentation now? Yes?
We're seeing your presentation.
I'm sorry, I don't have any noise at the moment, no sound. Sasha, can you confirm that you see my presentation by putting up your thumb?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So, sorry for that, guys. So, I hope this Japanese translation is correct. My presentation will be about a special way of developing in Amsterdam, which actually is also inspired by a Japanese way of city development. And I'll get back to that later, halfway the presentation. So, right. Well, my presentation will mainly focus on one of the areas I'm working on and concentrating on right now, which is called the Hamerkwartier. And the Hamerkwartier is positioned at the northeast side of the northern part of the A-bank. And in an aerial, you can see it here actually. At the top of the picture, you can see the central station. This is the river, the A. And actually, this is our project area, which is about 45 acres big. And at the other side, you can see the development of the Eastern Harbor area. So I'll be focusing on this area. But first of all, a short picture of the northern A-banks. And you see this is actually my project area. The project area in which Sasha is active and that Yukiko also showed is the Buiksloterham at this spot. Here is the former NDSM wharf, and also these are brownfield, yes, yet to be redeveloped. And at the southern part, you see the Eastern Harbor area, quite famous also, which is also part of a redevelopment. But first of all, and also Yukiko showed you that, in the Netherlands we have a tradition not only of city making, but also of land making. So for the last 4 centuries, actually, a landscape formed by water was slowly transformed into land. So lakes were dried up, which are polders now, droogmakerijen, actually quite big ones. And also the canal to the ocean was dug, and also land, actually quite big spaces, land were made in the former sea. So we have a tradition not only of city making, but of land making. And once starting to make a city, you see that also in the Golden Age, the canals were designed and look a bit like a sort of ideal city, but actually they were quite functional and pragmatic. And what you also see after the first phase was developed, that the second phase was actually made, was adjusted, and also the measurements and sizes were adjusted to what was most functional to the merchants, which were responsible for actually designing the city. And also after that, in the 19th century, with the big enlargement of the city a ring, the first design was quite beautiful and composed on aesthetics. It was not realizable because of financial but also juridical problems. And after that, a second plan was realized and actually made, which was much more based on existing properties and ownership. So also in this phase, you see a very pragmatic approach into city development. Well, after that, at the beginning of the last century, a new system of land lease was introduced. And this is an actual map of a part of the city in which you see that all the red areas are leaseholds, so owned by the city, but giving in lease by the user. Freehold in yellow, which are of course public spaces and parks, and a minority of white spaces which are actually private owned. So the leasehold is an important tool to make city development actually. This is a map of a quite famous AUP, Algemeen Uitbreidingsplan, General Enlargement Plan for the city, made in the last century by Van Eesteren, and of course based on the Siam thoughts. So a planned development of the city. And this is actually a fragment of the northern part of Amsterdam, in which you see that also the industrial areas are part of the development, and on the northern part you see some small city garden developments. So part of the planning tradition of Amsterdam. Well, then in the 1980s of the last centuries, there was a development that the large shipbuilding and steel constructing industries, which were located on the northern I-bank, they went broke, or they moved to either the eastern part of Europe or to Asia due to costs. So then the waterfront actually was reinvented and had a strong focus for city redevelopment. And at the eastern part of the picture, you actually see new isles in the former sea, Eiburg, a development in which I'm actually living at the moment. So the refocus, the reinvention of the waterfront is a quite fresh development and only about 30, 40 years old in Amsterdam. Well, a small focus on the southern part of the development, which was quite top-down planned and directed. In the photo, you see some fragments of the western dock, the eastern dock, and the eastern harbor area, which are actually completed at the moment, but they were a total top-down development on a tabula rasa and mainly focused on housing, on residential development. the thing we choose for the northern eye bank, and here you see a map of a master plan of the western part of the northern eye banks. The attitude we choose though, there was another one, to go with the flow, or also to choose for a mixed area development. And actually this is a sort of master plan which only provides a blue, a red and a green network. So waterways, infrastructure, and mainly green developments. So the urban design for this one mainly focuses on numbers and amounts of houses, and isn't an actual design. The next step, and that's also the area Sasha will be talking about later, is of course the Buiksloterham, located in this area. And actually here, one of the inspirations was this Japanese method of city development, in which actual landowners have a big say in the moment that they actually want to participate in the transformation of their land. You must realize that in this area, when we started this process, only half of the area was owned by the city and the other half was privately owned or in leasehold. So we choose for a plan in which we only gave the headlines, the main structure in infrastructure and water, and we had a sort of zoning of the amount of houses and the amount of mixture between industries and corporations and housing and densities. And then it was for every private owner of their own choice in which moment they would participate in the transformation. Also, there was an agreement that they had to co-finance the infrastructure. So they had to deliver a part of their profit to the city to enable to make a more attractive and more effective public space. Well, that has some parallels to this Japanese system. And for Amsterdam, it was quite a big step to lose control, not to direct the whole process, but to facilitate it, to take responsibilities only on a few parts. Well, the next step in that development was the NDSM wharf, a former ship wharf, as you can see, which went broke in the 80s, then was squatted for a while, and for the last 2 decades mainly had a use in a sort of temporary use with ateliers, horeca, restaurants, a hotel. And by now, the eastern part of the wharf has a sort of infinite temporality in use. The western part will be developed in a high density housing, but especially the temporality in use and attractiveness of functions, mainly focusing on a cultural use, has proven to be very successful and an important component for the attractiveness of the city. So we've learned a lot of that. Now I'm focusing on the Hamerkwartier, the actual project I'm working on now. And we are taking really a next step there. And we've learned a lot of the former project. And we try to use those in the way of planning in this project. Again, the aerial picture, and what you can see here that we have about 80 land leasers and owners, 80. So we have to develop this area together with 80 owners. And what you can see at the waterfront is that there are 4 big owners. This is a former industry which makes industrial machines. Here we have a ferry harbor. This is the Draka factory, which made cable industries, and now was sold to an Italian daughter of the Pirelli firm. And at the northern part at the top of the picture, we have also a Stork factory, a machine factory. And And all these 4 areas are now sold or bought by bigger development companies. And at the rest of the area, we have the other about 75 owners in which we have to develop. So you can imagine that this is a development where we have to choose as a city. So the main construction is to facilitate the development, but also to seduce the private parties to move and to transformate and intensify the use. And within that process, as a city, we of course still, apart from facilitating and seducing, we do have to take our responsibilities and to direct on those subjects that have priority and are relevant for the development of the city and the inhabitants. So the methods we choose was to start with inventing or make an inventory of the main conditions that are important from this development. And I think mainly the situation with the land lease, but also the environmental or landscape conditions are important for development of the area. The second step is to make an inventory and also a prioritization for the ambitions and the responsibilities that are relevant for this development. So that concentrates on 3. Of course, we have an obligation to make really a lot of houses in a short period, because there is an enormous shortage in housing in the Netherlands. The cities in the Netherlands are not shrinking, they are growing. And actually, every year, the population of Amsterdam is growing by 10,000 inhabitants. So we really have to provide a lot of housing. The second ambition is to realize those houses in a mixed high-density urban environment. So not only residential, but also a lot of space for businesses and economy. The second thing is that surrounding our project area, there are neighborhoods which look perfect, but actually are the poorest neighborhoods of Amsterdam. So one of the goals is that they also can profit of this economic development. And the third ambition, which is quite special, I think, and we are lucky by the politicians that are steering. The third condition is that quality is more important than speed and quantity. Well, that's a surprise for urban designers. The chairman that says quality is more important than quantity and speed. So we really use that. Well, these 2 added together led to an urban plan and a strategy which actually follows the conditions in streets and private ownership. And focuses on a public space which is significant mostly on the water part, and also led to a prototype of an urban block, which isn't the traditional Amsterdam block on one height, but is actually a composition of different buildings on the site, which can provide the different functions, also can provide a different speed in development within the block, and also uses the qualities like sight and sun and public space on the best way. So this was a prototype we developed in the planning phase. And of course, a significant public space, which of course is the main responsibility for the city government. The real estate development is to be realized by others, but the public space is a main responsibility for the city. So we focused on the 3 harbors that are there present, on a park adjoining the waterfront, which is at least 50 meters wide, and 2 zones which are the boundaries to the surrounding neighborhoods, which we want to make more green. So that is our focus. Meanwhile, also private owners hired architects and developed their plans within the possibilities of our first prototype. This, of course, was quite risky for those parties because they were not sure that eventually the city government would approve of these plans. But still, because they also wanted to make speed, they gave architects the assignment to develop the plans, which actually led to a cross-pollination into the plans of the city and of the private parties, and enriched the conditions and the plans. Well, the second thing that, of course, as a city, we tested, we checked, and we improved our own plan on a few subjects. An important part of our plan is the mix of residential functions with both cultural and economic functions. Well, what you can see is that, of course, those working and economic and cultural functions are far more unprofitable than residential development. So every private party and developer would prefer to make a 100% residential development. So we had to be really sure that the why, the what, and the how of realizing these unprofitable, valuable functions was quite good. So we took a lot of effort in finding out what and how to realize that. And actually, that was led to a combination of public and private conditions, which were important. Of course, also the program volume was important. You can imagine at the moment there are about 200,000 square meters of program in the area, and the ambition is to eventually realize between 700 and 800,000 square meters of program. And of the 200,000 existing square meters of buildings, we want to keep half, and then add one more 160 square meters of economic functions and cultural functions, and about 500,000 square meters of residential functions. Well, these actually are the numbers of because it's also found quite important in the city within the residential program that there are social housing, free sector, so free housing and middle housing in price with 30% division within that. So apart from our own work, we are of course urban designers and not architects. We also hired 4 architectural firms and asked them to investigate and prove whether our prototype of the hammer block, which was of course a composition of housing of economical function with roof gardens and mixed types, if these were valid and realizable and led to the amount of quality that we imagined. And actually our prototype proved to be quite functional and attractive, but this also led to a dozen advices and tips which made it possible to improve actually our prototype. Well, of course, we also studied on functional and adaptive streets. You can imagine all the streets in the area which the city government had to design, had to be functional both for inhabitants and for children to play, but also functional for the companies and their expedition, and had to be safe for both parties. So that led to principles in the design which were approved by all parties, and also existing companies were part of this design process. Well, of course, a sustainable public space, but also sustainable Buildings are quite important. So what you see on those areas where we can permit, we change brick into green, and also for water management. And of course, all the realized buildings have to be sustainable on different parts, in which we focus, of course, on the opportunities and chances within our prototype. Well, actually, this led to a sort of a block framework in which for every block there are the possibilities in building height and program volume. But our main direction is steering on quality and high-rise, High-rise is quite a sensitive subject in Amsterdam, you can imagine. Amsterdam is a city which has a general height of 15 to 20 meters. 30 meters is to be considered both politically as by the public as the ultimate height. So you can imagine if you go to 60, 70 or even 100 meters, that is a sensitive subject. So we actually had to make a good motivation why actually in this area high-rise would be possible, as would be in another development here, here, and here. So the composition of the water and the adjoining neighborhoods had to be motivated. Well, then I already told you that there are 3 larger developments and owners at the waterfront. At the same time that we were improving our urban plan and testing it and improving it, they actually hired their own architectural firms and made their own designs for their areas, which was eventually an interaction between their designers and our designers, and led actually to adjusted plans which are realistic for the market and to be realized, but still have the main character and the main qualities like the shore park and the mixture in functions and the all kind of varies of the hammer block, which provide in high-rise, but also in companies with collective roof gardens, and also integrating monumental former industrial buildings, but are interesting designs and actually improvements of the prior plan. Well, all this together led to an improved urban plan, which was actually approved on by the city government for the last week. So 1 week ago, this plan was approved on. And now for the coming months, we are starting a process of what we call inspraak. So far for the last years, we have been participating both by investors and owners in making this plan, but also with the inhabitants of the adjoining neighborhoods. But now there is an opportunity for a month that everybody can have a final say of the quality of this plan. And after that, we will decide if that leads to further adjustments or improvements of the plan. So eventually we hope that after 20 or 30 years, this could be a possible outcome of our planning, a mix of 100,000 square meters of existing buildings, which you can recognize in this model as the white and light wood buildings. Economic buildings, which all have green roofs, which will function as collective gardens, and a sort of high-rise residential buildings, and of course an important public space which adds actually a new collective park to the A shore. So our main lesson in this development and our main goal in this development is that as a city government, we have to take responsibility in starting a development and making it possible, but also taking our responsibilities in those subjects we want to steer in, those subjects that are relevant But within those conditions, we have to let private parties, developers, have to do the thing they are good in, their qualities. And that is to develop, of course, the buildings which are realistic in a market situation. So what we noticed is that the interaction in the planning phase was quite fruitful and also asks for a relationship in which you can trust each other and in which you also accept that during the match the rules are changing, but which also led to interesting confrontation. And of course, within that process, you see that there are parties, developers, which see the fun of this process, and that there are also developers which become grummy or even angry, but still, that's all part of the deal. And bottom line, I think this was quite interesting, and we're still working on it, but the first results are actually quite satisfying. So thank you for your attention. I think later on in the program we have a lot of time to answer questions and to discuss. But with this slide, I'd like to finish my presentation. So thank you.
はい、ロンさんどうもありがとうございました。
Ron-san, thank you very much for your presentation. It was surprising. You first, on the first slide, you used kukakuseiri, the Japanese term, and you introduced how the zoning was done in Amsterdam, which became a trigger for further development. So thank you. I hope that, well, actually, it's very refreshing to know that Japanese urban development inspired Amsterdam's development. So Ron-san talked about how the private sector is involved in the development. So now I'd like to introduce an architect from the private sector. So Sasha-san, are you ready? I would like to introduce you. Sasha-san is the co-founder of Space and Matter, and he is an urban designer. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me well? Or I think you don't hear me, but the translator, I guess. Yeah, I think Ron gave a great introduction into Amsterdam. Yukiko also did. I would like to, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to talk today also to you. And my goal today is to inspire you with some projects we did. I hope you get, I think after a lot of talks already and a lot of information, just get inspired by the work we've done. As Ron already presented, I think I'm German. I moved here 14 years ago to Amsterdam. I have now formed an architectural firm, Space and Matter, that was like founded 12 years ago. And for me, Amsterdam is the perfect playground for innovating on urban planning and on architecture. So I think the last 12 years, our company just had the chance, because what Ron decided, Ron discussed also and stretched the idea that there's a framework within the Dutch culture, and especially in Amsterdam, in which you can operate as a private company. So I would like to just take you along my story. I'll share my screen now with you. It would be great if someone can just raise a thumb to tell me if you can see it. Yes, great. Our company, Space and Matter, we started as an architecture firm 12 years ago. But we decided also not to do only architecture and urban planning or in general spatial design, but we also have our meta part. And with this meta part, we were from very beginning when we started thinking that our goal is to make very thriving neighborhoods. What do you need for that? It's not only about aesthetics or form. It's often about research, design thinking, even concept development, process design. So we are like having like now, like we're around 25 people. We have all kind of expertise in the company, which is also like developers, community developers, urban strategists, a lot of architects also. What we try to do is with Space and Matter to not only design, but also develop thriving neighborhoods. And how do we do that? I think the role of Ron and the municipality is basically a very holistic approach. So the municipality has to take care of all these aspects you can see here in this diagram. And we do that also as architects or as urban planners. So we are not talking only about, for example, buildings, but also about the affordability or job creation, about resiliency, about waste management, about water management, mobility. So with all our projects, we try to tackle all of these subjects. And as an architect, usually you don't get the chance like to maybe talk about all these aspects, but as a developer, you can. So if you develop your own ideas, your own concepts, and co-create your own projects with the citizens, then you're in charge of all these aspects. And how we define architecture and Space and Matter is that we are the glue between all these different aspects with our projects. So this is Amsterdam Barkstratenham. You got already a beautiful introduction into Amsterdam for the ones who've never visited us here. You see again a picture of Amsterdam North. So you see here in the middle, I don't know if you see my cursor, apparently not. You see the central station and then Amsterdam North here, Amsterdam Barkstratenham. This is this area, which was also mentioned before. We decided a couple of years ago to move our office here, just in the epicenter of this new transformation, because we thought that is perfect to just be in the middle of this playground in order to also be active in this area. Barkstratenham was an industrial, or had like a very strong industrial past. Ron told you already about that. But what I would like to stretch is the idea that there was an old master plan before 2008, which looked like that. And I think it was like still relatively top down, this plan. But what happened then when the economic crisis happened in 2008, 2009, that all these developments, they stopped because all the owners, the developers, there was no financial power to backing up this plan. So I think this crisis helped us as urban planners and city makers to open up this process. So all of a sudden this plan was just like from the table, and the municipality tried to look for different ways of how can you develop like from a very fixed master plan to a dynamic master plan. And I think all the learnings from here also went into the Hamarkwartier because it's a constant learning on how to improve and how to develop the city. So, and we just started our company 12 years ago, and I think we stepped in this moment into the process where this master plan is opening up. So there was a couple of projects I would like to present today. So this is where our office is. Here on the right, there's the Keuvel, a cultural incubator project we initiated with a couple of other people. Then there's Schip, a floating neighborhood just in front of our office. There's some self-built houses right next door. So these are all projects, I will tell you, which were like the self-built houses, for example, and the Keuvel were originally initiated by the municipality because they wanted to do some placemaking. They wanted to give the market a place to also start to develop this neighborhood, because the developers didn't. There was like no financial power backing up these plans. So the Keuvel, I mean, the Keuvel is like a project which is already published like worldwide. It's a relatively small project with a huge impact. So it's about this little shipyard along the water, which is around 4,500 square meter big. It has like a lot of polluted soil from its old industrial function. There were no buildings really allowed on this plot. And when the municipality decided to organize a competition, there was also no money to win, and only a 10-year lease. So you might think, and we also thought it's like the most complicated and difficult competition we ever entered. But the brilliant thing of it was that not only a design was asked, but it was really like a development tender. And so what we did is we came together with some friends and experts, and we had the idea, if there's really so little resources you can gain, why not coming up with the smartest solutions? Of course, you're forced to innovate. So the first idea is that we use plants to purify the soil. And this process is called phytoremediation. And so we decided to use these plants, planting a park of different types of plants to purify the soil. Then we learned that, I mean, Amsterdam has a long history of living on water. And these old houseboats, which were built in the 70s and 80s, they're kind of outdated now. And a lot of owners, they try to get rid of them and usually pay quite some money to demolish them in order to build new fancy houseboats now. So these old resources, these old houseboats, we thought we could get them for very little money. And that was true. So we were just looking them up, and like they were really almost, we got them almost as gifts, like for €1 per boat. So we had the idea to not place them in the water, but in the park, because it's not easy to get a water plot in Amsterdam. So we said, why don't we just do it the other way around? So we place these boats on land. And then we make all these boats very sustainable and reinvest in these boats, and a little boardwalk, which helps you to also enter the boats on the one hand, but also gives you a social space. And on top of everything, it gives like this boundary between this polluted soil and the people and the visitors who could go there. And then after 10 years, when we have to give the land back, we can take the boats with us. So it's like a mobile architecture, and we leave everything cleaner behind. And we made this render at that time, so how it could look like. And during the process of the competition, we already asked friends and in our network if people can look for an old houseboat online and think of what kind of work they would like to do at this place. And then within 2 weeks, we managed to rent out 1,000 square meters of office space, because they really like this concept of a freestanding boat in a park in the middle of the city. And then we won the competition, and there was a big article in the newspaper, and then we got a lot of phone calls of people who wanted to get rid of their houseboats. So this is the first houseboat we bought for €1. It was a very exciting moment. We picked it up in the Amstel, and then we were renovated, made it more sustainable. We insulated it better and made it obviously a bit more beautiful, because we're also architects. And then there was the moment of truth where we put all these houseboats on land, and of course we continue worked on them. But that was like almost like, it's quite challenging, of course, to find all these old timers, like make the right decision of which boat to buy, and then of course you need a very like dynamic urban plan, and still try to keep the quality of the urban plan. So that took, like the whole development took around 2 years. At the end, we spent around €450,000, which was halfly paid by a loan, which we got from a bank, and the other one from a subsidy. And then we engaged the community, so the people who eventually will have their office space there, to help us building all the very sustainable technology. So you can see here biofilters for the kitchens, a heat exchanger on the bottom right. And the community was just getting stronger, get more knowledge, and got more engaged in the project. And I think there were in total more like than 300 volunteers also helping, because the vision was so strong. So this whole project was so vision driven that we wanted to make a very accessible, inclusive, sustainable area development that it attracted a lot of people. And now it looks like that. So it has like a lot of features. We have even an aquaponic farm in this project. We have solar panels, we have floating gardens, there's even a floating hotel and a future remediation park. And there's even like a smart system that we have like our own blockchain smart grid. So with the energy we generate on the roofs, people can get coins, like get a currency. And with this money, like this digital money, you can buy beer or food at the restaurant, which we have on the same side. So we try to completely like innovate all the time. And we think like that these places, like almost every neighborhood needs these places in order to learn from them, from these places, and to be like updated all the time. That was like the opening of this place, and there were 2,000 people coming, and almost every weekend we had 2,000 people at the place. So it really felt like a festival, which we didn't intend it. So we also were in discussion with the municipality and with the neighbors, because it was just too much. The project was too successful in a way. And still people really love this place. The whole city's talking about it. And many people were here also from all over the world to learn how you can make with a brownfield like such a successful neighborhood development. We won a lot of prizes. There was a lot of attention also. The New York Times wrote about it. So we saw that this little project can have a huge impact on the whole neighborhood. All of a sudden it opened up also the neighborhood, because nobody wanted to live in Amsterdam North. But we like truly believe that the Keuvel like participated in the shift from the center to the north. At the same time, these health building places where another project was here initiated, where people could build their own houses. And I think that this whole movement was also made possible by the Keuvel, because people stepped over on the ferry to the north. And then another big spin-off impact it had is that with all the companies, the municipality, like all the people who lived around and the Keuvel, we were working on the manifest of a circular neighborhood, and everyone signed it. So all of a sudden you see that most of the principles which were developed at the Keuvel were also projected on the other more commercial projects in the neighborhood. So it became a whole circular living lab. And we were already working with the next project, Frauenschip, which was like completely initiated by the citizens. And I remember, so Frauenschip was basically like a couple of friends. They had the plan and the dream of building the most sustainable floating neighborhood in the world. And 10 years ago, they saw a lecture I gave, and they came to me and asked me if I can help them with that. And so Space and Matter was working with them, and we developed together with them a concept, made a feasibility study. We listened very well to what they wanted. And then the idea was basically to make this plan not only very sustainable, but also socially inclusive and very feasible. So you can have, of course, the greatest idea. If you cannot execute it, then there's no project. So we started with a feasibility study. We made this render or design for them, which attracted also a lot of people. And then you saw that there was so much interest in that. Like we were busy with this project, and then there was a waiting list of people who would love to live. And I think the waiting list was reaching like 1,000 people in a very short time. And then later they just closed the process because there were enough people we needed to continue with that project. The interesting part was here, when we started that, we were looking for a site, and we saw that there was an urban plan, or in the old urban plan, there were houseboats drawn in this area here on this side. And I remember also that the initiators, they talked to the municipality and said, can we not develop our own citizen-initiated project here? And there was a discussion, and the municipality said, no, wait, we have to first develop this area, then you can come. And the initiator said, no, let us first pioneer, because we have a strong impact on this area, you will see. And at the end, the municipality agreed, and there was a tender again organized, because you have to make it, everyone, like give everyone the chance to basically get the plot. So we also participated in this tender, and then we won, and then we developed this urban plan a bit further. And what we then did is like we developed 7 different housing typologies of houseboats where not only one family, but also 2 to 3 families can live on one boat, which is a new thing, even in the Netherlands. And that was very challenging also. But I spare you all the details of that. But it took 2 years to convince the bank, the municipality, all the lawyers that we were able to do that, to find the right way there. And we did that in order to make this whole neighborhood very diverse. It should not have looked like a developer's neighborhood where each house is the same. So that was like our task, to translate that in the process, in the urban plan, and so on. And then we opened up the process and invited 18 architects. So 18 different architects designed all these houses. And we had a strong connection with all the architects. And again, what Ron does basically on city level in the Hammerkwartier, we did on a smaller scale, because we also learned from these architects to improve our urban plan. So there was also, again, we opened up to the smaller scale and got like a very good research and development phase where we improved the technologies, the materials, and so on. And then you build these houseboats either on water. So it's amazing how easy the transportation is, of course, and the movement. If you don't need a lot of scaffolding, you just move the house around. So you can just have to completely think different if you build on water. So this is one way, but there were also builders who built on land, and it was more efficient than. But then you need, of course, like a huge crane. I think this is the biggest crane on water in Europe. It comes from Germany. And we had to wait for it. And then one day you put all these houseboats in the water. So all these boats were, or villas, they were built in different places in the Netherlands. And then you have this instant urbanism. So you just assemble like a little neighborhood in one day. That is a lot of potential, of course, for like all kinds of places in the world, because most of our cities, they are somewhere along the water. And we see there's like still the potential of building on water is not really used. It can be very affordable, it can be very sustainable, it can be very independent and flexible. But here you can see that basically in one day you can erect a new neighborhood. The good thing is this also that it somehow it gives a very nice and human scale transition between the water and the high-rise next door, basically. So it's a very human scale when you enter this neighborhood and you walk on these jetties and approach the water. And you see also that the neighbors around, they also make use of these boardwalks and go to the water, to their boats, or go for a swim. So it's a very beautiful transition to the water. Yeah, and then our sustainability goals were, of course, like extremely high. So we have now 500 solar panels on all these roofs. We have each of these boats has a battery in the foundation, and then they're all connected. These houseboats. So we have a smart grid there, which I'll show you soon. So this we call it like the smart jetty, like it's like the boardwalk basically, and this boardwalk is connected with each other. So you see like on the right, like that there's like this little road where all these parts of the boardwalk are connected, and that gives really like a little village feeling and has a tremendous effect on the social connection between all the people. And how it's usually done, so all these connections between these boardwalks, they were not done in the original plan, and we had to fight for them and convince the municipality to do so. On a social level now, it gives such a good social cohesion between all the people living there. Then we have also this smart sewage, so we have a vacuum system which will be connected like Blackwater to this biorefinery, which is still being built in order to generate biogas. And that is the smart grid. So we got also like this exceptional innovation project where we were allowed to generate our own energy and sell it to our neighbors. So this is forbidden usually in the Netherlands. But there's a high interest in learning how you can develop this distributed energy plans by neighborhood. We have now like a digital twin, as you can see here. You can see which house produces at what time. When some people go to work, for example, or on holiday, the energy they produce goes to the neighbors, and then later even to the outer neighborhood. The great thing is now that this whole system, again, is like a pilot project, but it will have a spin-off. So it will be now spread out in the neighborhood to other buildings. And then on the building level, there's a lot of innovation too. So the houses are very well insulated. We make use, like with heat exchangers in the canal, in order to cool and heat up the houses. Of course, like there's sun boilers, solar panels. We even have recirculation showers. So there's a lot of technology in the houses to make use of all the resources we have. And then we also have a mobility hub. So we share our cars, electric bikes, and not only amongst this community, but also now with the neighborhood. So it opened up again. We started as like a pilot project for us, but now so many neighbors were interested in it as well. So we opened up also, and now it is also used by other neighbors. So the lesson learned here that I think you cannot start early enough with these relatively small innovation spots in order to learn from them, and then the good things also spread out in the neighborhood. This is how it looked, I think, last year. Yeah, now it became very green also because it's spring here. And then, yeah, this is the community who developed it themselves. So here again, what Ron also stretched before, I think it can be risky also, and maybe like sometimes a bit scary to hand over a bit of the power of developing the city to the market, but the outcome is, if you facilitate it right, can be of tremendous value. And then a little other project I also want to show, which we initiate, is the Suites Hotel. So a couple of years back, we also had the idea to basically build a spread out hotel over the whole city of Amsterdam. And then we learned that all these old bridge houses, because Amsterdam has a lot of bridges, they became vacant. So all these bridges are usually opened by a person who's in these little infrastructural buildings. They have to control the opening and the closing of the bridge. And then the municipality decided to do that remotely. So all these houses became vacant. And our idea was to put in each of these houses, and there are 27 of them, a little hotel room, and make like one hotel of all of them together. And so you basically have like a typical design hotel on the left side, where you have one building and different designers design all these interiors of these rooms. And then we said, why don't we have the city as a hotel? So each of these houses, they have their lobby basically in the city. So a restaurant in the north will be like the lobby, for example, for the hotel room in the north. Then we went to friends of us from the Lloyd Hotel. They really liked the idea and they worked together with us on them. And then we went to the municipality to also seduce and help and ask them if we can get all these houses and can rent them. And we prepared this little bag, and we made actually suites of all these little bridge houses. And because we also saw like there's so much quality in these little houses where nobody saw them before. So we also did a whole exhibition here in the architecture center, and we made a documentation and a publication, a book about it. And all of a sudden, people really recognize these buildings. And they have a very strong, powerful architectural history because they were built over the last century. So a lot of different architecture styles are represented in these buildings. And then we finally were allowed to design the first one. So we made design picnics in these little houses. So we got the experts in these houses, and then we just designed on them. And now I think the first 17, they're open to see and come. So the next time when you're in Amsterdam, you can book one of these suites hotel bridge houses. This is one, and then we, for example, this one we really did like in the style of it originally was designed, and some other houses also, but they were all completely diverse. The great thing is that you always have access to the water, and you have the best spots in the city. Like you cannot imagine the views of these houses. They were before like very exclusively only given to the people who operate the bridges, but now everyone can experience it. So also this kind of project, again, like it's a relatively small scale project, but if you put it all together, it's a hotel of 27 rooms. We even made the website for it. And then another project we did in The Hague, actually, but it's also like relatively similar, innovative, is the urban farmers. So we built on an old factory an aquaponic farm of around 1,000 square meters. And here there was a company who was specialized in basically this concept. So they wanted to combine the circular idea of lettuce or plants and fish. So all the water from the fish with all the nutrients, they got to the plants, they filtered it out, the filtered water went back to the fish. And there is like, it's like an aquaponic system. And so you have here on the upper floor, like a greenhouse with growing tomatoes and all kinds of vegetables, and also like a fish space underneath. And this plan for us, it was, I mean, it was a very technical project also, but for us, it was of course the goal to make it like a very beautiful urban farm, like this greenhouse on top of this existing old factory, which almost looks like as if it always would have been there. So you see here this 1,000 square meter of greenhouse, and this was the fish space, like the fish breeding space underneath. And then of course you have like a kind of a meeting space, which was used for presentation meetings, even weddings or yoga lessons and so on. But this is also like, could be an interesting idea also. I mean, I see here already a restaurant in this place. That could be also maybe a creative idea on how to do some placemaking in Nagoya. So after all this dynamic and new projects also, the old master plan was kind of outdated. So the municipality also learned from like all this knowledge we gathered now in this area from all these initiatives which were done by the market. What can we do? And then there was also the idea of we have to densify, we need more housing here, so we need a new master plan. And then 4 architecture firms, and one of them were us, Space and Matter. We helped them to develop a new urban plan for this whole area. And the idea was really to embrace this pioneer DNA. So how can we get all the learnings from all these pioneers and this new innovative projects in it? And there's now a completely new urban plan being done, which is also based not on a very static top-down plan, but a lot of like more playful rules in how to develop your plot. And I think Ron, I don't go too much into it because I think a lot was already said by Ron in the Hammer Quartier, and it's very similar to that. And this is the new master plan, which is also shown before already. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to Sasha, please. Thank you. It was a very inspiring presentation, and our participants are here, so I'd like to ask them for their impression. So Murayama-san, please, our vice chair. Well, thank you very much. I was supposed to go to Nagoya. I'm sorry I had to stay here in Tokyo. It was really inspiring, and I am in charge of urban design and also a part of the public design. And today I was able to hear very core points that would be relevant to Nagoya as well as Tokyo urban planning. I was writing about 6 pages of notes as I was listening to the presentations, but I can't read it out, so I'd like to just pick up some points of the policy thinking. Nezu-san, initially you also introduced the social foundation idea, that you needed to have the social foundation first, and also the ecological ceiling, the limits of the environment, and within that economy is moving. I believe that's the way you capture things. You have to think about the global climate as well, and on top of that you have the hardware infrastructure. So you need to have this big framework to work upon. And then the master plan, the characteristics of the master plan, I believe you talked about a fixed master plan switching to a more dynamic master plan. And I believe this is necessary here in Japan because we don't know what will happen in the future. It's always uncertain. So you have to dynamically move and change the master plan as you go along. So maybe we shouldn't call it a master plan anymore. We need to have a compass that would tell us which way to go. And thirdly, creating a market. The Nakagawa Canal discussion. There is no development pressure, meaning there is no market. So, but people think you don't have to do anything. No, you need to create a market if there is no market. The administration shouldn't just wait for the market to start to move. You need to create a market so that you can start, people can start innovating. Fourthly, experimental approach. Sasha-san has given us a lot of different examples about those villages on the water, and also starting in an area which was polluted, where the soil was polluted, but through all kinds of methods, you created an environment for a residential area. There were many things that we can learn from, improve where improvement is needed, and move on to the next stage in the master plan. And then assess it later on and look at the successes so that they can be reflected in the next step. And lastly, the fifth point, whatever project it is, you need to have this physical environment design, civil work, construction, public space, greenery, air, and also new technology. In Japan, they all work in silos. You have the civil work division and the architect division in separate faculties in one university. So they are not working together, but we need to have a more comprehensive work, even at the experimental stage. That was really inspiring, and it gave me a lot of ideas of where we need to improve. Thank you very much. I just pointed out 5 things of the inspiration that I got from the presentations. Thank you. Thank you very much for actually summarizing all the things that we've heard about. And one other person, Sawada-san, please, can you give us your impression?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Sawada from Mitsukan Group. Toward the end, we heard about this bridge houses turned into hotels. It was very interesting. Later, I will talk about Handa Canal in Aichi Prefecture. We are trying to revive the city around that canal. So we can't really look at different areas at the same time, but we can focus on a very small compact area. So we are trying to revive this small area of Handa Canal and surrounding area. I learned a lot, and I was inspired by what Sasha-san showed us. We learned a lot of lessons from these cases, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So you said that you can use some of your ideas to the Handa Canal, that you were inspired to do so. So yes, thank you very much for the wonderful keynote presentations. A big round of applause once again to the people in Amsterdam. Thank you very much. Now, let's take a little recess or here. It's 41 minutes past the hour. So let's take a 5-minute break and start from 46 minutes past the top of the hour. So please be back in 5 minutes. It's 46 minutes past the hour, and we are here at the Chukyo TV. This is session 3 of day 2. I hope you are all doing very well. Now, we are accepting questions. Please write it into the chat or Q&A box. Maybe your question will be picked up. And Nagoya City will give you a wonderful present if your question is picked. I'm just joking, but anyway, let's move on to the second half. Already we have heard very inspiring presentations from Amsterdam. It gave us a lot of ideas, and Murayama-san has given us a good summary about the master plan and how we should change our way of thinking and creating a market and experimental approaches, and also designing the physical environment. So at the Nakagawa Canal, we should also learn a lot about what we can do. Now, this time facing the Nakagawa Canal, what is happening here? I believe all the listeners would like to know that. So let's start by explaining to our listeners as well as to our speakers in Amsterdam about the Nakagawa Canal. So Konaka-san, can you please make your presentation? Thank you very much. I am from Tamano Consultants. So Ran-san talked about kukaku seiri. He used a Japanese word. To change how the plots are being made and dividing the burden based on the profits and others. But that was a big surprise for me, but let me start showing what is happening at the Nakagawa Canal right now. I hope you see this shared screen. Yes, we do. So this is Sasashima 24 district, right-hand side. This is the northern part of the canal, Horidome. You see the water bus right in the middle, and there is a wharf here to board the bus. Left-hand side. This is the neighboring area of the canal. You have some hotels, commercial buildings, a university. It has become quite activated. And the Sasashima Live 24 district, this area was created by the Kukakuseri concept. This is towards the downstream. This is called the Hiromi Ikoi no Mori. The red circled area on the left-hand side. Initially, this used to be an old sewage treatment facility. And when this area was newly developed, this became a vacant lot. People would run or jog in this area and stroll around in this area. But you don't see any people who are really relaxing in this area. Well, I went on a day when the weather was not that nice. And I didn't want to have any people in the picture because of privacy concerns. So if you don't like the composition of the photograph, I'm very sorry. But now this is called the green area of Nakagawaguchi. There is a parking lot here. and you can enjoy this wonderful place. But personally, it made me feel that the water is a bit far away from reach. That was a bit disappointing. Now, the Nakagawa Canal, in the previous sessions, I believe you heard, but it was made for logistics purpose. So along the bank, you have parking lots, you have factories, warehouses, and the canal. The left-hand side, you see a lot of warehouses, but then there is this road on the other side. But from an ordinary citizen's perspective, even if you are very close to the water, you can't see the water at all. And this photograph, I got permission to get inside to get this photograph, but you need to do that in order to see the water. The left-hand side, if you look at the other bank, you can see that the building is right at the edge of the water. There is no space to walk around at all. And around the canal, if you walk for a while, you would find a lot of residential houses and also areas where factories used to stand. You have commercial buildings as well as condominiums. So there are many people living in this area. And just recently, along the banks of the canal, as you see on the left-hand side, the warehousing houses are starting to consider the landscape, and also we also see new commercial buildings being built. And this is from one of those buildings. I stepped inside to take a photograph, and this is looking toward the canal. You have this wood deck, and you have this space where you can eat and drink. So bit by bit, we are seeing new developments along the banks. And art activities, festivities of the citizens, and stand-up paddles using the water surface for activities are also happening right now. And so maybe this would provide some ideas on how to utilize the canal. So that is all from myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Konaka-san. So you were very happy when you were talking about Kukakuseri, the zoning. I think that most of the time when you have negotiation on Kukakuseri, you may have a hard time, but today you looked happy. That's great. So the Nakagawa Canal, in reality, yes, we have a lot of warehouses, and it's hard to see the water surface, but we are trying to improve and cultivate the potential of the canal today. Now, Nakagawa Canal, in session 1 and session 2, the canal was talked about already, but Nakagawa Canal revitalization project is already ongoing. And 9 years ago, this plan was created to determine the future of the Nakagawa Canal. So Professor Murayama, can you talk a little bit about that plan? You were involved in this plan making? Yes. And then Professor, the floor is yours. Thank you. I am in Tokyo, but since October 2006, for 7.5 years, I was at Nagoya University, and I have a house in Nagoya as well. So I have been involved in various development plans of Nagoya. And this is the plan that was created in 2012 called the Nakagawa Canal Regeneration Plan. In this forum, this plan was explained several times already, so I am going to skip the details of the plan. since 2012, this plan was looking toward the 20 years in the future, and the vision was made, and then the 10-year actions were incorporated in the plan. And now it's 2021, which means that we are already halfway through this plan period. The characteristics are that citizens, companies, and administrations work together to regenerate the Nakagawa Canal. This session is about the water management supported by citizens and businesses, so I think that I'm going to focus on that topic. So these are the perspectives in making the plan. First, strengthening the connection between people and the canal, the spatial building, which is environmentally friendly, and also catering to the new industrial trend and contributing to safe and secure city building, as well as land use along the banks of the canal, and effective mechanism for regeneration. And I think that we are doing a good job in following these pillars and perspectives. On the left, you can see the situation in 2012. Maybe the situation has not changed so much today. And on the right, you can see the future image. We have the bustling and lively zone near the Nagoya station. So on top of the industrial uses, we want to have more commercial, art, and cultural facilities in this zone. That is the first zone, and we have the manufacturing industrial zone in the middle and recreational zone at the bottom. So back in 2012, what was epoch-making was that Nagoya Union and Nagoya City became the joint owner of this plan. And in the planning committee, a lot of players and stakeholders were involved. That was very unique about this plan. And this, I believe, can be called a fixed master plan. But about what to do in the following 10 years, we had a specific and concrete plans. And back then, not many plans talked about concrete actions and owners of the actions. So back in 2012, this plan was quite pioneering. But looking back, now I think that these things were too rigid, and maybe we should have had more flexibility. But it's been 10 years already, and I believe that the times are changing now. So in the last 10 years, we have put in place a lot of infrastructure, and also we have pioneering trial pilot projects on the private land uses. And this is the organization for plan implementation. On the left, you can see how the plan is managed. So it's a so-called PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, and action. So currently, experimentation is important. So maybe PDCA cycle itself may be obsolete. Maybe we can talk about that later. On the right, we have the platform for multi-stakeholder collaboration. We have civil organizations, businesses, and schools and universities, and local governments. These different actors have created a regeneration platform for collaboration. So I have high hopes and expectations toward this platform. I'm not in Nagoya now, so I'm not sure what's happening with the platform, but I think that going forward, we can try and revive this platform further. So that is all on the Nakagawa Regeneration Plan.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, it was very inspiring. And actually, Nakagawa Canal and the land on both banks are managed by the Nagoya Port Authority. I believe that's one characteristic. So the urban planners and the Port Authority is getting together. And so there are lands that can't be developed unless these two parties get together. So that's different from other areas. In many municipalities, especially areas that were used for logistics, there are many challenges there on utilizing the land that they have. And now in this area, they came up with the Nakagawa Canal regeneration plan. So we have heard about the Nakagawa Canal. Ron-san, do you have any questions about what you've heard so far, or any impressions, comments that you would like to share with us?
Well, thank you. Well, by trying to understand the actual situation in Nagoya, I think most relevant is whether the parties that are responsible for this transformation have either shared ambitions or contradictory ambitions. And within that situation, I think it is essential to start with a mutual understanding, to discover what is shared, but also to appreciate and confirm what the non-shared ambitions are. So not to get into a fight, but really to accept and to appreciate that you can also have non-shared ambition, and that you find a solution and a way of working in which everybody can have their valued position. But then going on for the shared ambition, of course, I think it's important to also find a way of working in which you make a difference in those conditions that are there, and you have to accept and can't influence what you have to work with. And then on the other hand side, to really define your ambitions and priorities. And most of all, I think, to really see the fun in the project. I think what Sasha-san showed us, for example, making streets out of buildings, I think those kind of actions, how minor they might seem, are essential for the success of project, having fun. And what I'm quite curious about is whether these observations are actually also part of the approach that you're working on.
Thank you very much, Ron-san. So maybe someone should respond to that. It might be difficult to respond to everything that's been said, but do you have ambition? To that question, maybe we don't have a clear answer. So indeed, we have many stakeholders, and we first have to understand that we need to engage with one another as stakeholders. We are still on that stage. But anyone want to give additional comment on that? This is Murayama. Yes, Iwamoto-san, I agree with you. And the plan that I shared with you, I can say this for all the urban development plans in Japan, but the common and shared goals are the only goals that are shown in the development plan. It is a plan, so all the stakeholders have to understand the plan in the end, but in most cases, the actions and things written are very vague. We do have the broad direction in the plan, but in minor, small things, we actually have conflict and different ideas. But these small things are actually not outlined in the development plan in Japan. So today we have a lot of stakeholders. They have different views and passion about Nagoya Canal. Just like today, we should exchange opinions going forward more and more, because there are various stakeholders and they have different values, and it's okay to have different opinions, and we are starting to understand that to begin the discussion in the future.
Well, now I'd like to move forward because consensus was mentioned, but I believe that we will hear something about consensus. And Wadamoto-san, you are smiling, but at the Tennozu district, you have taken up a lot of challenges. And that's what I hear. So I hope that you can give us your example that, yes, we can do it here in Japan as well. Well, yes, thank you very much. Rather than saying I have taken up a lot of challenges, I'd like to say that I have made a lot of failures, and I would like to just talk about what I've gone through. I hope you see my slide. So I am from the Tennozu and Canal Side Revitalization Association. My name is Wadamoto. I'd like to first give you an introduction about the Tennozu district. Tennozu Isle is in Tokyo, in between Tokyo metropolitan area and Haneda Airport, somewhere in between the two. So this is the center, this is the airport, and right in the middle you have Tennozu Isle. It's at the border of Shinagawa City and Minato City. This is an aerial photo. I'm sorry, it's very small, but it is surrounded. It is an island surrounded by canals or waterways. And you have a skywalk connecting the high-rise buildings. You have parks. And there's a boardwalk in some areas here. So the slogan for the development was an island for art and an island with a heart. And so you have theater, public art spaces within this city, and a lot of piers along the water, water gates as well. So a very tranquil waterfront scenery is created. In the 1990s, well, actually, the plan started in 1985, and then in 1990s, work started. The buildings construction started in the 1990s. So that was actually after the burst of the bubble economy. And then over the next 10 years, many buildings were completed. And then after that, the Roppongi Hills area, Tokyo Midtown area, Akasaka Sakasu area, these new developments also progressed. And many tenants left the Tennozu Isle area for these new areas. And because of the economy became stagnant, the funds that we were using changed to REITs, and the tenants turned into chain operations. And so in 2012, the convenience store, even convenience store, which are supposed to be open 24/7, closed on the weekends in Tennozu Isle area. And we thought that the town is going to deteriorate, and therefore Warehouse Terada, the company I belong to, decided to review the town, starting by looking at the hardware structures that we have. We started to change the facade of the building. This is designed by Kengo Kuma, a famous architect. And we decided to take away these electricity poles, the utility poles along the street, and more vegetation along the streets. And this is the boardwalk area along the canal, right behind the buildings. We created the boardwalks like this after the riverbank improvement. And the areas that were behind the buildings, we now have this wider boardwalk. And also the jetties as well as and wharfs were created. Now you have these and also facilities on the water. And the buildings along the water, we now have more event spaces. So they are inside the building, and also Tea Lotus, this is a on-water platform. And also we have seen the Amsterdam example, but we have these boathouse type hotels. We call them little boats, but the name of the hotel is Petalos, and last year in November they opened, and they are hotels on the water. So from 2012, over the past, or for 3 years, we continued with these developments. As the buildings were built, of course, this didn't bring a lot of people into this area. We needed to also make sure that there were other attractions, not just the buildings. So initially we thought, let's bring in some famous artists for a concert. And yes, we had a lot of people. We thought that we would create a lively town, but the production people said, yes, but once the event is over, nobody will remain behind. They will just go home. That was the answer we got. And so if this is your city, you have to revitalize it yourself. That was the answer we got. But we are not specialists of city planning. We had to find people who would come to open up new stores or who would carry out attractive events. Now I have learned, but because we were lay people when it came to city planning, we learned that there were many restrictions, especially along the waterfront. So we may come up with a lot of ideas that seemed good. If you knew the laws and regulations, you would understand that it is impossible. But we tried out many things. But every time we went to the city office, they would say, "That's impossible. What are you thinking?" We would always be scolded like that. But in any case, this is just one example of an event. This is one of the first ones that we've done, called the Canal Festival. Projection mapping. We wanted to use projection mapping on the building facade so that people can enjoy a movie. And we created this poster, Cinema Caravan is the name of the event. And actually, we were told that we couldn't show a movie on the building facade, but we wanted to project something, so we just projected some images. And yes, we had some people coming, but it didn't bring in as many people as we wanted. And the participants also gave us some ideas, and we negotiated with the city hall. And then in the fall, we were able to project a movie along the building facade. And then after that, this has become a regular event. And during the cherry blossom season, we wanted to connect different events that were carried out along the area. So that connecting these event venues with bus, we had some stamp rallies. But it was actually a rainy day when we held this event, and it wasn't such a great success. But this wasn't just a simple failure. We were able to collaborate together with other stakeholders, and now we were able to network with each other. And since this year, we understood that rain will just destroy everything. So we decided to take a 1 month for our events so that we can carry out different events that won't be just a mess with just one bad weather day. And as we continued with these events, people came with their ideas and they said that they wanted to collaborate with us. Events using the waterfront or the water surface, and we started collaborating with outside stakeholders. This is the Umeshu Sake Festival, and this is an Italian taste event on the waterfront. But last year with the coronavirus, it became very difficult to hold such events. But doing nothing was not our option. And listening to the local residents, actually local residents had their own activities that ran parallel with these events. And we decided to communicate what activities are taking place on the internet. And through this, we were able to strengthen the ties that were created in the local community. But just doing events has their limitation. We want to create a lively town here, so we need to have something that is permanent. And so art festival, art on the building facades. But of course, that alone, there is a regulation that the Tokyo government has about how much the painting should cover the facade. And in order to change the regulation, we went to the government, Tokyo government assembly and asked for a change in the regulations. So I just rushed through about what events took place and what efforts we've made, and somehow we have come this far. And that's because we have been continuing with our efforts, even if we failed. And we decided that if we have an idea, let's try it out and change and improve along the way. And solutions. Sometimes we were able to take a big step further. Usually we were able to gain some input from people on the administration side. So we had a lot of art festivals, and Tennozu Isle became a big place for that, and projection mapping. We are now capable of doing that. And linking up with the neighboring areas, the business in the area, we were able to tie up with them and also with local residents. And lastly, events are just a one-time thing, but we also have records of that kept as films, so that will send out the word that something exciting is happening in this area. And I was looking forward to looking at the Nagoya Canal area. You have a lot of old things, and also you have a lot of art. I think there's a lot of similarities with Tennozu Isle area. We are still in the middle of our journey. We hope that we can go together as we try to improve the waterfront. Thank you very much. So Tennozu, can you raise your hand if you knew about these developments? Nezu-san, Murayama-san, yes. Oh, most everybody knows. So your activities are known here in Japan. So I believe you have moved toward deregulation about utilizing the waterfront and the water surface. Tokyo government also had a project to deregulate for the activities, and there was this consensus moving forward. And I believe because of the administration side, these projects were possible. I think that's one thing that the Nagoya people should understand, and maybe you now know that there are hotels on the water in Japan as well. Sasha-san, can we have your impression about what you just heard?
Yes, can you hear me? Hope so. Yes. Yeah, I think it's like it's very inspiring that I think from also like quite big development, you also, what I've seen now, you really take care about all these places, right? On the one hand, I think you have the bigger development, but also the way you approach it is really like from the human scale, like the human perspective. And that I think is very, very like inspiring to see the changes you've done also, like this before and after pictures. They show very much the quality approach you're taking. And it is really about sometimes taking care of this electricity poles and replacing them and instead putting a park there. So I think even like within like a bigger site, I think it's very inspiring to see like where are the opportunities to change the places to a better like functioning place, also to more quality. And also even during Corona, where there's basically no event, you try to innovate, and I really like this drive of that you're not stopping. It's like a dynamic change all the time, a change in order to see how to improve this district and how to improve this place. Very inspiring.
Thank you very much. Wadamoto-san, your response. Thank you. Yes, continuing is our theme. Just keep going on, and I'm really encouraged by your words. Thank you. So the regulation you said that there was a regulation about how to use the building facade. You had to change that regulation in order to have that big artwork on the building facade. Sometimes you tend to just focus on changing the regulations, but you have to think that there's something beyond that. Sasha-san, you have something to say? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, in terms of regulations, I think regulations are meant well, right? But they can be also very strict. I think if the regulations don't allow us to learn from our mistakes, from our things we over-regulated, then I think there's something wrong. So I think we should always challenge the regulations, and we should open to change them also, if we have a good argument for doing so. Right? Like it's in an over-regulated place, and I mean the Netherlands is also over-regulated. I think it is very difficult to innovate, right? To learn and change it, and especially in urban planning, because urban planning is like a long, very long process, and all the decisions you make them for the next 100 to 150 years. So I think it's crucial to build in the process kind of a criticism which allows you to change the regulations and to learn from that. But we are also, I mean, as you see also in the lecture, what we gave in the municipality of Amsterdam, it's still a finding process, right? And I think there is no just only one answer. But I see also in the presentation, just from of your project, that I think continuing and looking for like more quality and adjusting and change, like needs to criticize the regulations and challenge them also. But then there must be also an administration which allows that and stimulates that.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. It's actually, as you say. So this challenge, you need somebody that says, yes, that's a good challenge, and I'm going to call out. Are there people who accept these challenges? We often face a wall on the administration side saying, what are you trying to do? But yes, challenging We want to share this so that we can learn together and move ahead. Ron-san, yes, you are raising your hand. But before that, I'm sorry. And we started a little bit late, and already we have to come to a conclusion, but we haven't discussed anything yet. So we will extend the allocated time for this session. So I do hope that you can stay a little bit longer than the scheduled time. So Ron-san, please, your comment, please.
Well, as a civil servant working for an administration, I'm aware of the fact that we are forced to also formulate rules, also in urban plans. But then I always add one extra rule, and that is that if one proposal actually meets the starting points or the values that are, of course, most important, all the rules will not be applied. So that's a perfect last rule. And also it forces you that if you formulate rules, that always, of course, the starting points or the values that you want to accomplish by making those rules are always more important or should have priority. And also the question, what could possibly go wrong? And is the damage greater than the value of an initiative? Always is a great guidance. So also accept that sometimes things might go wrong, but that you can learn from it, and that perhaps, well,
Thank you very much for that. Yes, indeed. We need to learn, and I believe that's what you have said, and also Sasha-san has told us. And I believe people in Nagoya will also go ahead as we've learned. And the people in the administration here are really looking forward. And yes, I see people nodding over there. So then I'd like to move on to the next discussion. We have talked about consensus building, action, and what we can learn. And we're hoping that that could be included in the declaration that we will come up with at the end of this event.
Next, on Handa Canal and initiatives, Uramoto-san is going to make a presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you. So from Uramoto and myself and Sawada-san, we are going to make a presentation. Can you see my screen? Thank you. So we are going to make a presentation on our initiatives related to water. Our company, Mitsukan Group, was established in 1804, 217 years ago in Edo period. And the company was established in Handa City in Aichi Prefecture, which is to the south of the Nagoya City, and we still have the headquarters there. We are making vinegar and other condiments, processed food and natto, fermented soybeans, and we have 240.7 billion yen in consolidated sales. And more than half of these sales come from overseas. But our business started with vinegar. In making sake, we have sake lees, and we upcycle sake lees and made sake lees vinegar. It was much more affordable, and it had more umami element than the rice vinegar, and it became very popular for making sushi. in Edo period. So that was the beginning of our company. In making good quality vinegar, we need good quality water. From Handa City, Aichi Prefecture, in bringing vinegar to Tokyo, we need to use vessel transport from Handa City to Nihonbashi in Tokyo. The vinegar needed to be supplied stably, so Mitsukan Group has been benefited from water, and we as a company were cultivated by water. So for this reason, 22 years ago, we created Mitsukan Water Culture Center. And we want to cultivate our appreciation to water. In thinking about that, we first want the ordinary people to be aware of the presence of water and to appreciate the presence of water. So as a part of these initiatives, we are doing Nihonbashi River Cruise. So it is Nihonbashi, which is the center of all roads in Japan. And there is a highway on top of the Nihonbashi Bridge. And actually, not many people go under the bridge. So this Nihonbashi Bridge cruise is very popular now. It's a rare experience. And this is another river, another bridge on top of Nagagawa Canal. And from Nagagawa Canal, we can look at roads. And since the canal has a very wide width, people like to go under this bridge on Nagagawa Canal. And as explained earlier, these building facades have nice designs these days along the canal. So when they look at these buildings on the cruise, they start taking a lot of pictures. The canal art in Nagoya City and Mitsukan Group organized this event together in order to cultivate the sense of appreciation toward water. We alone cannot do it, and we believe that it's important to collaborate with other players. Mitsukan Group and Handa City, where our headquarters are established, we are working together on an event in that location. So Sawada-san, who is in charge of the event, is going to explain that. Yes, this is Sawada. So I'm going to explain the concrete plan related to Handa Canal. So this is the view of Handa Canal from the southern part. And Uramoto-san said that our company was established in Edo period. Well, on the right-hand side, you can see the black building, a warehouse that has been there since the Edo period. On the left, you can see chimneys, but we have the Mitsukan company logo as well. They were built in 2015. On the left, we had originally had old warehouses, but we scrapped these buildings, and then we created a building with the exactly same height and exact same angle of the roof. So we replicated the old warehouse. We scrapped and built a new building there. This is the black colored warehouse and the landscape and the scenery. I myself am from Handa City, and this is kind of like a scenery that really evokes the feeling of hometown. So even if it's very old, building a modern and new building is not something that Mitsukan Group should do. That was our thinking, and as a result, we decided to replicate exactly the same building. So in Canal, in Handa Canal, we have two projects. One is near Handa Canal. we have a relaxed project, which is right by the Handa Canal, and Handa City and Handa Tourism Association and Mitsukan Group are working together. So when it comes to Handa Canal, we are working very closely with the municipality. We were discussing the regulation. Of course, Handa City has regulations, and there are many permits required to build buildings. But then again, the common and shared goal was also mentioned earlier. The Handa City and Mitsukan Group have the same goal and vision, and our vision is to have a canal side waterfront where people will gather. So to relax near the canal is one concept, and the other concept is the water surface itself to improve the value of the brand of Handa Canal. That is the second concept. This is called Canal Night. Every year we had this event in August. Of course, we had to cancel the event last year. But in the previous event, we had 20,000 people. And at 7 p.m., as you can see, we have the light balls at the water surface. The children would throw light bulbs on the water. So maybe you cannot see in detail, but we have kitchen cars and other entertainment activities for people. So this is an annual event in August. So those events by the canal, our idea is to have people gather on a daily basis, but on water surface event, we believe that this is a special occasion surrounding the canal for the people. So this is the Hotori, or by the canal event. It's called Hotori Sakaba, or tavern by the canal. And people gather here to enjoy sake. And this is Hotori branch, or branch by the canal. At the center, you can see a black building. That is the headquarters of Mitsukan Group. Originally, we had factories of Mitsukan, but here we put in place the park, and we gave the park to the city. So currently, the city is operating and managing the park. And the name of the park is Kuranomachi Park, or park in the town with warehouses. So we have branch events in spring and fall, so people would come here. And we are working with the municipality again on this event as well. This is a carp streamer. You may or may not know this if you are from overseas. May 5th is Children's Day, and that's when we put up a carp streamer to pray for and wish for the healthy growth of children. And from mid-April to May 5th, we have many carp streamers along the banks of the Handa Canal, and this is also an annual event. This is the last one I'm going to introduce to you. July 7th at 7:07 p.m. Nationwide, we have this toast event along the banks of Canal, and Ministry of Transport is organizing this event. And this is a photo at Handa Canal at 7:07 p.m. Everyone have a toast and enjoy the drink together. It's a very simple event, but people come together and enjoy this. On the left-hand side, Sawada-san is actually wearing a Japanese kimono, summer kimono. He's enjoying the event. So in order to make Handa Canal an exciting place, the shopping arcades in the neighborhood and Chamber of Commerce in the city and the city office are working together. And the Handa Canal is at the center of the development, and we want to disseminate that information to people. And Nakagawa Canal is actually much more ahead of us. There are many initiatives that we can learn from, and we also want to work with you so that we can make these canals exciting nationwide. We want to emulate Nakagawa Canal, so we hope that we can continue to work together. So that is all from Mitsukan Group and the Mitsukan Water Culture Center. Thank you very much. Handa Canal, I am a big fan of Handa Canal. Can I talk a little bit more about the canal? Sure. So I want to tell you why sushi is so loved by so many people. Handa is in Aichi Prefecture, and this company in Handa City in Aichi inspired people in Edo, and then those people in Edo or former Edo, Tokyo, started making sushi. So I think that Mitsukan was a big inspiration in popularizing sushi. So sushi in Tokyo, people enjoyed sushi as a finger food originally at waterfront. So sushi has a close association with waterfront as well by the bridge, and the Mitsukan, which contributed to popularizing sushi, is still engaged with the waterfront area development, and that is wonderful. And I am also in the secretariat of the toasting event by the waterfront, so thank you for your cooperation always. Well, regarding sushi, can I add more comment on that? In 1804, our company was established, and around 1800, the sushi was created, conceived, and sushi became a menu. But then at the beginning, the rice vinegar was used in making sushi, but rice vinegar. So first of all, we have to make sake first, and then after fermenting sake, we can create the vinegar. So vinegar was very expensive. The sushi is a fast food, a finger food, but at the beginning, it was only food for rich people. And then our founder, Nakama Matazaemon, the founder, went to Tokyo, and then he thought that he could use the sake lees vinegar made from sake lees that could be used for sushi making. So sake lees was actually scrapped. It wasn't used. Sometimes it was used as a cow feed, but mostly it was the waste. So by using sake lees, we were able to make affordable vinegar in large amount, and as a result, sushi became popular among ordinary people because sushi's price went down. So that's how we contributed. And I'm proud of Mitsukan because the origin of the company was based on the idea of recycling. So recycling is a state-of-the-art or very new concept, modern concept, but actually our founder already had that vision. And now we have future vision, which is based on the founding spirit. So as a company, we will continue to take that stance, and we will continue to be interested in water, and we also continue to have the appreciation to our founder. So I just want to say that I'm very proud of the company. Thank you. That is wonderful. Because, well, I was just wondering if the two gentlemen from the Netherlands thought about the discussion we just had. So Ron-san, the water and the story behind the water, are all connected. And I think it's very important. What do you think?
Well, I think you're absolutely right, because water or canals always, both in Japan as in Amsterdam, were used, but also created by means of functionality, to connect and to provide, to make the industries function. So I think it's very important to also have attention by redevelopment for the functional function of the waterfront. One slide I especially liked was the slide with the canal, the old bridge and an even newer bridge, and a newer use of the canal by boats. So I think the functional aspect, also as a cultural phenomenon for the canal, is really important. Second thing I noticed in the presentation was the presence of a route alongside the canal for pedestrians or even cyclists, but also parks for recreational use, and not only to drink sake in the evening hours, but also to play with children. I saw one child in all of the slides. Of course, the children are the most important users of our public space. So actually to make public space, and how great that this company provided a park to the city, wonderful. To actually create parks also for children and for families is of course fantastic. And then most important, of course, and a responsibility for the city government is to make sure that those parks can be reached, that we also have to create safe and pleasant routes to those parks, so that parks and those public spaces become a part of the social and physical network of the city. And then, of course, as an inspiration, we can start programming by annual events, but eventually, if we do our work good, the parks will become a platform for spontaneous use and spontaneous action. And then our goal is reached. How do you say, Sasha?
Yeah, I found it also like an incredible example of how a company to really like, in principle, using your tradition and implement a cultural like building basically by becoming an urban planner. So you improve the part of the city by making a cultural building with a park, a recreational zone, a lot of events. And I think that that's a great example of how like a company, by origin a commercial use, can be like a good example. So I hope that a lot of other companies who also look into their tradition, maybe to their core beliefs, and feeling like similarly responsible of giving something back on the one hand, but also inspire people. And then I think there's a strong link to your products, right? I mean, the strong link, I think that is such an insight that you like the water is just the core resource you need and you have to take care of, right? And I think there are plenty of other companies who have similar connections to the water or to the waterfront. And I think if you can inspire these companies to do something similarly beautiful and great, and I think you have already a lot of stakeholders with the same values and the same common denominators to be active there. And of course, we also know your products here, and we use them here too. So I use the vinegar also for cooking. It's really nice to see this project in your store. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. I think Mitsukan wanted to want to present these projects to other people in the Netherlands. So in that case, Sasha-san, they would probably want to have your support. So the values that we cherish will have to be passed down. That's very important. And we looked at a lot of cases and discussion points, but we want to go back to Nakagawa Canal.
So as we've heard about these examples, in each of these cities, the canals, the waterway, became the pride of the city. People are proud of these waterways. And people who have been involved in development, including Ron-san and Sasha-san, they seem really proud. And I believe Nakagawa Canal has a potential of becoming a place of pride for the citizens. And now I'd like to discuss with you about this point. So there is potential in Nakagawa Canal, right? Konaka-san. Yes, I believe there is potential there. However, as we've heard, the local companies, local residents, they may not be aware of that potential. Of course, when you want to do something, you have to have consensus, but maybe people say they agree, but on the details, they may not agree. So you have to go through a lot of discussion and negotiations. But if you live there, you're sometimes blind to the good parts about these aspects. So you have to make sure that people understand. So then it means you have to have a consensus about taking up a challenge, and then about the actual challenge, the details. You have to go through many trials and errors. Yes, I believe that's important. And for that, as Wadamoto-san said, you have to work with the local government, get their cooperation as well, and also with the port authority. You need to have their understanding. So how do you build up that relationship? That may be the starting point to go forward. Now, Nezu-san, you are in Amsterdam, and you work in Nagoya as well, so maybe you have some feeling between the two. How can Nagoya be like Amsterdam? Well, maybe many citizens don't realize you have said, but in the Netherlands, I have been involved in certain projects, and I see that the citizens, from the viewpoint of the city, the citizens also have their jobs. They have certain specialized areas. They're not just residents there. They have their own expertise, and they can use part of their time to provide their expertise to the city development. So you have to open the project to the citizens so that you can bring in more people into the project. And the basis for that is created here in the Netherlands. And when that happens, I believe people will start to realize the potential. Yes, this is a very long process, but I believe that's necessary. And that may lead to that circular economy concept and the donut economy concept, and that would start spreading and taking root in the citizens. yes, the citizens would start to become curious about that framework, and then they can come up with their own ideas and start with little baby steps, but then that could build up into big things. And so you have to understand who the citizens are. So in the session on day 2, I believe learning has been key. So as you work along with many people, learning is very important. Sasha-san, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a huge potential in water sides, right? Like now it's like very clear to me. I mean, like the canal, as I see it, is very similar to the canal we are operating with here. It's almost like basically the same size. It's almost like 100 meters wide. It was the backside of all the buildings. It was not really attractive. People didn't do anything with that, but it has the potential to become a location. So the value of the land there, just from an economic and developer's perspective, is very, very interesting. And I think in order to unlock that, not much has to be done. You just have to move this little snowball a little bit. And then I think it's picked up by a lot of parties who all of a sudden also see the potential. And I think the task should be, and was also here in Amsterdam, to just get like a couple of people together who keep the snowball moving, right? And I think like unlocking these locations, which have tremendous potential for a very healthy, economic healthy also environment, is obvious, right? Like if you have any place where you would like to invest into, like your energy, your time, in innovation, creating more jobs or housing, I would always go for the water side, because it's very obvious that it becomes like, it's like this golden nugget. You just have to dig out a little bit, but the quality of the water side is very, very high. I'm also living on the water, so I'm living in our own development here. And it's just like an amazing quality of life living around water. It's just very resting in a very high density city, right? And COVID also showed us that a lot of people now, they're looking for parks and nature. And I think we pretty much survived the last year very well because we were so close to water. It has a very healing effect also. So I think that there is like a high potential in a water side. It's just a question of how to unlock it.
Thank you. So how to increase the awareness of the people, that might be a key in discussing going forward. So it's already 2 minutes to the hour, so we can't really have a long discussion. We have to summarize our discussion soon. So Professor Murayama, can you give us some comment? Yes, thank you very much for a very stimulating session today. What I thought is that first, Amsterdam and Nagoya, through civil work engineering, the water management is already established. And on top of that, proper civil work effort, we can build up and develop the city. And we also talked about taking action by changing the regulation. We heard about specific cases from Amsterdam, and I think that we can do the same in Nagoya. So the area or the canal is owned by the public sector, so we will have to look at the regulation. But in achieving or implementing the project, we need to have the shared goal, and we need the involvement of the people. And we certainly need someone like Mitsukan. And the administration also has a responsibility. So we used to implement plan based on the consensus, but as we move forward with the process, we can flexibly start building consensus as we implement the plan. We should have that kind of flexibility. My specialty is urban development theory, but today I was able to learn a lot of modern city building efforts. So thank you very much. So even Professor Mariyama had something to learn from today's session. I think that that is a takeaway for all the people in Nagoya as well. And by using the learnings, I think that we can create a new mechanism, and we can think about how to be committed to these projects and how to exert their creativity. That's what I thought from today's session. We have questions from the viewers. Let me just read them out. Nezu-san talked about circular economy and donut economy. In the urban cities, what are the concrete activities undertaken in the Netherlands, in the city area? Well, Nezu-san has a book coming out soon, so please read her book to seek for the answer of this question. And there are many projects by waterside. It's very interesting. We hope you will join us at the toasting event next time. And the third one, Honda Canal and Nagoya Canal are making effort. I hope that we'll continue to work. And this concludes today's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you have also responded very well to the questions as well. So thank you very much to all the panelists and guest speakers and speakers. With this, we'd like to conclude session 3. And this concludes all the program for today. Thank you very much for staying with us until the very end. And tomorrow, we will start from 10 with session 4, the diversity session. And then after that, session 5, the ARCHI session. And then finally, we will be concluding a declaration and a proposal on the Nagoya model. And once again, tomorrow, we will be streaming the event on YouTube. Please refer to the website of the International Canal Forum Nagoya 2020. And we have one more day to go. Thank you very much.